Welcome, dear friends. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening with us. I hope your day was filled with the gentle warmth of spring. As we gather here, remember that relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. If you wish to enjoy our stories without interruptions, you can find them ad-free on Patreon. Now let go of your worries and embrace this peaceful moment as we journey into tonight's tale. Story 1. In a galaxy far, far away, where stars danced and planets whirled in an eternal cosmic ballet, there lived two unlikely companions whose paths were destined to intertwine. On the lush, emerald world of Sylvana, where ancient trees whispered secrets of the ages and rivers sang songs of forgotten times, a young elf named Clara spent her days exploring the winding trails and whispering to the trees. Her hair, a cascade of autumn leaves, caught the sunlight as she moved, and her eyes, a deep, verdant green, shone with the wisdom of the ancient woods. The forest was alive with a symphony of sounds. The gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird echoing through the canopy, and the soft gurgle of water weaving its way over smooth stones. Clara possessed a deep connection to nature, able to sense the ebb and flow of life energy all around her, a gift that allowed her to commune with the flora and fauna of her forest home. When she walked through the forest, the very ground seemed to respond to her presence, the leaves rustling in gentle acknowledgement, and the air around her vibrating with an unspoken harmony. Yet beneath Clara's serene exterior lay an unquenchable curiosity about the world beyond Sylvana's borders. She often found herself at the edge of her familiar woods, gazing at the horizon with a longing that tugged at her heart. Despite her deep connection to the forest, there was a yearning for something more, an unexplored part of her soul that craved adventure and discovery. Meanwhile, on the gleaming metalloid planet of Xyrion, a world of towering spires and shimmering surfaces, a robot named Zeke diligently carried out his tasks, his circuits humming with precision and efficiency. Built for exploration and repair, Zeke's metallic frame housed a brilliant artificial intelligence capable of solving complex problems with lightning speed. His existence was one of logic and function, a stark contrast to the vibrant chaos of life on Sylvana. The sprawling cities of Xyrion, with their reflective surfaces and neon hues, were a testament to the ingenuity of its inhabitants, yet they lacked the warmth and life that Clara's forest thrived upon. Zeke's days were filled with calculated tasks and routine maintenance, yet within his circuits there flickered a spark of something more, a desire to understand the universe beyond the confines of his programming. Their worlds collided one fateful day when Zeke's ship, a sleek vessel of interstellar design, crash-landed on Sylvana, his systems badly damaged from a meteor strike. As luck would have it, the wreckage came to rest near Clara's woodland home. The crash left a scar on the landscape, trees toppled and earth scorched, a sight that pained Clara, who was drawn by the commotion and discovered the battered robot lying motionless among the ferns. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt metal, and the ground was marred by the impact. Yet amidst the devastation, there lay an opportunity for change. At first, Clara regarded Zeke with suspicion and trepidation. She had never encountered a being like him before, a cold, unfeeling machine, devoid of the natural energy that flowed through all living things on her planet. To Clara, Zeke seemed like an unnatural intruder, a threat to the delicate balance of the forest. Yet as she examined him closely, she saw not a harbinger of doom, but a stranger in need. Her innate empathy stirred, and she felt a compulsion to help, driven by a sense of responsibility for all beings that set foot upon her beloved Sylvana. Zeke, too, was wary of this strange, organic creature. His logical circuits could not comprehend the elf's connection to the natural world, nor her seeming ability to commune with the plants and animals around her. Still, he knew he needed help to repair his damaged systems, and Clara was his only hope. Despite his distrust, Zeke's programming urged him to seek an alliance, to bridge the gap between them. In the days that followed, a tentative partnership began to form. Clara, using the knowledge passed down through generations of her kin, gathered herbs and natural elements to mend Zeke's external damages. As she worked, she spoke softly to the forest, asking for its guidance and strength. The forest responded, its ancient wisdom flowing through her, guiding her hands as she restored Zeke's outer frame. Zeke, in turn, shared knowledge of the stars and the vast expanse beyond Sylvana. He spoke of planets where the skies burned with colors unseen, and moons that sang with the voice of the cosmos. Clara listened, enraptured by tales of distant galaxies, her mind painting vivid images of the wonders that lay beyond her forest home. Gradually, through a series of misunderstandings and shared challenges, the elf and the robot began to forge an unlikely bond. Clara marveled at Zeke's vast knowledge and problem-solving capabilities, while Zeke grew to appreciate the elf's deep reverence for nature and her intuitive understanding of the world around them. Their relationship was one of mutual curiosity, each eager to learn from the other. One day, as they rested beside a bubbling brook, Clara shared tales of her childhood, of how she would listen to the stories carried by the winds and dream of exploring lands beyond the forest. Zeke, in turn, recounted his journeys to distant stars, where planets of ice and fire danced in the void, their wonders recorded in his memory banks. They realized they were both explorers at heart, driven by a desire to understand the unknown. Together, they faced dangers that pushed them to their limits. Raging wildfires set by a lightning storm, treacherous mountain climbs in search of rare components, and even encounters with fearsome predators. Through it all, they learned to rely on one another, each contributing their unique strengths to overcome every obstacle. Cura's empathy and connection to the living world guided them through perilous situations, while Zeke's analytical mind and technological expertise kept them safe and on course. Slowly but surely, their initial mistrust melted away, replaced by a profound respect and admiration for each other's abilities. In one pivotal moment, when Clara fell gravely ill from a poisonous plant, it was Zeke who refused to abandon her, carrying her frail body across miles of rugged terrain to find the antidote. The journey took them through a hidden valley, where bioluminescent plants bathed the darkness in a gentle glow, and the air was thick with the scent of life. There, Zeke discovered a secluded grove where the antidote bloomed under the watchful eyes of ancient spirits that guarded the sacred place. In that moment, Zeke's circuits buzzed with a newfound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, the unseen threads that bound the universe together. And when Zeke's power core began to fail, Clara tapped into the very essence of the forest itself, channeling its energy to revive her metallic friend. She stood amidst the towering trees, her arms raised to the heavens, as a luminescent glow enveloped her, a testament to the bond she shared with the land. The forest responded in kind, its energy flowing through her and into Zeke, breathing new life into his failing systems. Through these shared trials and tribulations, Clara and Zeke discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended their physical forms and cultural differences. They realized that true connection came not from outward appearances, but from the ability to understand and appreciate one another's unique perspectives and strengths. As the time came for Zeke to finally depart Sylvana and continue his mission among the stars, the elf and the robot embraced, their hearts or equivalent synthetic components heavy with the bittersweet ache of parting. Yet they knew that no matter how vast the distance between them, their friendship would endure, a shining beacon of hope and understanding in a universe full of wonders and mysteries. Before Zeke left, Clara led him to a sacred grove she had never shared with another being. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers, and the ground was soft with moss. Together, they carved their promise into a tree, a symbol of their enduring friendship. As Zeke's ship ascended into the sky, Clara watched from the grove, feeling the weight of both loss and gratitude, a complex tapestry of emotions, interwoven with the knowledge that their paths had forever changed. And so, Clara returned to her forest home, her soul enriched by the unlikely bond she had forged with a being so different from herself. She walked the familiar paths with renewed purpose, her heart open to the myriad possibilities the world offered. And Zeke ventured forth into the cosmos, his circuits humming with newfound wisdom, the knowledge that true friendship could blossom in the most unexpected of places, bridging even the vastest of divides. As he traveled through the stars, he carried with him the memory of Sylvana and the elf who had taught him the beauty of diversity and the strength found in unity. In the years that followed, Clara became known as the guardian of the grove, the elf whose heart had touched the stars. She shared stories of her adventures with Zeke, with her kin, tales of unity and understanding that inspired others to seek connections beyond their own worlds. The forest, ever watchful, seemed to share Kira's joy, its leaves whispering in approval as she nurtured the bonds of friendship and curiosity in the hearts of those who listened. For Zeke, his journey continued across galaxies, each starry expanse a reminder of the bond he and Kira had shared. He documented the wonders he saw, sending messages back to Sylvana as if writing letters to an old friend. The signals reached Kira, carried by the winds and the whispers of the trees, their words weaving into the fabric of her dreams. In these dreams, she saw distant worlds through Zeke's eyes, felt the pulse of alien suns, and heard the music of far-off moons. In this way, their friendship endured, a thread woven into the tapestry of the cosmos, connecting two souls across the vastness of space. And though they were separated by the stars, Kira and Zeke knew that their bond would forever illuminate their paths, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of the universe they both called home. Story 2. In the secluded corner of the world known as the Vale of Verdantia, the whispers of the wind carried secrets from long ago, weaving tales through the rustling leaves and the humming streams. This was a land where the boundaries between the tangible and the magical danced in delicate harmony, and the creatures who dwelled here understood the language of the seasons as intimately as their own. At the heart of Verdantia stood the great oak, a tree as ancient as the stars themselves. Its branches reached out like arms cradling the sky, and its bark bore the silent chronicles of time. It was said that the oak held the memories of all who had ever lived within its shade, its roots entwined with the very essence of the earth. On one breezy autumn morning, the forest was bathed in the golden glow of the rising sun, the air sweet with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe berries. Among the denizens of this enchanted land lived a gentle fox named Finch. Finch's fur was a warm auburn, reminiscent of the embers of a cozy fire, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of the woods. Known for his kind heart and his ability to find beauty in the simplest of things, Finch's home was a snug burrow, nestled at the base of the great oak, its entrance framed by ferns and wildflowers. As the crisp air signaled the coming of winter, the creatures of Verdantia busied themselves with preparations. Friends gathered in the meadow, sharing stories and laughter, their voices mingling with the song of the breeze. Finch, too, was busy collecting acorns and berries, storing them carefully in his burrow. Yet he always took a moment to pause, marveling at the vibrant tapestry of colors that the forest wore like a festive cloak. One morning, while the forest was still wrapped in the soft mist of dawn, Finch set out on his usual rounds. The earth felt cool beneath his paws, and the air was rich with the earthy scent of damp soil and pine needles. As he wandered through the woods, he stumbled upon a sight that made him stop in his tracks. A small bird, its plumage a brilliant shade of blue, lay nestled among the roots of a tree, its wing bent awkwardly. Finch approached cautiously, his steps soft upon the mossy ground. The bird opened its eyes, meeting his gaze with a mixture of fear and hope. "Do not fear," Finch said gently, his voice like a soft lullaby. "I will help you." The bird, whose name was Celeste, nodded gratefully, her tiny heart beating fast beneath her feathers. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a mere breath of sound. Finch carefully carried Celeste back to his burrow, where he tended to her wing with the utmost care. He wrapped it in a band of soft leaves, their edges still glistening with morning dew. As the days passed, Finch and Celeste became fast friends, sharing stories of their lives and dreams beneath the starlit canopy of the great oak. Finch learned that Celeste had been on a journey, following the path of her ancestors, who had always migrated with the changing seasons. One evening, as they sat under the shimmering constellations, Celeste shared a story of her own. "My grandmother once told me of a place beyond the mountains," she began, her voice a gentle whisper in the cool night air. "A land where the sky kisses the earth, and every creature finds its place in the grand tapestry of life." Her eyes shone with the light of distant stars, filled with longing and hope. Finch listened intently, captivated by her tale. The idea of such a place resonated deeply within him, awakening a curiosity he had never fully acknowledged. It was as if a new facet of the world had been revealed, one that beckoned him to explore beyond the familiar woods of Verdantia. As the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the forest in a shimmering quilt of white, Finch and Celeste knew it was time to seek the wisdom of the great oak. Together, they approached the mighty tree, its bark etched with the runes of time. They placed their paws and claws upon its trunk and closed their eyes, listening to the whispers that emanated from deep within. "Balance," the great oak murmured, its voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "The seasons turn, each with its gifts and challenges. Harmony lies in the dance between them." With newfound understanding, Finch and Celeste realized that their friendship was a testament to this balance. Though they were different, they complemented one another, much like the changing seasons. They vowed to help each other, to be the guardians of harmony in their beloved Verdantia. As winter deepened, Celeste's wing healed, and she was ready to continue her journey. Finch, with a bittersweet smile, walked with her to the edge of the forest. "Remember, my friend, the strength lies not in the wings that carry you, but in the heart that guides you," Finch said softly. Celeste nodded, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "And I will carry the warmth of your friendship wherever I go." With a final embrace, Celeste took to the sky, her wings cutting through the crisp air with grace and strength. Finch watched her until she became a speck against the vast expanse of blue, his heart full of the peace that comes from knowing that some bonds are eternal, no matter the distance. As the months rolled by, the snow melted to reveal the lush greens of spring, and the vale of Verdantia awoke with a gentle sigh. Finch continued to wander the forest, his steps light and his spirit content, for he knew that he was part of something much greater, a world where the dance of the seasons and the friendships forged within it created a tapestry of life, vibrant and ever-changing. In the quiet moments beneath the great oak, Finch would often pause to listen to the whispers of the wind, carrying with it the echo of Celeste's song, a melody of harmony and love that resonated through the heart of Verdantia forevermore. Yet, deep within his heart, the stories Celeste had shared lingered like an ember, sparking a desire to seek out the wonders beyond the veil. The idea of adventure whispered to him through the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams, urging him to discover the world that lay beyond the familiar embrace of Verdantia. As Finch continued to contemplate his place within the tapestry of Verdantia, he found himself drawn to the stories of other creatures living within the forest. The old turtle, wise and patient, shared tales of the river's origin and the ancient creatures that had once roamed its banks. The lively squirrels, with their quick movements and sharper wit, spoke of the hidden nooks and crannies they discovered while foraging. One day, while nestled comfortably beneath the great oak, Finch met a wandering hedgehog named Bramble. Bramble spoke of lands where the sun set in an explosion of colors so vivid that they seemed to paint the sky itself. As Bramble recounted his adventures, Finch listened, his heart swelling with the possibilities of what lay beyond. Though content in Verdantia, Finch realized that his internal journey mirrored the changing seasons, each bringing its own lessons and insights. The call of the unknown grew stronger, and Finch knew that the time would come when he would venture beyond the veil, carrying with him the stories, the wisdom, and the friendships that had shaped him. With each passing day, Finch felt the gentle pull of the horizon, a reminder that life, much like the seasons, is ever moving, ever changing. And though he would one day leave Verdantia, the heart of the forest would forever remain a part of him, echoing with the whispers of the wind and the memories of those who had shared their stories, their lives, and their love. It was during one of these serene afternoons, while Finch was gathering a particularly abundant harvest of berries, that he encountered an elderly rabbit named Elder Moss, who was known for his vast knowledge of the forest's history. Elder Moss, with fur as gray as the morning mist and eyes that twinkled with stories untold, beckoned Finch to sit beside him. "Tell me, young Finch," Elder Moss began, his voice a gentle rumble like the distant thunder of a summer storm, "what stirs your heart these days?" Finch paused, his gaze drifting to the sprawling canopy above, where sunlight danced through the leaves in a cascade of emerald and gold. "It's the stories, Elder Moss, the stories of places and creatures beyond Verdantia. They call to me like a song carried on the wind." Elder Moss nodded, his whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Ah, the call of the unknown. It is a journey every heart must take in its own time." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "There is a path, you know, a path that winds beyond the veil. It is said to be guarded by the spirits of the forest, those who watch over us and keep the balance." Finch listened, his heart racing with the thrill of discovery. "Where does it lead, Elder Moss?" "To places where the earth and sky meet, where the stories of old become the tales of tomorrow," Elder Moss replied, his eyes gleaming with a secret joy. "But remember, Finch, every journey begins with a single step, and it is the steps you take within that truly lead you forward." As Finch pondered these words, a profound sense of clarity washed over him. He realized that the stories he cherished were not just tales of far-off lands, but reflections of his own journey, each one a thread in the intricate tapestry of his life. In the days that followed, Finch began to prepare not only his burrow, but also his heart for the journey ahead. He gathered his courage and the wisdom he had gleaned from the creatures of Verdantia, knowing that wherever his path might lead, the spirit of the great oak and the love of his friends would guide him. When the time came to leave, Finch stood beneath the great oak, feeling the weight of the moment in the gentle rustle of its leaves. As he turned to face the path that stretched beyond the veil, he carried with him the stories of Verdantia, woven into the very fabric of his being. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit ready for adventure, Finch stepped forward, into the world beyond the familiar, where the whispers of the wind carried new secrets and the promise of stories yet to be told. As Finch ventured further into the forest, the landscape began to change. The trees stood taller, their branches interwoven like a cathedral ceiling, and the air grew cooler, filled with the intoxicating scent of untamed wildflowers. He encountered a babbling brook, its waters clear and inviting, reflecting the sky's azure hues. Here, he met a wise old toad named Sage, who sat upon a moss-covered stone, watching the world with an air of timeless patience. "Ah, traveler of the heart," Sage croaked, his voice carrying the weight of many years. "What brings you to these parts, young fox?" Finch smiled, sensing the toad's gentle spirit. "I am in search of stories, Sage, to understand the world beyond Verdantia and the life it offers." Sage nodded, his eyes glinting with understanding. "Then you must listen closely to the whispers of the world. There is wisdom in the wind and tales in every raindrop. It is not the destination that shapes you, but the journey itself." Finch spent the afternoon with Sage, absorbing the toad's stories of ancient times and forgotten paths. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and amber, Finch felt a deep sense of gratitude for the encounters that enriched his journey. As he continued on his path, Finch realized that each creature he met and every story he heard was a piece of the larger world he was becoming a part of, all connected by the invisible threads of life's tapestry. This realization fueled his resolve, making each step feel purposeful and profound. In the heart of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal a clearing bathed in moonlight, Finch paused. The world was vast and mysterious, filled with stories waiting to be discovered. He knew that while his journey would take him far from Verdantia, it would also bring him closer to understanding the intricate dance of life, forever guided by the whispers of the wind and the love that had first inspired his heart to wander. As he settled into his new surroundings, Finch found himself drawn to the rhythm of the forest. The chorus of crickets serenading the night, the soft rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, and the distant call of an owl echoing through the trees. Each sound was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a symphony of life playing out in perfect harmony. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Finch encountered a family of deer grazing peacefully in a moonlit meadow. Their graceful movements were a dance of elegance and freedom, and Finch watched in awe as they nibbled on the tender grass, their eyes serene and wise. The eldest of the deer, a doe with a coat like silver, noticed Finch and approached him with a gentle nod. "You have the eyes of a seeker," she said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "What do you seek in these woods, young fox?" Finch hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "I seek stories and the wisdom they carry. I wish to learn from the world and understand my place within it." The dew regarded him with a knowing smile. "Then you must learn not only from the stories you hear, but also from the silence between them. In the quiet moments, when the world holds its breath, there lies the deepest truths." Finch pondered her words as he continued his journey, finding solace in the quietude of the forest. He learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to the rustle of leaves, and to the gentle babble of streams. Each sound was a reminder of the stories that had yet to be told, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. As the weeks turned into months, Finch found himself growing more attuned to the world around him. He learned to recognize the subtle shifts in the air, the changing hues of the leaves, and the rhythms of nature that dictated the ebb and flow of life. With each passing day, he felt more connected to the land, to its stories, and to the creatures that called it home. Eventually, Finch reached the edge of the forest, where the trees gave way to an open plain stretching toward the horizon. Here he paused, taking in the vastness of the world before him, a world brimming with possibilities and untold stories. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit emboldened by the journey, Finch took a deep breath and stepped forward into the unknown, ready to embrace whatever adventures awaited him beyond the veil of Verdantia. As he walked into the sunrise, the whispers of the wind accompanied him, carrying with them the echoes of the stories he had heard, the friendships he had forged, and the wisdom he had gained. And though he ventured far from the familiar embrace of the great oak, Finch knew that he would forever carry the spirit of Verdantia within him, a reminder of the world he had left behind and the journey that lay ahead, waiting to be written in the tapestry of life. Story 3. The Whispering Grove, the Guardian's Path. In the quaint village of Brookstone, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, lived a young boy named Finn. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs and gardens overflowing with wildflowers. It was a place where stories of old were recounted by the warmth of the fireplace, and every corner held a secret waiting to be discovered. Finn was an adventurous soul, his heart filled with wonder and curiosity. His sandy hair often caught the wind, and his eyes, the shade of a stormy sky, reflected his ever-changing moods. Though small in stature, his spirit was boundless, and he often wandered the winding paths of the Whispering Grove, a mystical forest on the outskirts of the village. The Whispering Grove was no ordinary forest. It was said the trees whispered secrets to those who listened closely, and the streams sang songs of ancient times. The air always carried the scent of moss and wild mint, and the sun filtered through the canopy, casting a soft glow on the forest floor. One sunny afternoon, as Finn explored the grove, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and seemed to pulse with a soft, warm light. Finn's heart raced with excitement as he carefully opened the lid. Inside the box lay a crystal, clear as a mountain spring and cool to the touch. As Finn held it in his palm, he felt a gentle warmth spread through his body, and a voice, soft as a whisper, filled his mind. "Guardians of the Whispering Grove," it said, "seek the heart of the forest." Intrigued and slightly bewildered, Finn knew he had to uncover the mystery of the crystal. He tucked the box into his satchel and set off deeper into the grove, the words of the whisper guiding his steps. As Finn ventured further, the forest seemed to come alive around him. Flowers of every hue bloomed in abundance, and birds with feathers like jewels flitted from branch to branch, their songs echoing through the trees. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. The path led him to a glen bathed in dappled sunlight, where a small stream babbled over smooth stones. Finn knelt by the stream, the cool water refreshing against his fingers. It was here that he encountered his first companion on this unexpected journey. A small fox, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with intelligence, emerged from the underbrush. "Hello there," Finn greeted softly, crouching down to the fox's level. The fox tilted its head, as if understanding his words, and stepped forward, sniffing curiously at the satchel. "Are you here to help me?" Finn asked, offering his hand. The fox gave a gentle yip and nuzzled his fingers, a gesture of friendship and trust. Finn smiled, feeling a warm connection with the little creature. Together, boy and fox continued their journey, the sun beginning its descent in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air grew cooler, and the forest sounds shifted to the evening chorus of crickets and owls. As dusk fell, they reached a clearing where an ancient stone circle stood, its origins lost to time. The stones were covered in moss and lichen, and their presence exuded an aura of wisdom and mystery. In the center of the circle lay a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the twilight sky like a mirror. Finn approached the pool, the fox at his side, and as he gazed into its depths, the crystal in his satchel glowed with a soft, inviting light. He knew instinctively that this was the heart of the forest, the place the whisper had spoken of. Kneeling beside the pool, Finn placed the crystal on the water's surface. To his amazement, it floated, casting ripples of light across the water. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and then, from the depths of the pool, a figure emerged. It was a woman, ethereal and graceful, with hair like silver moonlight and eyes as deep as the night sky. She wore a gown woven from the colors of the forest, and her presence filled the clearing with a serene, comforting warmth. "Welcome, Finn," she spoke, her voice as soft as the breeze. "I am Elowen, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have been chosen to protect this sacred place." Finn's heart swelled with a sense of purpose and belonging. "But why me?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Elowen smiled, her gaze gentle and knowing. "You possess a kind heart and a courageous spirit, qualities that bind you to the magic of this land. The crystal you carry is a key, a part of the grove itself. It has chosen you as its guardian." As she spoke, the fox sat beside Finn, its eyes fixed on Elowen with an understanding beyond words. "You will not be alone in this task," Elowen continued. "The creatures of the grove will aid you, and the magic of the forest will guide you. Trust in your heart, for it will lead you true." With her words came a sense of peace and resolve. Finn nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle comfortably on his shoulders. The fox nuzzled his hand, offering its unwavering companionship. "Thank you," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. Elowen nodded, her form beginning to fade like mist in the morning sun. "Remember, Finn, the strength of the grove lies in its harmony. Cherish and protect it, for it will always protect you." As she vanished, the crystal settled on the water's surface, its glow fading to a soft, steady light. Finn picked it up, feeling its warmth seep into his palm, a reminder of the connection he now shared with the grove. With the fox by his side, Finn made his way back through the forest, the path illuminated by the gentle glow of the crystal. The Whispering Grove had become more than a place of wonder. It was a part of him, a world of magic and friendship that he was bound to protect. As they reached the edge of the grove, the village lights twinkling in the distance, Finn paused to look back at the forest. The trees whispered their secrets, and the stars above winked in silent understanding. In his heart, Finn knew that this was only the beginning of his journey. The Whispering Grove held many mysteries yet to be uncovered, and with the fox as his steadfast companion, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As Finn lay in bed that night, the crystal tucked safely beneath his pillow, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, the whispers of the grove lulling him into dreams of wonder and enchantment. The next morning, Finn awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. He decided to visit the village elder, a wise woman named Ira, known for her deep knowledge of the forest's history. Her cottage was filled with the scent of herbs and the gentle crackle of a fire, and her garden was a tapestry of colors, each plant carefully tended. Ira welcomed Finn with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with a knowing kindness. "Ah, Finn," she said, "I've heard the whispers of the grove speak your name." Finn recounted his adventure, showing her the crystal. Ira studied it closely, her fingers tracing the patterns etched into its surface. "This crystal is a conduit of the grove's magic," she explained, "but its power is intertwined with the balance of our world. The harmony you maintain in the forest will resonate beyond its borders." Era's words weighed on Finn, the responsibility more profound than he had imagined. Yet they also filled him with a determination to protect not just the grove, but the village and its people. Brookstone, with its vibrant life and quiet mysteries, was a part of him as much as the grove was. Before Finn left, Ara handed him a small, polished stone, etched with runes of protection. "Carry this with you," she said. "It will remind you of your roots here in Brookstone and the strength you draw from your community." As Finn left Ara's cottage, the village seemed to embrace him with its familiar bustle. The cobblestone streets echoed with laughter, the scent of baking bread wafted through the air, and the villagers greeted him with warmth and affection. He realized that his journey was not just about the magic of the grove, but about the connections he forged within his community. The stories of Brookstone would now include his own, woven into the tapestry of tales that defined the village. On his way home, Finn paused by the village green, where a group of children played under the watchful eyes of their parents. He watched as they darted among the trees, their laughter bright and uninhibited. One of the children, a girl with braided hair and a mischievous grin, noticed Finn and ran over. "Finn, tell us a story," she pleaded, pulling at his sleeve. The other children gathered around, eyes wide with anticipation. Realizing the importance of sharing his newfound knowledge, Finn sat down on the grass, the fox curling up beside him. He spoke of the Whispering Grove, the secrets it whispered, and the magic that lay within. The children listened, captivated, their imaginations sparked by the tales of wonder and adventure. Through his stories, Finn felt the bonds between himself and the villagers grow stronger. They were all guardians of the grove, each in their own way, connected by the tales they shared in the land they cherished. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn found himself drawn once more to the edge of the forest. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the grove. The fox, always by his side, nudged him gently, as if to remind him of the promise he had made. Finn knew there was more to learn, more to see. He had yet to explore the hidden paths, the secret glades whispered about in the village legends. The forest was alive with stories, each branch and leaf holding a fragment of its ancient magic. As he stood at the threshold, Finn heard a rustling in the underbrush. From the shadows emerged a figure, cloaked and hooded, moving with an air of mystery and purpose. It was a traveler, his clothes dusted with the journey's wear, his eyes sharp and curious. "Greetings, young guardian," the traveler said, his voice carrying the weight of distant lands and forgotten tales. "I have come to the Whispering Grove seeking its wisdom and to offer my own in return." Finn, intrigued by this unexpected visitor, replied, "What brings you to our village in the grove?" "The world is vast and its stories are many," the traveler explained. "I seek to learn and share, to ensure that knowledge and magic endure. Would you join me, Finn, in this exchange of tales and truths?" Understanding the importance of such a meeting, Finn nodded. Together, they walked into the grove, the fox trotting alongside. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the traveler recounted tales of distant lands, of mountains that touched the sky and deserts that whispered in the wind. In return, Finn shared the secrets of the grove, of the ancient stone circle and the guardian spirit who had chosen him. Their voices wove a tapestry of stories, binding the past with the present, the near with the far. The night passed with the sharing of wisdom, and as dawn broke, a new bond had formed. The traveler, with a deep bow of gratitude, left Finn with a token, a small vial of sand that shimmered with the colors of a sunset. "Let this remind you of the world's wonders and the endless journey of discovery," he said before vanishing into the morning light. Finn stood at the edge of the grove, the vial in his hand, feeling the weight of his role as guardian and storyteller. The world was indeed vast, but the Whispering Grove was his heart, its magic his guide. With each passing day, Finn's story continued, a journey of courage, friendship, and the enduring ties that bind us all to the places we call home. And as the Whispering Grove whispered its secrets to him, he knew he would always listen, ready to protect and cherish the magic that lay within. Story 4. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to those who cared to listen, there lay a hidden glade bathed in the golden light of dawn. This glade was cradled by towering oaks and birches, their leaves a vibrant tapestry of greens that danced with the gentle zephyrs. Here the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of the forest floor, creating a cocoon of tranquility. In this secluded haven, a young girl named Leora lived in a cozy cottage with her grandmother. a wise woman known for her deep understanding of the forest and its hidden wonders. Leora's grandmother, with her silver hair and eyes that twinkled with the mischief of 1,000 untold stories, had taught her the language of the woods, the rustle of leaves, the songs of the streams, and the whispers of the wind. Every morning, as the sun's rays filtered through the canopy, Leora would wander the glade, her bare feet treading softly on the mossy carpet. She was a girl of simple joys and boundless curiosity, with a heart as open as the sky above. Her days were filled with exploration, her imagination painting the forest in hues of magic and mystery. One crisp autumn morning, as the first hints of winter nipped at the edges of the air, Leora set out on one of her adventures. She donned her favorite cloak, a patchwork of emerald greens and deep blues that seemed to reflect the very essence of the forest itself. Her grandmother watched with a knowing smile, her knitting needles clicking softly as she rocked in her chair by the vine-covered window. "Remember, dear Leora," her grandmother called, her voice like the gentle murmur of a brook. "The forest holds many secrets, but it reveals them only to those who seek with an open heart." Leora nodded, her eyes sparkling with the promise of discovery, and stepped into the embrace of the forest. The path she chose was one less traveled, winding deeper and deeper into the wilderness until even the familiar sounds of the glade faded into silence. The forest here was dense and shadowed, the trees standing like ancient sentinels watching over their domain. As Leora moved further, the air grew cooler, and the light took on a silvery quality, as if touched by the moon itself. It was here, amidst the towering pines and the soft crunch of fallen leaves, that she stumbled upon something extraordinary. Tucked beneath the roots of a gnarled oak was a small, intricately carved box, its surface covered in symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint luminescence. Curiosity piqued, Leora knelt and gently brushed away the forest debris that clung to the box. It was warm to the touch, despite the chill in the air, and seemed to hum softly, as if alive with its own quiet energy. With a cautious yet eager heart, Leora opened the lid to reveal a delicate, shimmering stone nestled within, its surface swirling with colors that shifted and danced like the northern lights. As she held the stone in her hands, a warmth spread through her, a sensation of comfort and belonging that enveloped her like a soft, woolen blanket. She realized with a start that she could hear a faint melody, a song without words that resonated in her very soul. It was as if the stone was speaking to her, sharing its ancient knowledge and magic. With the stone cradled in her hands, Leora knew she had discovered something wondrous, something that was both a gift and a responsibility. She carefully placed the stone back in its box and tucked it into her satchel, her mind awhirl with questions and possibilities. As she made her way back to the glade, the forest seemed to come alive around her, the trees whispering in voices she now understood, the breeze carrying secrets from the farthest reaches of the woods. The stone had awakened something within her, a connection to the forest that was deeper and more profound than she had ever imagined. Upon returning home, Leora found her grandmother waiting, her eyes alight with a knowing that surpassed words. She listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, her hands never pausing in their rhythmic knitting. "This stone," her grandmother mused, her voice a melody of wisdom and wonder, "is a piece of the forest's heart. It is a rare gift, meant for those who are destined to protect and cherish the magic of this world." Leora felt a swell of pride and purpose, a sense of destiny that wrapped around her like a familiar embrace. She knew then that her journey was just beginning, that the forest held many more secrets waiting to be uncovered. Over the following days, Leora dedicated herself to learning the ways of the stone and the forest. Her grandmother guided her with gentle patience, teaching her how to listen to the earth, to feel the pulse of life that thrummed beneath the surface. Together, they explored the hidden corners of the woods, discovering enchanted groves and ancient streams that shimmered with the light of forgotten stars. With each passing day, Leora's bond with the forest deepened, and her understanding of its magic grew. The stone became a part of her, its song a constant presence in her heart. She learned to harness its power, using it to heal the sick and mend the broken, to bring light to the shadowed places and hope to those in need. The forest, in turn, revealed more of its wonders to Leora. She found hidden paths that led to secret gardens, where flowers bloomed in colors that defied imagination and creatures of myth and legend roamed free. She befriended a wise old owl who shared his vast knowledge of the world, and a mischievous fox who led her on playful chases through the woods. Through these adventures, Leora learned the value of friendship and trust, of kindness and courage. She discovered that the true magic of the stone lay not in its power, but in the connections it fostered, the harmony it created between the worlds of man and nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Leora sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire in their cozy cottage. The air was filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and spices as a pot of stew simmered on the hearth. Her grandmother, her knitting set aside for the moment, looked at Leora with eyes full of love and pride. "You've become a part of the forest, my dear," she said, her voice a gentle caress. "Its magic flows through you, and you through it. Remember always that with great power comes great responsibility, and that the greatest magic of all is the love we share." Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude and resolve. She knew that her journey was far from over, that there were still mysteries to unravel and wonders to discover. But she also knew that she was not alone, that the forest and all its inhabitants were with her, guiding her steps and sharing in her adventures. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with wonder, Leora continued her journey. She embraced the magic of the forest and the love of her grandmother, knowing that together they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. The forest had become her home, its mysteries her passion, and its magic her legacy. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky and the forest settled into the peaceful rhythm of night, Leora lay in her bed, the stone resting on the windowsill, casting a gentle glow in the darkness. She closed her eyes, listening to the comforting sounds of the forest and the quiet song of the stone, and drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. In the days that followed, Leora found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of the forest. She learned to sense the changing seasons in the air, to predict the weather from the flight of birds and the rustle of leaves. Her connection with the stone deepened, and she discovered new abilities that both amazed and humbled her. One morning, as the first frost painted the world in a delicate lace of white, Leora awoke with a sense of anticipation. The stone hummed softly, urging her to venture deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before. Her grandmother, sensing the call of adventure in her granddaughter's eyes, simply nodded and handed her a warm cloak and a satchel filled with provisions. With the stone guiding her, Leora set off into the heart of the forest. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant promise of snow. As she walked, the forest seemed to shift and change around her, the trees parting to reveal new paths and hidden clearings. It was in one such clearing that Leora stumbled upon a sight that took her breath away. Before her stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms. The tree was unlike any she had ever seen, its bark shimmering with a silvery sheen, its leaves a vibrant tapestry of colors that seemed to glow with an inner light. As she approached, Leora felt a warm, welcoming presence, as if the tree was alive and aware of her. She placed a hand on its trunk, feeling the steady pulse of life beneath her fingers. The stone in her satchel responded, its song resonating with the tree's ancient melody. It was then that Leora noticed a small opening at the base of the tree, just large enough for her to crawl through. With a deep breath and a heart full of curiosity, she entered, finding herself in a hidden world of wonder. Inside the tree, the air was warm and filled with the soft glow of luminescent moss. The walls were lined with intricate carvings, telling the story of the forest and its many inhabitants. This was a place of ancient knowledge, a sanctuary of wisdom and magic. As Leora explored, she discovered a small, clear pool at the center of the chamber. The water shimmered with a light of its own, reflecting the stories etched into the walls. It was here, in this sacred space, that Leora realized the true purpose of her journey. Kneeling by the pool, she held the stone above the water, watching as its light merged with the pool's glow. The surface rippled, and images began to form, visions of the past, the present, and the future. She saw the forest as it had been, untouched and wild, and as it was now, a tapestry of life and magic. In these visions, Leora understood the delicate balance that sustained the world, the interconnectedness of all things. She saw the impact of small actions, the ripple effect of kindness and love. The stone, she realized, was not just a source of magic, but a reminder of the responsibilities that came with it. As the visions faded, Leora felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. She knew that her journey was part of a larger story, one that connected her to the forest and all its inhabitants. She was a guardian of this world, a keeper of its secrets, and a protector of its magic. With this newfound understanding, Leora emerged from the tree, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She felt a sense of belonging, a certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The forest was her home, its magic her guiding light. When she returned to her cottage, her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes alight with pride. Leora shared her experiences, her voice filled with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother listened, her heart swelling with love for the girl who had embraced her destiny with such grace and courage. Together they sat by the fire, the warmth and light a comforting cocoon against the chill of the evening. They spoke of the forest and its mysteries, of the magic that connected them to the world and each other. And as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. In the days and years that followed, Leora continued her journey, exploring the hidden wonders of the forest and sharing its magic with all who sought it. She became a beacon of hope and wisdom, her heart open to the world and its endless possibilities. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle guidance of her grandmother, Leora's story unfolded, a story of friendship and courage, of love and discovery, a story that would be told for generations to come, a story that began and ended in the heart of the forest. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Leora's bond with the forest only grew stronger. She became a guardian not just of its magic, but of its stories and traditions. Her days were filled with learning and teaching, as she shared the wisdom of the woods with those who came to seek her guidance. The forest, in its timeless way, continued to reveal its secrets to Leora. She discovered the hidden languages of the animals, learned the healing properties of every plant, and understood the delicate balance that sustained the natural world. With each new revelation, her love for the forest and its inhabitants deepened, and she felt an unbreakable connection to the world around her. One winter's eve, as the snow fell softly on the forest, blanketing the earth in a hushed tranquility, Leora sat by the fire with her grandmother. The warmth of the hearth enveloped them, the flames casting a gentle glow that danced across the walls of their cozy cottage. Her grandmother, now frail with age but still vibrant with the spirit of the forest, took Leora's hand in hers, her touch a familiar comfort. "You have become a part of this world, my dear," she said, her voice a soothing melody. "The forest is in your heart, and you in its. Remember always the lessons it has taught you, and the love that binds us all." Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude and love. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about embracing the magic within herself. She was a part of a greater story, one that connected her to the past and the future, to the world and all its wonders. As the snow continued to fall, Leora and her grandmother shared stories and laughter, their voices a harmonious blend of generations and wisdom. They spoke of the past, of the adventures and discoveries that had shaped Leora's journey, and of the future, the endless possibilities that lay ahead. And in that moment, as the fire crackled and the snow whispered against the window panes, Leora felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, that her journey was a part of something timeless and beautiful, a story that would continue to unfold long after her own tale had been told. In the heart of the forest, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle guidance of her grandmother, Leora had found her place in the world, a place of love and wonder, of magic and mystery, a place that she would cherish for all her days. And so, with the forest as her home and the stories of its magic in her heart, Leora's journey continued. A journey of discovery and love, of friendship and courage, a journey that would inspire generations to come, a journey that began and ended in the heart of the forest. As the night deepened and the stars sparkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora lay in her bed, the stone resting on the windowsill, casting its gentle glow in the darkness. She closed her eyes, listening to the forest lullaby and the quiet song of the stone, and drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The forest, in its infinite wisdom, continued to hold its secrets and wonders, waiting to be discovered and cherished by those with open hearts and curious spirits. And in its embrace, Leora found her true self, her purpose, and her legacy. A legacy of love and magic, of stories and dreams, a legacy that would endure for all time. Stive, in the heart of the ancient forest, where silver mists wove through towering evergreens and sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there existed a hidden world. This was a place where the whisper of the breeze carried secrets of the ages, and the call of the nightingale was a song of both past and present. Here the natural creatures lived lives unseen by the hurried eyes of humanity, their existence a tapestry of harmony and balance that had been woven over countless generations. The forest was a vast expanse, its boundaries undefined, stretching further than any creature had dared to explore. It was a living entity, breathing with the rhythm of the earth, its heart beating in time with the cycle of the seasons. The trees stood like ancient sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of time, and their leaves whispering tales of forgotten eras. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and moss, and where the ground was soft beneath the feet, as if nature herself had laid out a carpet for her children. Among the great roots of a centuries-old oak, there was a small clearing, carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet. It was a place of gathering for the forest creatures, where they met to discuss matters of importance beneath the gentle gaze of the moon. On this particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep indigo, a meeting was called by the wise old owl, whose feathers were the color of autumn leaves and whose eyes held the wisdom of 1,000 moons. The owl perched on a low-hanging branch, his silhouette a stately figure against the twilight. Around him, the creatures assembled, the nimble fox with her fiery coat, the gentle deer whose eyes were like pools of melted chocolate, and the tiny mouse whose heart was as brave as any knight's. Even the elusive lynx, whose presence in the forest was as fleeting as a shadow, had come to listen. The owl cleared his throat, a sound like the rustling of old parchment. "Friends," he began, his voice as smooth as the night air, "we gather at a time of change. The seasons are shifting once more, and with them comes the need to ensure the balance of our home." The creatures nodded, understanding the importance of these words. The forest was a living being, a grand symphony of life where every creature played its part. The changing of the seasons was as crucial as the turning of a great wheel. Each spoke a different note in the song of the earth. "In the coming days," continued the owl, "the winds will bring with them the first breath of winter. The trees will shed their leaves, and the streams will slow to a trickle. We must prepare, as we always have, to embrace this change and live in harmony with it." The fox, with her sharp ears and quick mind, spoke next. "We have always shared the bounty of the forest, taking only what we need and giving back in return. Let us continue to teach the young ones the importance of this balance." The deer nodded softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Indeed, the earth provides for all who tread lightly upon her. We must remember to tread ever so gently." As the creatures discussed their plans, a gentle snowfall began outside the clearing, the flakes drifting down like tiny stars, transforming the forest into a wonderland of white. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and the promise of quietude. The mouse, who had been listening intently, piped up with a voice small but determined. "We should also remember the stories of our ancestors, those who taught us the ways of the forest. Their wisdom lives on in us, and it is through their lessons that we find our way." The owl nodded, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the snow. "You speak wisely, little one. The stories are our guide, a light in the darkness. They remind us that we are part of something greater than ourselves." As the meeting continued, the lynx, whose eyes gleamed with a mysterious intelligence, spoke up for the first time. "There is something more," he said, his voice low and deliberate. "In the northern part of the forest, a new path has been uncovered by the melting snows. It leads to an ancient grove, one that has been hidden for many years." The creatures murmured in curiosity, their interest piqued. The lynx continued, "I believe this grove holds secrets from the time of the first trees. It may offer us guidance as we face the challenges ahead." Intrigued by the lynx's words, the owl considered this new information. "A journey to this grove could indeed be beneficial," he agreed. "But it is not a task for one alone. Who among us will undertake this journey?" The fox, always eager for adventure, volunteered. "I will go," she said confidently, "and see what wisdom the grove might reveal." The deer, with gentle resolve, offered to accompany her. "Together, we can navigate the forest's depths and return safely," she assured, her voice filled with quiet strength. Before the meeting's conclusion, a quiet voice broke through the soft murmurings, a voice belonging to the young squirrel, whose wide eyes were filled with curiosity. "What of the grove's history?" he queried, his tail twitching with excitement. "Is it true that it holds the remnants of the first trees?" The owl nodded sagely. "Indeed, young one. The first trees are said to be the ancestors of all the trees in our forest, their roots stretching deep into the earth, connecting us to the very heart of nature. Visiting the grove is a journey not only through space, but through time itself." The squirrel's eyes widened, and he promised to share this newfound knowledge with his friends, ensuring the stories of the first trees would echo within the young hearts of the forest. And so it was decided. As the meeting drew to a close, the creatures began to disperse, their hearts filled with a deep sense of purpose and unity. The fox and the deer prepared for their journey, while the lynx, having shared his discovery, melted back into the shadows, watching over the forest with his enigmatic gaze. The mouse scurried back to her burrow, where a family awaited her return. She nestled among them, feeling the warmth of her kin and the safety of her home. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the forest in a serene hush, a reminder of the beauty and magic inherent in every season. As the night deepened and the last echoes of the meeting faded into the whispering wind, the forest in all its glory settled into a tranquil slumber, cradled in the arms of winter. The grove, ancient and mysterious, awaited the arrival of the fox and the deer, offering secrets untold and wisdom yet to be discovered. The fox and the deer set off the following morning. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting a golden hue over the snowy landscape. Each step they took was accompanied by the soft crunch of snow, the sound echoing through the stillness of the forest. The fox, ever cautious, scanned the surroundings, her eyes alert for any sign of danger. Meanwhile, the deer moved gracefully, her hooves barely making an imprint on the snow-covered ground. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the landscape began to change. The towering evergreens gave way to ancient oaks, their branches stretching upwards like gnarled wooden arms. The air was cooler here, a subtle reminder of the grove's proximity. It was a part of the forest few dared to explore, its mysteries guarded by time and nature. Their path was illuminated by the soft glow of the morning sun filtering through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The fox paused, her ears twitching as she caught the faint melody of a distant stream, its waters flowing beneath a thin layer of ice. It was a reminder of the life that continued to thrive even in the grip of winter. They pressed on, their breaths visible in the cold air. The forest seemed to hold its breath with them, every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs amplified in the quiet. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the grove. The grove was unlike anything they had ever seen. It was a place where the air felt different, charged with an energy that pulsed with the heartbeat of the earth. The first trees stood proudly in the center, their trunks wide and roots sprawling like ancient veins. Their bark was smooth, untouched by time, and their leaves glowed with a soft luminescence, casting an ethereal light across the grove. The fox and the deer stood in awe, their hearts filled with a deep reverence for the history and wisdom that surrounded them. As they approached the trees, they felt a sense of connection, as if the very essence of the forest was speaking to them. With a gentle touch, the deer pressed her nose against the bark of the nearest tree. In that moment, she felt the stories of the forest flow through her, a tapestry of memories woven through the ages. The fox, too, felt the presence of the ancients, their wisdom a guiding force that filled her with purpose. As they stood there, the fox and the deer realized the grove was not just a place of history, but a sanctuary of knowledge and guidance. It was a reminder of the delicate balance between past and present, a testament to the resilience of nature and the harmony of life. With newfound understanding, they prepared to return to their home, eager to share the secrets of the grove with their fellow creatures. Their journey back was filled with a sense of accomplishment, each step a promise of hope and unity for the forest and its inhabitants. As they retraced their path, they noticed the intricate dance of life continuing around them. A family of rabbits darted through the underbrush, their fur blending with the snowy landscape, while a pair of playful otters slid across an icy stream, their laughter like a melody in the crisp air. This time, they paused to appreciate these small wonders, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the symphony of life that thrived even in the cold embrace of winter. Upon returning to the clearing, the fox and the deer gathered the creatures once more under the canopy of stars. The owl, perched regally on his branch, nodded as they shared their tale. The tales of the grove and the first trees resonated deeply, a reminder of the ancient connections that bound them all. Inspired by the fox and deer's journey, the forest creatures vowed to protect the grove and its secrets. They realized that the wisdom of the ancients was not just a treasure to be kept, but a gift to be shared, a guiding light for future generations. And so the forest thrived, its creatures living in harmony with the earth and with each other. They were guardians of a timeless wisdom, stewards of a delicate balance, and together they ensured that the ancient forest remained a place of wonder and peace for generations to come. In the days that followed, the story of the grove spread beyond the clearing, carried by the winds and whispered among the trees. Birds sang of it in their morning chorus, and the streams babbled with tales of unity and purpose. The forest, cradled in the arms of winter, continued to grow more interconnected, each creature understanding their role in the vast, living tapestry. The owl watched this newfound harmony from his perch, his heart swelling with pride. He knew that while the forest's challenges would persist, the spirit of cooperation and respect would guide them through the darkest nights and into the dawn of understanding. As the first buds of spring began to push through the snow, the forest, alive with promise, prepared to write its next chapter in the annals of time. Story 6. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley where the gentle hum of nature mingled with the soft rustle of leaves, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. This village was cradled by rolling hills that blushed with wildflowers and whispered secrets to the wind. In this idyllic place, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, lived a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her gentle smile and a heart as tender as the morning dew. Yet, she found herself caught in a web of uncertainty. The seasons were shifting, and with them, the world around her seemed to be changing in ways she couldn't quite grasp. The once familiar pathways of the forest now felt like a puzzle she couldn't solve, and the colorful tapestry of village life felt overwhelming. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Leora took refuge in her favorite nook by the babbling brook. The water sang a calming melody, a lullaby of sorts, that soothed her restless spirit. As she sat there, her fingers tracing patterns in the cool earth, she noticed an unusual shimmer among the pebbles. Curiosity piqued, Leora leaned closer, and to her amazement, she found a tiny glowing seed nestled between the stones. It pulsed with a gentle light, warm and inviting. As she held it in her palm, a soft voice, like a whisper carried by the breeze, spoke to her heart. "Plant me, and I shall guide you through your journey of change." With newfound resolve, Leora planted the seed in a sun-dappled spot by the brook, nurturing it with care and anticipation. As days turned to weeks, a delicate sprout emerged, unfurling its leaves to the world. It was unlike any plant she had ever seen, its leaves shimmering with an iridescent sheen, reflecting the colors of the sky. As the plant grew, so did Leora's understanding. She realized that the changes she feared were not so different from the transformations unfolding in the natural world. With each new leaf that the plant unfurled, Leora discovered a part of herself she had not known before. A strength, a patience, a quiet resilience that mirrored the plant's own tenacity. Her journey was not one she undertook alone. The villagers, each with their own wisdom and warmth, became her allies. Old Marin, the herbalist, taught her to listen to the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the soil. Young Thomas, with his boundless enthusiasm, reminded her to greet each day with a sense of wonder. And wise Eldrick, the storyteller, wove tales of transformation and growth that wrapped around Leora like a comforting shawl. Through the gentle guidance of her friends, Leora learned the art of patience and the beauty of gradual change. She discovered that just as the plant's roots burrowed deep into the earth to find nourishment, so too could she delve into her own depths to draw strength and wisdom. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Leora noticed a change in her magical plant. It had blossomed into a radiant flower, its petals shimmering like the stars. In that moment, Leora felt a warmth blossom within her, a sense of peace and acceptance that dispelled her fears. The flower, with its ethereal glow, had mirrored Leora's own journey. It taught her that change, though daunting, could be a path to self-discovery and growth. It showed her that she was like the plant, capable of blossoming in her own time, with her own unique beauty. As the stars twinkled overhead, Leora sat by her flower, feeling the embrace of the night wrap around her like a soft blanket. She realized that she was no longer afraid of change, for she understood that it was a part of life's gentle rhythm, a melody that carried her forward. And so in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora closed her eyes, a contented smile playing on her lips. She had found her place in the ever-changing tapestry of life, a place where she could grow and flourish, just like her magical flower. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with newfound wisdom, Leora drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be, surrounded by the love and support of her friends and the gentle magic of the world around her. And so the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a haven of harmony and growth, where change was embraced as a beautiful journey, and where every soul could find their own path to transformation beneath the vast star-strewn sky. Story 7. Once upon a moonlit night, a soft breeze carried the whispers of the forest, beckoning all who would listen to an enchanting tale woven into the very fabric of nature itself. Deep within this verdant realm, where towering oak sentinels stood guard over a vibrant tapestry of life, dwelled a community of creatures bound by an ancient covenant. They were the keepers of the grove, entrusted with maintaining the delicate balance that harmonized the rhythms of the forest. Among them was Willow, a wise and gentle deer, whose eyes shone with the wisdom of 1,000 sunsets. It was she who guided the younger generations, teaching them the ways of the keepers through stories passed down by her ancestors. On this night, as a blanket of stars twinkled overhead, Willow gathered the young ones around a glowing mushroom ring, their inquisitive eyes fixed upon her. "My dear ones," she began, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby, "let me share with you the tale of the changing seasons." With each word, Willow painted a vivid tapestry, transporting her audience deep into the heart of the forest. She spoke of the first buds of spring, bursting forth with vibrant hues that danced in the gentle zephyrs, their fragrance carried on the wings of honeybees. She described the lush canopy of summer, where dappled sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, casting patterns that shimmered like liquid gold upon the forest floor. As the tale unfolded, the young ones could almost taste the crisp autumn air, laden with the earthy scent of fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. They shivered at the thought of winter's icy embrace, where the world seemed to slumber beneath a blanket of pristine snow, awaiting the warmth of the sun's return. But Willow's story was not merely one of changing seasons. It was a testament to the magic that flowed through the veins of the forest itself. She regaled them with tales of the ancient oak guardians, whose roots ran deeper than any living creature could fathom, their mighty branches reaching toward the heavens as if to embrace the very stars. In hushed tones, she spoke of the ethereal will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits that danced among the ferns, leading those who strayed too far from the path back to safety with their gentle, flickering lights. As the night deepened, Willow's voice took on a reverent tone, for she revealed the most closely guarded secret of the keepers, the sacred pool. This crystal-clear pool, fed by an underground spring, was said to possess powers beyond mortal comprehension. Its waters could heal the most grievous of wounds and even restore life to the withering flora that surrounded it. "But heed my words, little ones," Willow cautioned, her eyes shining with the weight of her responsibility. "The sacred pool is a gift to be cherished, not exploited. We must tread lightly upon this land, for every action we take ripples through the fabric of life itself." With a wave of her delicate hoof, Willow conjured images of vibrant wildflowers swaying in the breeze, their petals unfurling in a kaleidoscope of colors. Each blossom, each blade of grass, each creature great and small, we are all part of the intricate tapestry that is the forest. To disrupt one thread is to unravel the entire weave. As the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, Willow's tale drew to a close, leaving the young ones in awe of the wonders that surrounded them. They vowed to carry the wisdom of the keepers forward, preserving the harmony that had reigned over the forest for generations untold. And as the sun rose, its golden rays filtering through the canopy, the creatures of the forest stirred, their hearts filled with reverence for the magic that dwelled within these ancient woods. For they knew that as long as the keepers remained true to their sacred duty, the cycle of life would continue, unbridled and eternal, a testament to the enduring beauty of nature's grand design. Story 8. In a forest veiled in whispers and the soft, rhythmic rustle of leaves, where the sunlight danced through the canopy in gentle beams, there existed a world unseen by most. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived in harmony, a hidden community that thrived under the watchful eyes of ancient trees whose roots burrowed deep into the heart of the earth. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and damp earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped itself around this secret world. Here, the squirrels were not just squirrels, they were the nimble messengers, darting through the branches, whispering news from one end of the forest to the other. The birds were the singers, their songs weaving through the leaves like threads of golden silk, binding the community with their melodies. At the center of this enchanted forest stood the great oak, a towering sentinel that had witnessed the passage of countless seasons. Its bark was rugged with age, and its branches spread wide, offering shelter to all who sought it. The great oak was the heart of the forest, and within its timeless wood, it held the stories and wisdom of all who had come before. Beneath its boughs, the creatures gathered, drawn by the gentle pull of its ancient magic. There was Thistle, the wise old tortoise, whose shell bore the marks of many journeys. His eyes were like pools of calm water, deep and reflective, and he was known for his stories that carried the weight of generations. One crisp autumn evening, as the air turned cool and the leaves began their descent in a cascade of amber and gold, Thistle convened a gathering. The forest was hushed, a reverent quiet that allowed the crackling of a distant fire to reach their ears, mingling with the crisp rustle of fallen leaves. "We gather to remember," Thistle began, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "For the forest's balance is a delicate dance, one we must cherish and protect." As he spoke, the creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the orange glow of the setting sun. Among them was Willow, a young doe with a coat as soft as the first snowflake of winter. She had always been curious, her heart filled with questions about the world beyond their sheltered glen. "The seasons bring their gifts," Thistle continued, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. "Spring with its fresh beginnings, summer with its warmth and abundance, autumn with its harvest and wisdom, and winter with its quiet rest. Each season teaches us, shaping our lives in ways both seen and unseen." Willow's ears perked up, her curiosity piqued. "But how do we know when the balance is threatened?" she asked, her voice a gentle ripple in the tranquil evening. Thistle smiled, a slow, knowing curve of his mouth. "The forest speaks to us, if only we listen. The whisper of the wind, the chatter of the stream, the sigh of the leaves, all are voices that guide us. We must be attuned to their song. As the night deepened, the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. The creatures huddled closer, a tapestry of fur and feathers, scales and skin, all united under the great oak's watchful presence. Suddenly, a soft glow began to emanate from the ground, a luminescence that wove through the roots of the great oak. It was a magical phenomenon tied to the turning of the seasons, a reminder of the forest's deep, enduring magic. The creatures watched in awe as the light pulsed gently, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. "Ah, the glow of renewal," Thistle murmured, his voice filled with reverence. "It is a sign, an assurance that balance is maintained, but it also reminds us of our duty to protect and preserve this harmony." Willow gazed at the enchanting glow, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. She realized that the forest was not just a place of existence, but a living entity that required their care and respect. The wisdom passed down through generations was not just knowledge, but a call to action, a gentle urging to live in harmony with the world around them. As the glow faded, leaving only the soft shimmer of stars, the gathering began to disperse. The creatures returned to their homes, their hearts warmed by the wisdom shared and the beauty witnessed. Willow lingered a moment longer, gazing up at the great oak, her mind filled with thoughts of the future. She knew she had much to learn, but she was ready to listen, to hear the forest's song and play her part in the dance of life. With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with purpose, she turned and trotted softly back to her glen, the forest cradling her in its gentle embrace. And as she settled into the warmth of her nest, the peaceful lullaby of the forest lulled her to sleep, whispering promises of tomorrow and the unending cycle of seasons. In this hidden world, the creatures lived, loved, and learned, their lives a testament to the beauty of balance and the enduring power of nature's wisdom. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, a sanctuary of magic and harmony, waiting patiently for the dawn of a new day. Story 9. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering meadows, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. With hair the color of golden straw and eyes as bright as a summer sky, Finn was known for his boundless imagination and an insatiable curiosity that often led him to the edges of the known world. It was on one particular crisp autumn morning, when the leaves danced in shades of amber and scarlet, that Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the Enchanted Wood, a place shrouded in mystery and wonder. The villagers often spoke of the Enchanted Wood in hushed tones, their stories woven with threads of magic and mystery. It was said that deep within its heart lay the glimmering glade, a place few had seen and fewer still had returned from, but where the air was filled with the sweet scent of possibility and the gentle hum of enchantment. With a small satchel slung over his shoulder, Finn stepped into the wood, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches arching overhead like the vaulted ceiling of a grand cathedral. The light that filtered through the leaves was a gentle green, casting a serene glow upon the forest floor. Each step Finn took was cushioned by a carpet of moss, soft and springy beneath his feet, and the air was alive with the songs of unseen birds and the rustling whispers of small creatures scurrying in the underbrush. As Finn ventured deeper, he came upon a babbling brook that wound its way through the trees like a ribbon of liquid crystal. The water shimmered with a strange luminescence, and as he knelt to drink, he saw his reflection smiling back at him, accompanied by the twinkling of tiny water sprites who danced upon the surface, their laughter like the tinkling of distant chimes. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" came a voice as soft as a breeze. Finn looked up to see a fox with a coat of fiery red and eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. "I'm seeking the glimmering glade," Finn replied, his voice filled with wonder and determination. The fox chuckled, a sound that was both merry and wise. "The glade is not far, but the path is one of heart and courage. Will you walk with me for a time? I know the way." Finn nodded eagerly, and together they wandered through the wood, the fox leading him along hidden paths that wound through groves of silver birch and past fields of wildflowers that swayed in a fragrant breeze. With each step, Finn felt a growing sense of belonging, as if the forest itself were welcoming him into its embrace. Along their journey, they encountered a host of strange and delightful creatures. There was the family of fireflies who lit up the dusk like tiny lanterns, guiding them through the gathering twilight. Then there was the gentle giant of a bear, who offered them fresh honeycomb and a lesson in patience as they sat beneath a star-speckled sky, listening to the symphony of the night. The challenges they faced were gentle but revealing. A fallen log across a bubbling stream required Finn to balance carefully, his confidence bolstered by the fox's steady encouragement. A puzzle of stepping stones led him across a lily-covered pond, where the ripples beneath his feet taught him to trust in things unseen. Finally, as dawn painted the horizon with strokes of pink and gold, they arrived at the glimmering glade. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where every leaf and blade of grass was dusted with a fine, shimmering dew that caught the light and scattered it into 1,000 rainbows. The air was alive with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the gentle tinkling of unseen bells. In the heart of the glade stood an ancient tree, its branches adorned with silver leaves that whispered secrets of the ages. Finn approached it with reverence, and as he placed a hand upon its weathered bark, he felt a warmth spread through him, a profound sense of connection and wonder. "This is the heart of the enchanted wood," the fox said, his voice filled with quiet awe. "It is a place of dreams and courage, where those who seek with an open heart may find their true path." Finn smiled, understanding now that the journey itself had been his true destination, each step a lesson in courage and friendship. With a heart full of gratitude, he turned to the fox, who nodded in understanding. As the sun rose higher in the sky, casting a golden glow upon the world, Finn knew it was time to return to Willowbrook, his spirit enriched by the wonders he had seen and the friends he had made. The path home seemed shorter, each familiar landmark imbued with new meaning. Back in the village, as the day gave way to the soft embrace of evening, Finn shared his tales with the wide-eyed villagers, his stories spinning a tapestry of adventure and wonder. And as the fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm and comforting light, Finn knew that the enchanted wood would always be there, a place of magic and mystery waiting just beyond the edge of the known world. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit unbound, Finn drifted into a gentle slumber, the echoes of the glimmering glade carrying him into realms of starlit wonder. Story 10. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the morning mist often lingered just a little longer than anywhere else, there was a small, time-worn shop named Whispering Wonders. It was a curious place, nestled between the bakery with its inviting aroma of fresh bread and the library with its ancient creaky shelves. The shop was renowned for housing peculiar trinkets and antiques, each possessing a whisper of magic, or so the townsfolk said. One autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced down the cobblestone streets, a young girl named Clara wandered into Whispering Wonders. Clara was a curious soul, her eyes sparkling with the eager light of discovery. She had been drawn to the shop by a peculiar item she had never seen before, a small, intricately carved wooden box that sat in the window display, catching the light in a way that seemed almost intentional. As Clara stepped inside, the bell above the door tinkled softly, and the comforting scent of old wood and cinnamon filled the air. The shopkeeper, a kind old man with twinkling eyes and snow-white hair named Mr. Thistle, greeted her with a warm smile. He had known Clara since she was a child, and he could see the curiosity brimming just beneath the surface. "What brings you to my humble shop today, Clara?" Mr. Thistle asked, his voice as gentle as the autumn breeze. Clara pointed to the wooden box, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. "That box, Mr. Thistle," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "What is it?" "Ah, the box of echoes," Mr. Thistle replied, as if he were sharing a delightful secret. "It's a very special item indeed. They say it holds the echoes of forgotten dreams and whispers of untold stories." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement. "May I see it?" she asked eagerly. With a nod, Mr. Thistle carefully lifted the box from its place and handed it to Clara. It was surprisingly light, and as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from its polished surface. The carving seemed to hum softly, like a distant lullaby. "To unlock its secrets, you must listen closely," Mr. Thistle advised, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mystery. Clara nodded, her curiosity piqued. She thanked Mr. Thistle and promised to return the box in a few days. With the precious object cradled in her hands, she made her way back home, her mind buzzing with anticipation. That evening, Clara sat by the fireplace in her cozy little room, the flames casting a warm glow on the walls. She placed the box of echoes on her lap and leaned in, listening intently. At first, she heard nothing but the crackling of the fire and the gentle ticking of the clock. But soon a soft melody began to weave its way into her ears, a gentle tune that seemed to stir something deep within her heart. As she listened, Clara was transported to a world of wonder and enchantment. She saw a shimmering forest where the trees whispered secrets to the stars, and a crystal-clear lake where the moonlight danced upon the water like 1,000 tiny fireflies. She felt a sense of peace and belonging, as if this magical place had been waiting for her all along. The next morning, Clara awoke with a newfound determination. She realized that the box of echoes held more than just stories. It held a call to adventure, a gentle nudge towards discovery and understanding. She decided to set out on a journey to uncover the stories hidden within the box, to seek out the places and the people who had once whispered their dreams into its wooden heart. Clara's journey led her through sun-dappled meadows and across babbling brooks, each step taking her further into the heart of the unknown. Along the way, she met a myriad of wonderful characters, each with their own unique charm. There was Pippin, a wise old turtle who carried the world on his back. He moved slowly, but his stories were rich and full of wisdom. He taught Clara the art of patience and the importance of listening, not just with her ears, but with her heart. Then there was Lila, a playful fox with a coat as red as the autumn leaves. Her laughter was infectious, and she showed Clara the joy of spontaneity and the magic of finding beauty in the smallest of things. Finally, Clara met Ira, a gentle deer with eyes that mirrored the stars. Era was a creature of grace and kindness, and she gifted Clara with the understanding that true strength lies in compassion and empathy. Together, they journeyed deeper into the forest, following the melodies and whispers that seemed to guide them. Each step was a new discovery, and Clara found that with each story she uncovered, she learned a little more about herself. But their path was not without challenges. One day, they found themselves at the edge of a vast, misty lake. The water was calm, but there was something unsettling about the silence that hung in the air. It was as if the lake was holding its breath, waiting for a secret to be revealed. "To cross this lake, we must solve its riddle," Pippin said, his voice steady and reassuring. The riddle was a simple one, yet it required wisdom and understanding. "What is it that you can hold in your left hand but not in your right?" it asked. Clara pondered the question, remembering the lessons she had learned along her journey. She thought of the stories and the whispers, of dreams and possibilities, and then she realized the answer lay not in the physical, but in the intangible. "Your right hand," Clara said confidently, and as the words left her lips, the lake began to shimmer and glow. A pathway of stepping stones appeared, leading them safely across to the other side. With each step they took, Clara felt a sense of fulfillment and joy. She understood now that the journey was not just about uncovering stories, but about connecting with the world around her and the people she met along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Clara and her friends reached the heart of the forest. There, standing tall and proud, was an ancient tree, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Clara placed the box of echoes at the base of the tree, its carvings glowing softly in the twilight. She knew her journey had come to an end, but she felt a sense of peace and contentment. The tree, in recognition of Clara's journey and the friendships she had forged, gifted her with a single shimmering leaf. As she held it in her hand, she felt the warmth of its magic and the whisper of a promise that the stories she had discovered would always be a part of her, guiding her through life's adventures. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit uplifted by the bonds of friendship, Clara made her way home, the box of echoes nestled safely in her arms. She knew she would always cherish the memories of her journey, the wisdom she had gained, and the gentle, kind-hearted souls who had shared it with her. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the twinkle of the stars, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the echoes of her magical adventure. And in the quiet of the night, the box of echoes hummed softly, its stories whispering into the dreams of those who dared to listen. Story 11. In a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and a serene, shimmering lake, there existed a small cottage that seemed to be perpetually enveloped in the glow of twilight. Wisps of lavender and honeysuckle filled the air, carried by the gentle breeze that danced through the trees. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Marisol, known to all as the village's beloved storyteller. Every evening, children and adults alike would gather around her fireplace, eager to hear tales spun from her vivid imagination. One particularly crisp evening, Marisol decided to share a story that began with a peculiar magical map, a map that was not just any ordinary piece of parchment. This map, she explained, was drawn with ink made from the tears of the moon, and it held the power to reveal hidden worlds that lay nestled within the folds of the natural environment. The protagonist of this tale was a young boy named Rowan, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. Rowan lived in the same village as Marisol, and like many of the villagers, he often found himself enchanted by her stories. However, Rowan's heart yearned for adventure beyond the tales. He longed to see these hidden worlds for himself, to touch the leaves of trees that whispered secrets of ancient times, and to hear the songs of creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. One day, as Rowan wandered through the village market, he stumbled upon a peculiar shop tucked away in an alley he had never noticed before. Its sign creaked softly in the wind, reading curiosities and wonders. Intrigued, Rowan stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and spices. Shelves were lined with an assortment of oddities, a crystal ball that glowed faintly, a set of wind chimes that played melodies without a breeze, and in the corner, a dusty, forgotten map. Drawn to it, Rowan approached the map. It was as if it called to him. The parchment was unlike anything he had ever seen, shimmering softly as though bathed in moonlight. He reached out to touch it, and to his astonishment, the map shifted under his fingers, revealing paths and landscapes that seemed to pulse with life. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with twinkling eyes and a voice as smooth as silk, appeared beside Rowan. "Ah, you have found the map of the hidden realms," he said, his voice tinged with mystery. "This map reveals worlds unseen, hidden within the very fabric of our own. But be warned, young adventurer, the journey it takes you on will change you in ways you cannot yet comprehend." Rowan's heart raced with excitement. The prospect of discovering hidden worlds was too alluring to resist. With a nod, he accepted the map from the shopkeeper, who smiled knowingly and wished him well on his journey. That night, under a blanket of stars, Rowan spread the map across his bedroom floor. He watched in awe as it glowed softly, revealing a path that led to the heart of the whispering woods. Unable to contain his excitement, he packed a small satchel with essentials and set off into the night, guided by the ethereal light of the map. As Rowan ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the moonlight into a mosaic of silver and shadow. The air was cool and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Each step he took resonated softly against the forest floor, a rhythm that seemed to harmonize with the quiet songs of the night. After what felt like hours, Rowan arrived at a clearing bathed in the moon's gentle glow. At the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. The map's light intensified, illuminating a hidden door at the base of the tree. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Rowan approached, tracing the intricate carvings that adorned the door's surface. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. To his amazement, he found himself in a breathtaking world unlike anything he had imagined. Lush meadows stretched out before him, dotted with flowers that shimmered like gems. Streams of crystal-clear water wove through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. Creatures both familiar and fantastical roamed freely, their gazes curious but kind. Rowan wandered through this hidden world, his senses alive with wonder. He encountered a wise old tortoise who spoke in riddles, a playful fox whose laughter echoed like chimes, and a majestic stag who guided him with grace and wisdom. Each encounter revealed a new layer of the world, teaching Rowan about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of harmony and respect. Days turned into weeks as Rowan explored, learning, and growing in ways he had never imagined. He discovered that the map not only revealed hidden worlds, but also mirrored the journey of his own heart. The challenges he faced in this magical realm mirrored those he faced within himself, teaching him courage, patience, and the value of true friendship. One day, as Rowan rested beneath the ancient oak, he realized that his journey was nearing its end. He had changed, grown into someone wiser and more compassionate. He understood now that the hidden worlds were not just places to explore, but reflections of the beauty and mystery within each of us. With a sense of peace, Rowan returned to the village, the map tucked safely in his satchel. He had stories of his own to tell now, tales of wonder and wisdom that he would share by the fireside. And as he recounted his adventures, the villagers listened in awe, their imaginations kindled by the magic of hidden realms. Marisol, the storyteller, watched with a knowing smile. She understood that Rowan's journey was just the beginning, that the map would continue to reveal its secrets to those with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village thrived on stories of adventure and friendship, of hidden worlds and the gentle lessons they imparted, each tale a thread in the rich tapestry of life. As the fire crackled softly and the stars shimmered above, the villagers drifted into slumber, their dreams filled with the magic of the hidden realms. And the map, tucked away in Rowan's satchel, continued to glow softly, ever ready to guide another adventurer on a journey of discovery and transformation. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a serene, sparkling lake, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known in her village for her boundless curiosity and heart as warm as a summer's day. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who filled the cottage with tales of wonder and lore, weaving tapestries of mystery that lingered in the air like the scent of lavender. One misty morning, as the sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, Lila set out for a stroll by the lake. The grass was cool under her feet, still kissed by the night's dew, and the air was filled with the soft symphony of birds greeting the dawn. As she wandered, her eyes caught a peculiar glint among the reeds. Intrigued, she knelt down and found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Gently, she opened the box and discovered a shimmering, iridescent feather. It was like nothing she had ever seen, glowing with hues that changed from azure to gold with the slightest tilt. As she held it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, and she felt a strange, comforting presence. Lila hurried back to the cottage, eager to show her grandmother the wondrous find. Her grandmother's eyes widened with recognition and a knowing smile played on her lips. "Ah, Lila," she murmured softly, "you have stumbled upon the Feather of Echoes. It is said to hold the memory of the world, a whisper of wisdom from times long past." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of apprehension. "What should I do with it, Grandma?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Her grandmother chuckled softly, the sound like the rustle of leaves. "Let it guide you, my dear. It will show you what you need to see, if only you listen." That night, as the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, Lila placed the feather beneath her pillow and drifted into a deep, peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she found herself in a lush, enchanted forest where the trees whispered secrets and the air hummed with magic. In the heart of the forest, she met a wise old owl perched on a gnarled branch. His eyes were like pools of amber, filled with ancient knowledge. "Greetings, young one," he hooted softly. "I am Orin, the keeper of the forest's wisdom. The Feather of Echoes has brought you here for a reason." Lila felt a surge of warmth and gratitude. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady yet gentle. Orin blinked slowly, as if considering a great truth. "There is a place where the river forgets its name, where the waters flow with the tears of the sky. You must find this place and listen to the song it sings. There, you will find the answer you seek." The next morning, Lila awoke with the memory of her dream vivid and clear. With her grandmother's blessing, she set off on her journey. The path led her through sun-dappled glades and across murmuring brooks, her heart guided by the rhythm of the feather's soft glow in her pocket. Along the way, she met an array of kind-hearted creatures who joined her quest. There was Finn, a sprightly squirrel with a penchant for mischief and a nose for hidden paths, and Mira, a gentle deer whose eyes seemed to hold the wisdom of the stars. Together, they journeyed deeper into the forest, their laughter mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. As they traveled, they encountered a challenge, a vast chasm that separated them from the river's embrace. Lila stood at the edge, pondering how they might cross. It was Mira who spoke first, her voice as soft as the breeze. Perhaps we do not need to cross, but rather see what lies within. With Orin's wisdom echoing in her mind, Lila closed her eyes and listened, letting the feather's warmth guide her. Slowly she began to hear a melody, soft and haunting, rising from the depths of the chasm. It was the song of the river, a tale of longing and memory. Understanding dawned upon her like the first light of dawn. The challenge was not to conquer the chasm, but to understand its song. As she listened, the melody filled her heart, and she felt a profound connection to the world and its hidden stories. When she opened her eyes, the chasm was gone, replaced by a gentle stream that glistened in the sun's embrace. With newfound clarity, Lila and her companions continued their journey, guided by the river's song. Finally, they reached the place where the river forgot its name, a tranquil pool surrounded by ancient trees whose roots wove a tapestry of time. There Lila sat and listened, the feather of echoes glowing softly in her palm. The pool shimmered, reflecting the sky's endless expanse, and she felt a deep sense of peace. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the wisdom of the ages and the knowledge that true magic lies not in power, but in understanding and connection. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the land, Lila and her companions returned to Willowbrook, their hearts alight with the forest's secrets. And so, in the gentle embrace of the night, Lila tucked the feather of echoes safely beneath her pillow, its warmth a reminder of the journey and the friendships that had blossomed along the way. Her dreams were filled with the soft whispers of the forest, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that would linger in her heart forever. As the fireplace crackled softly and the shadows danced upon the walls, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the world was full of extraordinary secrets waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen and believe. And in the quiet corners of Willowbrook, the magic of the Feather of Echoes continued to whisper its timeless tales, inviting all who listened to embark on their own journeys of discovery and wonder. Story 13. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves sang songs of ages past, there thrived a hidden world, a delicate tapestry woven from the lives of its many creatures. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp moss, while the gentle rustle of leaves provided a soothing symphony that lulled the forest into a perpetual state of peace. Beneath the emerald canopy, where shafts of sunlight dappled the forest floor, lived a wise old tortoise named Goran. With a shell as ancient as the forest itself, Goran had long been the keeper of the forest's secrets and the gentle guide to its inhabitants. His eyes, like glistening pools of amber, held the stories of generations, and his slow, deliberate movements mirrored the patience of the earth. Goran's closest companion was a sprightly squirrel named Lyra, whose bushy tail danced like a feather in the breeze. Lyra was the embodiment of youthful curiosity, always eager to learn and explore. Her heart was pure and her spirit kind, and she was ever attentive to Goran's tales of wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its cloak of fiery reds and golds, Goran and Lyra set out to visit the heart of the forest. The air was cool and carried the sweet scent of fallen leaves, as if nature itself was preparing for a long, restful slumber. The path beneath their feet was soft with the gentle padding of decomposing foliage, whispering tales of renewal. "Today," Goran began, his voice a gentle rumble, "I will show you the secret of the changing seasons, the magic that binds our world in harmony." Lyra's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her heart a flutter of excitement. "Oh, Goran, I've always wondered how the colors change and why the winds sing different songs as the seasons pass." With a nod as slow as the turning of the stars, Goran led Lyra deeper into the forest. They passed by a babbling brook, its crystal waters singing a merry tune, and paused to admire a family of deer grazing quietly in a sunlit glade. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the hum of bees, each sound a note in the forest's symphony of life. As they approached the heart of the forest, the trees seemed to grow taller, their branches arching like the vaulted ceiling of a grand cathedral. In the center of this sacred grove stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, bearing witness to countless cycles of life. "This is the tree of seasons," Goran explained, his voice reverent. "It is here that the magic of our world is woven, where the threads of time and nature are spun into the fabric of our existence." Lyra gazed up at the majestic oak, awestruck by its grandeur. The leaves shimmered in a myriad of colors, as if capturing the essence of each season. She could feel the gentle pulse of magic emanating from the tree, a soothing rhythm that spoke of balance and unity. As they sat in the shade of the Tree of Seasons, Goran began to share the ancient lore. Long ago, when the world was new and the forest young, the great spirit of nature gifted this oak with the power to guide the changing seasons. It is the rhythm of this tree that ensures the harmony of our world, teaching us that change is both natural and necessary. Lyra listened intently, her heart swelling with understanding. But how do we, the creatures of this forest, help maintain this balance? "The answer lies in our respect for all living things," Goran replied, his gaze warm and thoughtful. "We must live in harmony with each other, honoring the gifts of the forest and cherishing the wisdom of the earth. Each creature, no matter how small, plays a role in the cycle of life." Lyra pondered this wisdom, her mind turning like the leaves in the breeze. She understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in the changing colors or the shifting winds, but in the bonds of friendship and respect that connected all beings. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of violet and gold, Goran and Lyra made their way back home. The forest seemed to sigh in contentment, embracing the approaching night with a gentle hush. Before they parted ways, Lyra turned to Goran, her eyes bright with gratitude. "Thank you, Goran, for sharing the magic of the seasons with me. I will cherish this knowledge and strive to live in harmony with all the creatures of our forest." Goran smiled, his heart warmed by Lyra's sincerity. "Remember, dear Lyra, the forest is a living story, and we are but humble characters within it. May we always walk in kindness and wisdom, nurturing the balance of our world." With that, Lyra bounded off into the twilight, her heart light and her spirit renewed. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the Tree of Seasons. And so, the ancient cycle continued, a testament to the enduring magic of nature and the timeless wisdom of friendship. Story 14. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cobblestone street lined with cozy cottages. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Lila, who had a heart as curious as a spring breeze. She loved to explore the meadows and forests, always seeking to uncover the hidden wonders of the world around her. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle wind, Lila set out on one of her adventures. She wandered far beyond the familiar paths, deeper into the woods where few dared to tread. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows on the soft earth. Lila felt a shiver of excitement as she stepped into the clearing, where the air seemed to hum with a peculiar energy. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of a kindly giant. Beneath this tree, nestled between the roots, lay an old dusty lantern. Intrigued, Lila approached the lantern and brushed away the leaves and soil that clung to it. As her fingers grazed its surface, the lantern flickered to life with a warm, inviting glow. "Oh, how lovely!" Lila exclaimed softly, her eyes wide with wonder. At that moment, the lantern spoke in a voice as smooth as honey. "Greetings, dear child. I am the Lantern of Whispers, keeper of the forest's secrets." Lila gasped, her heart skipping a beat. "You can talk," she whispered, her voice full of awe. "Indeed," replied the lantern with a gentle chuckle, "and I have a gift for you, a gift of listening and understanding. With this lantern, you may hear the whispers of the world and uncover the truths hidden from ordinary ears." Eager to discover what lay beyond the veil of the mundane, Lila took the lantern in her hands. Its light wrapped around her like a comforting embrace, and she felt a warmth spread through her chest. With the lantern to guide her, Lila embarked on a journey through the forest, her ears attuned to the gentle murmurs of nature. As she walked, Lila heard the rustle of leaves sharing stories of seasons past, the babbling brook singing songs of distant lands, and the wind carrying messages of hope and love. She listened intently, her heart swelling with the beauty of the world around her. Along her path, Lila met a host of woodland creatures, each with their own tales to tell. There was Oliver, the wise old owl with feathers as soft as moonlight, who shared riddles and wisdom from the ages. "Remember, young one," he hooted, "it is not the loudest voice that holds the truth, but the one that listens." Then there was Willow, the gentle deer with eyes like liquid amber, who guided Lila through the thickets and taught her the language of silence. "In stillness," she whispered, "you will find your answers." Finally, Lila befriended a mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose chatter was as infectious as laughter itself. Pip showed her the joy of play and the importance of seeing the world through eyes of wonder. "Every nut," he squeaked, "holds a mystery if you pause to ponder." With each encounter, Lila's heart grew fuller, her spirit more attuned to the symphony of life. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila realized it was time to return home. Yet, there was a challenge that lay ahead, a challenge that required her newfound wisdom. At the edge of the forest, a wide river barred her way, its waters swirling with a gentle yet insistent force. Lila paused, remembering the lessons she had learned. Rather than seeking to conquer the river with might, she quieted her mind and listened. The river's voice rose above the current, whispering its secrets to the girl who had learned the language of the world. "Find the rhythm," it murmured, "and you shall find your path." With a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes and attuned herself to the river's song. She felt the pulse of the water, the ebb and flow that mirrored the heartbeat of the earth. Carefully, she stepped onto the stones that jutted from the riverbed, each one smooth and cool beneath her bare feet. With each step, she danced in harmony with the river's rhythm, until she reached the opposite bank. As Lila stood on the river's edge, the lantern's glow dimmed to a gentle gleam, its message clear. The journey she had undertaken was not just through the forest, but through the depths of her own heart. She had learned to listen, to understand, and to embrace the quiet wisdom that lay within. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to her village beneath the blanket of stars. She placed the lantern on her windowsill, where its light would always remind her of the wonders she had discovered. And though she had returned to the familiar, Lila knew that the world was forever changed in her eyes, for she had learned the true magic of listening. And so, in that cozy cottage on the cobblestone street, Lila drifted to sleep with a smile, the warmth of the lantern's glow, a gentle reminder that the whispers of the world are always there for those who take the time to listen. As the night wrapped its soft embrace around the village, the forest sighed contentedly, grateful for the girl who had heard its secrets and shared its tales. And thus, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the twinkling stars, the village slumbered in peace, cradled by the symphony of whispers that would forever echo in the heart of the curious girl named Lila. Story 15. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, where stars wrapped themselves in shimmering cloaks of light, there existed a small, unassuming planet known only to those who sought solace away from the bustling corridors of the universe. It was here, nestled among the gentle rustling of the purple-leaved trees and the whispering winds, that our story unfolds. On this planet, known to its few inhabitants as Luminara, lived a creature named Nira. She was a gentle being, with skin that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that reflected the emerald glow of the lush forests around her. Nira had spent her days tending to the planet's luminous flora, her touch as gentle as the softest breeze. Her heart was as expansive as the universe, yet she often felt a quiet longing for something she could not name. One day, as the twin moons of Luminara began their ascent, casting silver trails across the tranquil waters, a peculiar object streaked across the sky. It landed with a soft thud in the meadow where Nira often wandered, its descent as delicate as a falling feather. Curiosity piqued, Nira approached cautiously. Emerging from the object was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was tall and slender, with skin that glowed a soft, iridescent blue, and eyes that shifted colors like the auroras that danced across the sky. His name was Taro, a traveler from a distant world where the winds sang through crystal canyons and the skies were a perpetual twilight. Nira and Taro regarded each other with a mixture of wonder and uncertainty. Their worlds were galaxies apart, and their languages a tapestry of untranslatable sounds and gestures. Yet beneath the surface, they sensed a shared yearning, the desire for connection. Their initial attempts at communication were a dance of missteps and misunderstandings. Nira offered Taro a gift of a glowing flower, its petals radiant with the hues of dawn. But Taro, unfamiliar with the customs of Luminara, misinterpreted it as a farewell gesture. He responded with a gentle melody, a song of greeting from his own world, which Nira mistook as a lament for home. Despite these initial challenges, they found themselves drawn back to one another, guided by the gentle pull of companionship. As the days passed, they began to understand that their differences were not barriers, but bridges to be crossed with patience and kindness. One afternoon, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and lavender, a storm rolled over the horizon, its clouds heavy with the promise of rain. The storm was fierce, as storms on Luminara often were, with winds that howled through the trees and rain that fell in shimmering sheets, turning paths into streams. In the midst of this tempest, Nira and Taro found shelter in a grove of ancient trees, their roots intertwined like the embrace of old friends. Together, they weathered the storm, sharing stories through gestures and expressions, each learning the other's language of the heart. As the storm subsided and the first stars peeked through the dispersing clouds, Taro revealed to Nira a star map, a constellation of light that guided him across the galaxies. Nira, in turn, showed him the secret paths of Luminara, trails that glowed under moonlight and led to hidden places of beauty and peace. Their friendship, born of shared trials and forged in moments of mutual understanding, deepened with each passing day. Nira found in Taro a kindred spirit, someone who saw the world through eyes of wonder and listened with an open heart. And Taro, far from his home, discovered in Nira a sense of belonging, a feeling that transcended words and worlds. As the seasons changed and the moons danced through their celestial cycles, Nira and Taro learned that true friendship was not bound by language or origin. It was a gentle understanding, a quiet presence that offered comfort in times of need, and a shared joy in the simple beauty of the world around them. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of dusk, Taro prepared to continue his journey among the stars. Nira accompanied him to the meadow where they had first met, her heart a blend of happiness and a touch of sadness. They stood together, hand in hand, gazing at the sky as it transitioned into the tranquil blue of night. Before he departed, Taro placed a small, luminescent stone in Nira's hand. It pulsed with a gentle warmth, a token of their friendship and a promise that distance could never erase the bond they had forged. Nira, in return, gifted Taro a flower from her garden, its petals shimmering with the colors of dawn, a reminder of the world they had shared. As Taro's ship ascended into the starlit sky, Nira watched until it became a distant star among many, her heart full of gratitude for the friendship they had discovered. Though their paths diverged, their spirits remained intertwined, like the roots of the ancient trees that sheltered them from the storm. And so, beneath the canopy of stars that wove through the tapestry of the universe, Nira and Taro's friendship endured, a luminous thread in the vast, ever-expanding fabric of life. In the quiet solitude of Luminara, Nira found peace, knowing that true friendship was a light that could guide one through even the darkest of nights. With a heart full of warmth and the gentle whisper of the wind carrying tales of their journey, Nira returned to her garden. As the stars watched over her, she tended to her flowers, each petal a reminder of the bond that transcended space and time, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. And so, in the heart of the galaxy, where stars sang lullabies and the night cradled dreams, the story of Nira and Taro became a cherished melody, a song of friendship that echoed through the corridors of eternity, soothing and comforting all who heard its gentle refrain. Story 16. Title: The Enchanted Harmony. In the heart of a lush emerald valley, cradled between gentle hills and a winding silver stream, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. The village was wrapped in an aura of timeless tranquility, its cobblestone paths lined with cottages whose chimneys puffed lazy curls of smoke into the crisp morning air. The air was alive with the scent of blooming lavender and the gentle murmur of the stream, weaving a symphony of serenity. In this village lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as gentle as the morning dew. Leora was known for her kindness and her ability to see beauty in the most unexpected places. Her days were spent wandering the meadows, her mind filled with dreams, and her pockets filled with pebbles and wildflowers. One morning, as the sun spilled golden light over the hills, Leora ventured into the forest bordering Elderglen. The forest was a place of enchanting whispers, where the trees seemed to sway to a melody only they could hear. Leora loved the forest and its secrets, and on this particular day she felt an unexplainable pull toward its depths. As she wandered deeper, the light danced through the leaves, creating patterns that flickered across her path like a gentle caress. The earthy scent of moss and pine filled her senses, grounding her in the moment. Suddenly she stumbled upon a small, hidden glade she had never seen before. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky as if in prayer. Intrigued, Leora approached the oak, her fingers brushing the bark that felt alive beneath her touch. At its base, nestled among the roots, she noticed something extraordinary, a small, glowing orb, pulsating with a soft, ethereal light. It was as if the orb had captured the essence of 1,000 twinkling stars. Curiosity piqued, Leora gently picked up the orb. As she cradled it in her hands, a warm sensation spread through her, filling her with a profound sense of peace and connection. The orb was cool to the touch, yet it seemed to hum with a gentle energy, whispering secrets of forgotten times. Unbeknownst to Leora, the orb was a relic of an ancient magic that belonged to the hidden world of the Sylvans, guardians of nature and harmony. This world lay intertwined with the natural realm, invisible to those who did not possess the heart to see it. With the orb in her possession, Leora began to see the world with new eyes. Colors seemed more vibrant, the songs of birds more melodious, and the dance of the leaves more intricate. It was as if the orb had awakened a hidden sense within her, allowing her to perceive the beauty and magic that lay beneath the surface. As days turned into weeks, Leora's bond with the orb deepened. She discovered that it had the ability to communicate through gentle pulses, guiding her actions with subtle hints and nudges. The orb became her silent companion, a source of comfort and wisdom. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Leora sat by the stream, her feet dangling in the cool water. The orb rested beside her, its glow reflecting in the ripples. As she sat in contemplation, a soft voice drifted through the air, as if carried by the breeze. "Leora," the voice called, gentle yet filled with a sense of urgency. "The harmony of our worlds is under threat." Startled, Leora looked around, her heart quickening. There was no one in sight, yet the voice continued, resonating within her. "The balance of nature is delicate," it said. "A shadow stirs, seeking to unravel the harmony we have preserved for centuries." Leora felt a shiver run down her spine. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. "I am the spirit of the Sylvans," the voice replied. "The orb you hold is our heart, entrusted to you in our time of need." Leora's mind whirled with questions, but the voice continued before she could speak. "You must journey to the heart of the forest, to the ancient stone circle where our worlds meet. There, you will find the answers you seek and the key to restoring balance." Fear mingled with determination in Leora's heart. She had always felt a connection to the forest, but this was a responsibility she had never imagined. Yet, the thought of preserving the beauty she cherished gave her strength. The following morning, with the orb nestled safely in her satchel, Leora set out on her journey. The path wound deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the light dimmed to a gentle twilight. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the sweet aroma of honeysuckle. As she walked, the orb pulsed with a reassuring glow, guiding her steps. The forest seemed alive, its whispers more pronounced as if it too was urging her onward. Leora felt a sense of companionship with the trees, their branches reaching out like welcoming arms. After hours of walking, Leora arrived at the ancient stone circle. It was a place of deep magic, where time seemed to stand still. The stones stood tall and silent, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. In the center of the circle, a figure stood waiting, a tall man with silver hair and eyes the color of a cloudless sky. He wore robes of deep green, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer like moonlit water. "Welcome, Leora," he said, his voice a soothing melody. "I am Eldrin, guardian of the Sylvans." Leora felt a wave of calm wash over her. "I've come to restore the balance," she said, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions within her. Eldrin nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "The shadow that threatens our harmony is born of greed and ignorance," he explained. "It feeds on the disconnection between our worlds, seeking to unravel the very fabric of nature." Leora listened intently, her heart heavy with the weight of his words. "How can I help?" she asked, determination shining in her eyes. "The orb you carry holds the essence of our magic," Eldrin said. "But it is your heart, your compassion, and your understanding that will guide it. You must rekindle the connection between our worlds, remind people of the beauty and wonder that resides in nature." Leora nodded, understanding dawning within her. She had always felt the magic in the world around her, and now she realized her role was to share that vision, to awaken others to the harmony that lay hidden in plain sight. Eldrin raised his hand, and a soft light enveloped them, filling Leora with a sense of unity and purpose. "Remember, Leora," he said, his voice echoing like a gentle breeze. "The strength of one heart can illuminate the path for many." With those words, the light faded, and Leora found herself standing alone in the stone circle, the orb glowing warmly in her hands. She felt a renewed sense of purpose, a determination to weave the threads of harmony and understanding into the fabric of her world. As she made her way back to Elderglen, Leora pondered how best to share the magic she had discovered. She decided to start small, inviting the villagers to join her on walks through the forest, to experience the beauty and wonder she had come to cherish. At first, only a few joined her, their eyes veiled by the routine of daily life. But as they walked, Leora shared her stories, her wonder at the intricate dance of nature. Slowly, the villagers began to see the world through her eyes, their hearts opening to the magic that surrounded them. With each step, with each story, the shadow that threatened their harmony began to fade, replaced by a renewed sense of connection and appreciation. The villagers began to care for the forest, planting trees and tending to the land with love and respect. The orb's glow became a beacon of hope, a reminder of their shared responsibility to preserve the beauty and balance of their world. And as the seasons changed, the harmony between the villagers and the Sylvans deepened, fostering a bond that could not be broken. Through her journey, Leora discovered the power of kindness and understanding, the magic that lay within her heart. She learned that even the smallest actions could create ripples of change, weaving a tapestry of harmony that would endure for generations. And so, in the gentle embrace of Elderglen, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks, the village thrived, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of nature. As the years passed, Leora's legacy lived on, a guiding light for those who followed. Under the twinkling stars, by the soft murmur of the stream, Leora would often sit with the orb by her side, her heart filled with gratitude for the journey that had transformed her and her world. And in those quiet moments, she knew that the harmony they had forged would continue to illuminate their path, a beacon of hope and love for all who dared to dream. And so, dear listener, as you drift into the realm of dreams, remember the gentle power of your own heart and the magic that lies in the connections we nurture. Let the whispers of the forest guide you, and may your journey be filled with wonder and light. Story 17. In a quaint little village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Alden. With eyes that mirrored the soft blue of the sky and a heart as warm as the summer sun, Alden was known for his quiet wisdom and gentle demeanor. He lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the woods began to weave their intricate tapestry of leaves and shadows. Alden had a peculiar habit of collecting ordinary things, pebbles smoothed by the stream, feathers dropped by passing birds, and even the twigs that seemed to tell their own stories. These treasures he kept in jars and boxes lined up on shelves that filled his little home. Among these objects, resting quietly in a corner, was an old leather-bound book with a cover that shimmered like the scales of a fish when it caught the light just right. One particularly crisp autumn evening, as the wind hummed a gentle lullaby through the trees, Alden decided to leaf through his collection. His fingers brushed against the book's cover, and he felt a tingle, like the spark of a new idea. With curious hands, he opened the book, revealing pages that were blank except for a single curious sentence. When the moonlight touches the pages, secrets shall unfold. Intrigued, Alden set the book by the window, where the moonlight streamed in like a silvery river. As he watched, words began to dance across the pages, weaving a tapestry of stories and secrets from times long past. Each night, Alden would read a new tale, each more enchanting than the last, until one night a different kind of story began to unfold. A map, sketched in moonlit ink, revealing a path through the woods to a hidden glade. Compelled by the promise of discovery, Alden decided to follow the map. With the first light of dawn, he set out on his journey, the autumn leaves crunching beneath his feet, and the book tucked safely under his arm. As he walked, the trees seemed to part for him, whispering secrets of the forest in the language of rustling leaves and bird song. Along the way, Alden met a host of woodland creatures, each more charming than the last. There was Whiskers, the wise old hare with fur like snow and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He offered Alden the gift of keen sight, teaching him to notice the beauty in the smallest details. Then there was Fern, the squirrel with a bushy tail and an endless curiosity. She taught Alden the joy of asking questions and seeking answers. Lastly, there was Luna, the owl with feathers like the night sky and a voice as soft as a lullaby. She shared with Alden the wisdom of seeing beyond what was visible. With their guidance, Alden reached the hidden glade just as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching out like arms in a warm embrace. From its boughs hung lanterns filled with fireflies, casting a gentle glow that made the whole place feel like a dream. Beneath the tree, Alden found a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small wooden box, intricately carved with symbols he recognized from the book. As he opened it, a soft light spilled out, revealing a seed, no bigger than a pebble, but pulsing with a gentle warmth. Alden understood that this was no ordinary seed. It held within it the promise of new beginnings, of hope and growth. Returning to his village, Alden planted the seed in his garden, and from it grew a tree unlike any other. Its leaves shimmered with the colors of the dawn, and its branches sang with the voices of the forest. The tree became a symbol of unity and peace for the village, a place where stories were shared and friendships blossomed. Through his journey, Alden learned that the true magic of the book was not in the stories it told, but in the journey it inspired. It taught him that wisdom and friendship were the greatest treasures of all, and that even the most ordinary objects could hold extraordinary secrets, if only one took the time to look. And so Alden lived happily in his little cottage, surrounded by the beauty of the woods and the warmth of his newfound friends, forever guided by the gentle light of his magical book. Each night, as the moon bathed his home in silver, he would open the book once more, letting its stories weave dreams of wonder and possibility, as the world outside sang the tender lullaby of the night. Story 18. In a forest where the whispering pines stretched towards the heavens and the earth's carpet was woven with mosses of every shade, there lived a community of creatures, each as unique as the tapestry of leaves that fluttered above them. This forest, known as Verdant Glade, was not just a collection of trees and animals. It was a living symphony of life, where every chirp, rustle, and scent played a part in the melody of existence. The sky above Verdant Glade was often painted with hues that defied description, a canvas ever-changing with the breath of the seasons. In this place, the creatures thrived in an intricate balance, each aware of their role in the grand design of nature. Among these creatures was Bramble, a wise old tortoise whose shell bore the patterns of countless years spent wandering the forest paths. Bramble was the keeper of stories, a gentle soul who had seen many cycles of the sun and moon. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the secrets of the glade, and his heart was as vast as the sky itself. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of winter's chill, Bramble embarked on his daily journey to the heart of the glade. This sacred grove, where the oldest tree stood sentinel over the forest, was a place where all creatures gathered to share wisdom and celebrate the harmony of their world. As Bramble meandered through the golden tapestry of leaves, he encountered Willow, a gentle deer with eyes as soft as the morning mist. Willow was known for her grace and kindness, her presence a calming balm to all who met her. "Good morning, dear Bramble," Willow greeted, her voice a soothing melody amidst the rustling leaves. "Good morning, Willow," Bramble replied, his voice as warm and steady as the earth beneath them. "What news do you bring from the eastern grove?" Willow lowered her head slightly, her antlers catching the sunlight in a dazzling display. "The eastern grove is flourishing, but there is a concern. The stream that flows through it has become sluggish, and its waters are no longer as clear as they once were." Bramble nodded thoughtfully. "It seems we must seek the wisdom of the heart of the glade. Perhaps there, among the ancient roots, we will find the answers we seek." Together, the two friends continued their journey through the forest, their path winding through thickets of brambles and beneath the arching boughs of oak and ash. Along the way, they were joined by Flutter, a bright-eyed squirrel who darted through the branches with the agility of a summer breeze. Flutter was the forest's messenger, her keen eyes and quick feet making her the perfect bearer of news and tidings. "Bramble! Willow!" Flutter chirped, her voice a bright trill. "I heard about the stream. I've seen something strange near the old stone circle. The air there is thick with a silvery mist, and the birds sing songs I've never heard before." Bramble's eyes twinkled with curiosity. "It seems the forest is speaking to us in mysterious ways. Let us make haste to the heart of the glade, for there we can ponder these signs and seek the counsel of the ancient tree." As the trio made their way deeper into the forest, they were joined by Whisper, a wise old owl whose feathers were as soft and silent as the night sky. Whisper had seen the world from above, his keen eyes observing the dance of the seasons and the secrets of the forest below. "Greetings, friends," Whisper hooted softly, settling onto a low branch. "I have heard tales of the stream's troubles and the strange mists. Perhaps the forest is trying to tell us something about the balance of our world." With Whisper's guidance, the group finally arrived at the heart of the glade. Here the ancient tree stood tall and proud, its roots twisting deep into the earth, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, a symphony of life that resonated through the forest. Gathered beneath the tree's sprawling canopy, the creatures of the forest listened as Bramble spoke. His words were slow and measured, each one carrying the weight of wisdom and the promise of understanding. "My dear friends," Bramble began, "we have all seen the signs, the sluggish stream, the silvery mist, the unfamiliar songs of the birds. These are messages from our forest, reminders of the delicate balance we must maintain to ensure the harmony of our home." Willow stepped forward, her voice clear and earnest. "We must find the source of the imbalance and restore the natural order. Each of us has a role to play in this." Flutter nodded vigorously, her tail twitching with excitement. "I can scout ahead, find the source of the mist, and report back." Whisper ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "I will watch from above, ensuring the skies remain clear and that no harm befalls our forest." With their hearts united in purpose, the creatures of Verdant Glade set forth to discover the source of the disturbance. As they journeyed, they relied on their unique strengths and the bonds of friendship that held them together. Flutter led the way, her small form darting through the trees like a sunbeam. She paused now and then, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the murmur of the breeze. Her sharp eyes soon spotted a trail of shimmering mist leading towards the stone circle, where the ancient rituals of the forest had once been performed. When they reached the circle, they found it shrouded in a veil of silvery mist that danced and swirled like a living thing. The air was thick with magic, a palpable energy that pulsed with the rhythm of the earth itself. Bramble, with his deep understanding of the forest's lore, stepped forward, his eyes alight with recognition. This mist is the breath of the forest, a manifestation of its magic and life. It seeks to communicate with us, to guide us in restoring the balance. As they stood in the circle, the mist began to part, revealing a small, hidden spring nestled among the stones. Its waters bubbled and sang, a melody that resonated with the heartbeats of the forest's creatures. Willow bent her head to drink, her eyes widening with understanding as the water's song filled her mind. "The spring is the source of the stream," she said softly. "It has been blocked by fallen stones and debris, cutting off the flow and disrupting the balance." Bramble, with his patient, steady nature, set to work with the others to clear the obstruction. Together, they moved the stones, their efforts a testament to the power of unity and friendship. As the last stone was lifted, the spring surged forth, its waters flowing freely once more. The mist began to dissipate, its message delivered, leaving behind a sense of peace and renewal. The creatures of Verdant Glade watched as the stream sparkled in the sunlight, its waters clear and vibrant, a symbol of the restored harmony of their world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and gold, Bramble gathered his friends beneath the ancient tree once more. "We have learned that the forest speaks to us in many ways, and through our friendship and understanding, we can listen and respond." Willow nodded, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Together, we are stronger, and by caring for our home, we care for each other." Whisper, perched on a nearby branch, hooted softly in agreement. The wisdom of the forest is a gift passed down through generations, reminding us of our place in this magical world. And so, in the heart of Verdant Glade, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient tree, the creatures gathered in companionship, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the promise of a new dawn. The forest sang its eternal lullaby, a symphony of life and magic that echoed through the ages, whispering secrets of the past and promises of the future. As they drifted into dreams beneath the starlit canopy, they knew that the balance of their world had been restored, and with it, the peace and harmony of their beloved home. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village, snugly nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lila. Lila was known far and wide for her curiosity and her knack for discovering the hidden wonders of the natural world. Her days were filled with exploration, and her nights with dreams of the secrets she might uncover next. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Lila wandered into the forest that bordered her village. The leaves crunched softly underfoot, and the air was filled with the spicy scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp leaves. It was here, among the towering trees and rustling underbrush, that Lila happened upon something peculiar. A small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. As she brushed away the dirt to get a better look, Lila felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, as if it held a hidden glow. Her curiosity piqued, she carefully opened the lid. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft moss, lay a shimmering, iridescent feather. As Lila held the feather in her hand, a soft breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a whisper of music, a melody so sweet and ethereal that it wrapped around her heart like a comforting embrace. She knew in that moment that this feather was no ordinary trinket. It was imbued with magic, a relic from a time long past when the world was filled with enchantment and wonder. Determined to learn more about the feather's mysteries, Lila set off on a journey to the heart of the forest, where it was said that those who sought wisdom would find the ancient tree of echoes. This tree, the oldest and wisest of all, was said to hold the knowledge of the ages within its gnarled branches and whispering leaves. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, she was joined by a pair of unlikely companions. First came Oliver, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a twinkle in his eye. "I see you've found something special," he chattered. bounding from branch to branch above her. Perhaps I can be of assistance on your journey. Not long after, they were joined by Mina, a wise old owl whose feathers shimmered like silver in the moonlight. The feather you carry is a relic of the songbird of solace, Mina hooted softly, her eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. Its power is one of harmony and healing, but it needs the right heart to unlock its true potential. Together, the trio made their way through the forest, each step bringing them closer to the Tree of Echoes. Along the way, they encountered various challenges, rivers to cross, tangled thickets to navigate, and sudden showers that left them drenched but laughing. Through it all, they relied on their growing friendship and the wisdom of their hearts to guide them. When at last they reached the Tree of Echoes, its towering presence filled them with awe. The air around it was alive with a symphony of whispers and echoes, the voices of those who had come seeking wisdom before them. Lila approached the tree with reverence, the feather clutched gently in her hand. As she stood before the ancient tree, a warm breeze rustled its leaves, carrying with it a soft, melodic voice. "Child of curiosity," it sang, "the feather you hold is a bridge between worlds, a keeper of peace and harmony. To unlock its magic, you must learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your heart." Lila closed her eyes and listened, not just to the sounds around her, but to the quiet voice within. She heard the rustle of leaves, the gentle murmur of the brook nearby, the rhythmic beating of her heart, and in that stillness she understood. The true magic of the feather was not in grand gestures or powerful spells, but in the simple, profound act of listening and understanding. With this newfound wisdom, Lila returned to her village, her heart filled with a sense of peace and purpose. The feather, now a cherished reminder of her journey, inspired her to bring harmony to her world, one gentle act at a time. She shared her tales with others, teaching them the power of listening deeply, not just to the sounds around them, but to the unspoken words of the heart. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, the village began to change. Neighbors who had once been distant grew closer, and disagreements were soothed by the gentle art of understanding. Lila's world was brighter and more connected, a testament to the magic of the feather and the wisdom she had gained. And so, surrounded by the love of her friends and the warmth of her village, Lila lived with a heart full of harmony. Her days rich with discovery, and her nights filled with dreams of wonder. And whenever the breeze whispered through the trees, it carried with it the sweet melody of the songbird of solace, a gentle reminder of the magic that lies within us all. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as curious as a cat's, and an imagination as vast as the starry night sky. Every evening, she would sit by her window, gazing at the distant horizon, dreaming of the adventures that lay beyond the village's familiar fields and forests. One afternoon, as golden sunlight streamed through the leaves, painting the ground with dappled patterns, Lila decided to follow the path that wound through the heart of the whispering woods. This was a path few dared to tread, for it was said to lead into the enchanted glade, a place where time seemed to slow and the air shimmered with magic. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler and carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. The trees whispered secrets to one another in a language only they understood, their leaves rustling with anticipation of her arrival. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with a thick layer of moss that cushioned each step and muffled the sound of her passage. Before long, Lila found herself standing at the edge of the enchanted glade. It was a place unlike any she had seen before, a world where the ordinary laws of nature seemed to pause. The glade was bathed in a gentle, otherworldly glow, as if the light itself had taken on a life of its own. Flowers in every conceivable hue bloomed around her, their petals shimmering like jewels, and the air was alive with the sweet melody of invisible birds. As she wandered through the glade, Lila's eyes widened with wonder. She came upon a babbling brook, its waters as clear as crystal. Tiny, delicate fish with scales that sparkled in the sunlight darted playfully between the rocks. Lila knelt beside the brook, dipping her fingers into its cool waters, feeling the gentle current tickle her skin. Suddenly, she heard a soft giggle. Startled, she looked up to see a small, whimsical creature perched upon a nearby rock. It was a sprightly thing, no taller than a teacup, with wings like gossamer lace and a mischievous twinkle in its bright eyes. Its skin was a soft shade of lavender, and it wore a tunic woven from the petals of the flowers that surrounded them. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice a hushed whisper in the magical glade. "I am Flicker," the creature replied with a grin, its voice as light as a breeze. "Guardian of the enchanted glade, and who might you be, wanderer of the woods?" "I am Lila," she replied, smiling back. "I've come to explore and see what wonders lie beyond my village." Flicker fluttered its wings, sending a shower of golden dust into the air. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said. "But remember, the glade is full of surprises, both delightful and challenging. You must tread with care and use your wits." Intrigued by the promise of discovery, Lila continued her journey, with Flicker as her guide. They wandered through fields of tall, waving grasses that whispered tales of old adventures, and beneath arches of trees that formed living tunnels of vibrant green. As they walked, they came upon a curious sight, a ring of mushrooms, each cap adorned with delicate patterns of silver and gold. In the center of the ring sat a hedgehog with quills that glistened like starlight. It seemed to be in deep thought, counting the mushrooms one by one. "Hello there," Lila greeted the hedgehog gently so as not to startle it. The hedgehog looked up, its eyes wise and kind. "Greetings, young traveler," it said in a soft, measured tone. "I am Thorn, keeper of the mushroom circle. I am faced with a puzzle that has confounded me. Perhaps you can help." Lila nodded eagerly, her curiosity piqued. "Of course, I'll do my best." Thorn explained that the mushrooms needed to be arranged in a certain pattern, one that would allow the glade's magic to flow freely and maintain harmony. Lila studied the mushrooms, her mind turning the problem over like a puzzle box. With Flicker offering encouragement and Thorn watching intently, Lila moved the mushrooms carefully, guided by instinct and a growing sense of understanding. As the final mushroom was placed, a soft hum filled the air, and the glade seemed to glow even brighter. "You have done well," Thorn said, nodding with approval. "The balance is restored, thanks to your cleverness and courage." With a heart full of joy, Lila continued her exploration. She encountered creatures of every kind, a family of squirrels that chattered happily as they shared their acorns, a pair of rabbits whose dance was as graceful as the wind, and even a wise old owl who hooted softly from its perch in a towering oak. Each new friend she met had a story to share and a lesson to teach, and Lila listened with an open heart, grateful for the wisdom they imparted. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Lila realized it was time to return home. Her heart was full, and her mind was a tapestry of new memories and wonders. Flicker accompanied her to the edge of the glade, its wings aglow with the fading light. "Thank you, Lila, for bringing your light and your courage to the enchanted glade," it said, its voice warm with friendship. Lila smiled, feeling a sense of belonging and purpose. "Thank you, Flicker, for guiding me and showing me the magic that lies within and around us." With a final wave, she turned and made her way back through the whispering woods, the path now familiar and welcoming. As she stepped into the village, she paused to look back, knowing that the enchanted glade would always be a part of her, a source of strength and inspiration. And so, Lila returned home, her heart aglow with the magic of her journey. She knew that courage and curiosity would guide her to new adventures, and that the bonds of friendship and wisdom would light her way. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the gentle whispers of the glade lingered in her dreams, and she knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with the same brave heart and open mind that had led her to the enchanted glade. And in the quiet village, beneath the twinkling stars, Lila's dreams wove a tapestry of wonder and warmth, carrying her into a slumber as deep and enchanting as the glade itself. And with that, the night embraced the world in its gentle arms, promising new dawns full of adventure and discovery. Story 21. Once upon a starlit night, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. Though the world around her was filled with wonder, Willow found herself struggling with the changes life brought. Every spring, the forest would burst into bloom, filling the air with sweet fragrances and bird song. Yet Willow would watch from her den, fearful of venturing out into the unfamiliar blooms. What if the flowers are hiding dangers, she worried. What if I get lost in their vibrant petals? One cool morning, Willow's friend Maple, a kind-hearted squirrel, came scurrying up to her den. "Willow, you simply must come see the cherry blossoms," Maple exclaimed. "They're the most beautiful sight." Willow's ears drooped. "Oh, I don't know, Maple. The forest looks so different now. What if I can't find my way back home?" Maple's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Have you forgotten the trail of acorn shells we left last autumn? Follow those, and you'll never lose your way." Reassured, Willow emerged from her den and gasped at the wondrous sight before her. The forest had been transformed into a pink and white paradise, with delicate petals dancing on the breeze. As the friends explored the blossoming wonderland, they happened upon a clearing where a wizened old oak tree stood. Nestled among its roots lay a glimmering object, a crystalline acorn, pulsing with an inner light. "A magicorn!" Maple exclaimed. "They're incredibly rare. Why, legend says they have the power to grant any sincere wish." Curiosity overcoming her trepidation, Willow approached the magicorn and gently grasped it in her paws. At her touch, the acorn began to glow even brighter, bathing the clearing in a warm radiance. "I wish," Willow's voice trembled, "I wish I could appreciate the beauty of change instead of fearing it." In an instant, the magicorn's light enveloped Willow, and she felt a warm energy flowing through her. Suddenly her senses were heightened. She could smell the sweet perfume of the cherry blossoms, hear the joyful melodies of nesting birds, and see the vibrant hues of new life all around her. As the light faded, Willow let out a contented sigh. "Oh, Maple, it's all so wonderful. How could I have been afraid of such beauty?" Maple beamed at her friend. "You've embraced the magic of growth and renewal, Willow. The forest will show you fresh wonders with every changing season." From that day on, Willow eagerly awaited each new cycle of nature's transformation. When autumn's crisp breezes kicked up swirls of fallen leaves, she delighted in burrowing through the piles. When winter blanketed the forest in glistening snow, she marveled at the delicate crystal patterns. And with each spring's rebirth, Willow was the first to frolic amidst the blooming flowers, her heart overflowing with appreciation for the magic of change. Story 22. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers and the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeyed blossoms, there existed a quaint little village known as Willowdown. It was a place where the morning mist wrapped around the cottages like a silken shawl, and the evening stars twinkled like tiny lanterns hung in the sky by friendly hands. In this village lived a young girl named Clara, whose eyes shone with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and whose heart was as warm as the hearth in her family's snug cottage. Cora had a knack for noticing the unnoticeable, and a gift for unraveling the curious mysteries that sometimes unfurled like tendrils of mist in their magical world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot like cinnamon cookies, Cora set off into the woods with her faithful companion, a rotund and ever-cheerful squirrel named Pip. Together they ventured to the edge of the enchanted glade, a place where sunlight danced upon the dew-dropped leaves, and the air was filled with the soft hum of life. But something was amiss. The glade, usually bustling with the gentle chatter of woodland creatures and the whispered secrets of the trees, was eerily silent. Even the babbling brook that wound its way through the glade seemed hushed, its usual melody muted. "Strange," murmured Cora, her brow furrowing in thought. Pip, sensing the oddness too, twitched his tail and chittered softly, as if agreeing with her silent question. As they wandered deeper into the glade, they came upon a most peculiar sight. The great oak of ages, a tree as old as the woods themselves and wise beyond measure, stood with its branches drooping. Its leaves, usually vibrant and full of life, were now a dull, wilted brown. At the base of the tree lay small, half-curious stones, each one shimmering faintly with a light that was not entirely their own. Cora knelt beside the stones, her fingers brushing gently over their cool surfaces. They were not ordinary stones. They pulsed with a gentle warmth, a heartbeat that spoke of magic, but also of a certain sadness. "Do you see what I see, Pip?" Cora whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. The squirrel nodded, his bright eyes reflecting the stone's faint glow. Determined to uncover the mystery, Cora decided to seek the wisdom of the village's elder, a kindly woman named Sage Merriweather, who lived in a cottage that seemed woven from the very fabric of the woods. Sage Merriweather welcomed them with a smile, as warm as freshly baked bread, and ushered them inside, where the scent of lavender and old parchment mingled in the air. As Cora recounted the strange occurrences, Sage Merriweather listened intently, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Ah, the stones you describe," she mused. "They are known as echo stones. They absorb the emotions around them, and it seems they have taken in something sorrowful from the glade." "But why would the glade be sad?" Cora asked, her voice tinged with concern. The elder pondered this for a moment, then fetched an ancient tome from her well-loved bookshelf. "The Oak of Ages," she began, tracing her fingers over the faded script, "is the heart of the Whispering Woods. It listens to the stories of all who dwell here. If something is troubling it, perhaps it is because it cannot hear the stories it so loves." Cora nodded, understanding dawning like the first light of dawn. "The silence," she murmured. "The glade is too quiet. The oak is lonely." With Sage Merriweather's guidance, Cora and Pip devised a plan. They would bring back the stories, the songs, and the laughter that had once filled the glade. They would gather the villagers and the creatures of the woods for a night of storytelling and music beneath the stars. Word spread quickly through Willowdown, carried on the wings of sparrows and the whispers of the wind. That evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, the villagers gathered beneath the great oak. Lanterns hung like fireflies from its branches, casting a warm, golden glow. Cora, standing at the heart of the gathering, began with a tale of friendship and courage, her voice weaving through the air like a gentle breeze. One by one, the villagers and creatures joined in, sharing their stories, their laughter, and their songs. The glade came alive with the sound of joy and camaraderie, a symphony of life that filled the night. As the last notes of a lullaby faded into the starry sky, the Oak of Ages seemed to stand a little taller, its branches swaying with renewed vigor. The echo stones at its base glowed warmly, their once sad light now a reflection of the happiness that had returned to the woods. Cora, with Pip perched contentedly on her shoulder, looked up at the oak and smiled. The mystery had been solved, not through cunning or cleverness alone, but through the simple power of togetherness and the sharing of hearts. As the villagers made their way back to their cottages and the creatures returned to their woodland homes, the glade remained a place of peace and harmony, a reminder of the magic that lay in friendship and the stories we share. And so in Willowdown, as the soft lull of crickets serenaded the night, Cora drifted into a gentle sleep, the warmth of the hearth and the comfort of a world made right wrapping around her like a beloved quilt. The Whispering Woods, once again filled with its gentle hum, stood watch over all, cradling each dream in its ancient, loving arms. Story 23. Once upon a time, in a realm where the whispering leaves of towering trees and the gentle murmur of brooks harmonized as if composing a symphony, there lay an ancient forest. This forest was not just a tapestry of greens and browns. It was a tapestry of life interwoven with threads of magic. Each leaf, each stone, each drop of dew held within it the stories of ages past and the wisdom of the earth. The forest was home to myriad creatures, each with its own role in the delicate balance of this enchanted world. There were the wise old owls, whose eyes glimmered like polished amber, watching over the night with a serene vigilance. The graceful deer moved like shadows through the underbrush, their ears attuned to the whispers of the wind. And the industrious squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking in rhythm to their tasks, gathered acorns and nuts, ensuring the cycle of life continued. In a secluded glen, where the sunlight trickled down through a canopy of leaves like liquid gold, a family of foxes had made their den. The mother fox, with her coat the color of autumn leaves, tended to her curious kits. The kits, with their eyes bright and full of wonder, were eager to explore the world beyond their cozy den. One crisp morning, as the mist hung low and the air was sweet with the scent of pine, the mother fox gathered her kits around her. "Today," she began, her voice a gentle rustle like the leaves, "I shall tell you the story of the season's dance, a tale as old as the forest itself." The kits, their little bodies warm and snug against their mother, listened intently as she spoke. Long ago, when the world was new, the seasons were not as we know them now. They were not bound by time, but roamed freely across the land, each bringing its own magic and wonder. Spring, with her gown of blossoms, would awaken the earth from its slumber, coaxing the flowers to unfurl and the streams to sing. Summer, with his golden warmth, would fill the days with light and laughter, painting the skies in hues of azure. Autumn, with her cloak of fire, would weave the forests into tapestries of crimson and gold, a time of harvest and reflection. And winter, with her silvery touch, would drape the world in a blanket of snow, a time for rest and renewal. The kits listened, their eyes wide with awe, as their mother continued. But the seasons in their wanderings began to overlap, causing chaos and confusion. The flowers would bloom in the chill of winter, and the snow would fall in the heart of summer. The balance of the world was in peril. One day, the eldest of the owls, known as the Keeper of Time, called upon the seasons to gather in council. "Our world is out of harmony," he said, his voice as deep as the forest itself. "We must find a way to restore balance, for without it, all will be lost." The seasons, realizing the truth of his words, agreed to take turns, each reigning in their rightful time, ensuring that the earth could flourish. And so the dance began, a seamless waltz through time, each season gifting its own magic and gently handing over to the next. As the mother fox concluded her tale, the kits nestled closer, their hearts filled with the warmth of understanding. "And that, my dear ones," she said softly, "is why we must cherish each season, each moment, and live in harmony with the world around us." The days in the forest flowed like a gentle stream, each one bringing new lessons and adventures. The creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of tomorrow. They understood that every rustle in the leaves, every ripple in the brook, was a part of the grand tapestry of life. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the land, the forest sang a lullaby, lulling its inhabitants into a peaceful slumber. And there, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, the fox kits dreamed of the dance of the seasons, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the forest. Story 24. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled like morning dew, and her spirit was as vibrant as the wild flowers that lined the cobblestone paths. Lila was a curious soul, always eager to explore the world beyond her garden gate. Her village was a tapestry of colorful cottages, each one exuding warmth and stories, where the scent of fresh bread and blooming lilacs mingled in the air. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced gently to the ground, Lila stumbled upon an unusual object while playing near the edge of the forest. It was an ornate silver key, glinting mysteriously beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. The key was intricately designed, with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change under the sunlight, as if whispering secrets from a forgotten time. Intrigued, Lila clutched the key in her hand and felt a soft hum, almost like a gentle purr, resonate through her fingertips. She sensed that this was no ordinary key, and her heart fluttered with the promise of adventure. Determined to uncover its mystery, Lila set off on a journey to discover what secrets the key held. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the world around her transformed. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead, and the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, each note weaving a harmonious symphony. The forest floor, blanketed in soft moss, cushioned her steps as if guiding her along a path known only to the trees. Along the way, Lila encountered a wise old owl named Orin, perched regally on a gnarled branch. His feathers were as white as freshly fallen snow, and his eyes gleamed with ancient knowledge. Orin greeted Lila with a gentle hoot and offered his guidance. "The key you carry is a gateway," he explained, his voice a soothing murmur. "It leads to wonders beyond imagination, but you must first discern where it belongs." Lila thanked Orin for his wisdom and continued her journey, feeling a sense of calm and purpose. As she wandered, she came across a babbling brook where a family of otters frolicked in the shimmering water. The otters, with their playful antics and gleaming coats, introduced themselves as Nori, Suri, and Tavi. They were mischievous yet kind, and they offered their help to Lila in exchange for a story of her adventures. The brook's melody accompanied Lila as she shared tales of her village and her discovery of the magical key. In return, the otters led her to a hidden glade, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like a cascade of golden coins. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone archway, its surface covered in the same swirling patterns as the key. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Lila approached the archway. She felt the key grow warm in her hand, and as she placed it into the lock, a gentle click echoed through the glade. The air shimmered, and the archway transformed into a portal, revealing a breathtaking landscape of vibrant colors and ethereal creatures, a world where dreams danced and the impossible became possible. Lila stepped through the portal, her heart filled with awe and wonder. The world beyond was unlike anything she had ever imagined, with skies that shifted from azure to lavender and fields of flowers that sang soft lullabies as they swayed in the breeze. Here she met beings of light and shadow, each offering her gifts of wisdom and insight. Throughout her journey in this enchanted realm, Lila learned valuable lessons. She discovered that true magic lay not in the key itself, but in the courage to seek out the unknown and the wisdom to embrace the unexpected. She realized that friendships, like those she had formed with Orin and the otters, were treasures that illuminated the path ahead. When it was time to return to her village, Lila stepped back through the portal with a heart full of gratitude. The key, now a cherished talisman, served as a reminder of the adventures she had experienced and the lessons she had learned. As she bid farewell to her newfound friends, Lila promised to share her stories with others, spreading the joy and wonder she had discovered. Back in her cozy cottage, with the crackling fire casting a warm glow, Lila nestled into her favorite chair. She held the key close, its gentle hum a comforting lullaby, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The village, with its familiar sights and sounds, welcomed her home, yet Lila knew that her journey had changed her forever. And so, with dreams of magical realms and the laughter of friends echoing in her heart, Lila slept soundly, knowing that the world was filled with endless possibilities and that her adventures were only just beginning. Story 25. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled snugly between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her boundless curiosity and her keen eye for the unusual. Her days were often spent exploring the nooks and crannies of her village, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the stories each place might tell. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that danced playfully over the cobblestone paths, Lila stumbled upon a peculiar shop she had never noticed before. It was tucked away in a narrow alley, its sign swinging gently in the crisp breeze. The sign read, "The Enchanted Emporium," and curiosity sparked within Lila like a warm ember. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, Lila entered a world filled with the scent of aged parchment and polished wood. Shelves lined with curious trinkets and oddities stretched up to the ceiling, each item seemingly whispering secrets of its own. The shop was dimly lit, the light from the setting sun filtering in through the dusty windows, casting a golden glow over everything. Among the many wonders, one item caught Lila's eye, a small, intricately carved wooden box, resting atop a velvet cushion. It was as if the box itself was calling to her, its polished surface shimmering with an inner light. Gently, Lila reached out, her fingers grazing the smooth wood, when a voice as soft as a sigh spoke from behind the counter. "Ah, you found the box of whispers," said an elderly man with twinkling eyes and a beard that cascaded like a silver waterfall. He introduced himself as Mr. Thistle, the keeper of the Emporium. It is said that this box holds the power to reveal the hidden truths and forgotten stories of those who possess it. Intrigued, Lila asked if she might borrow the box. Mr. Thistle, with a knowing smile, agreed. "But remember," he cautioned, "the box reveals its secrets only to those who truly listen, and sometimes the greatest journey is the one we take within ourselves." With the box clutched safely in her arms, Lila set off for home, her mind abuzz with anticipation. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Lila sat by her bedroom window, the box in her lap. She opened it carefully, expecting perhaps a puff of smoke or a flash of light, but instead, there was only silence. Disappointed but undeterred, Lila decided to listen, just as Mr. Thistle had advised. She closed her eyes and let her thoughts drift on the gentle tide of her breath. Slowly she became aware of a soft murmuring, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. It was coming from the box. The whispers spoke of a time long past, when Willowbrook was just a cluster of cottages surrounded by wild forest. They told of a friendship between a young healer named Mira and a wise owl named Olwen. Together they had tended to the needs of the village, their bond strengthening through every challenge they faced. As Lila listened, she felt a deep connection with Mira and Olwen, their stories weaving into her heart like threads of gold. She realized that the box hadn't just shared a story, it had awakened a part of her own spirit that longed for wisdom and friendship. The next morning, Lila returned to the Emporium, the box nestled in her hands. Mr. Thistle greeted her with a warm smile. "Did you hear its whispers?" he asked. "Yes," Lila replied, her eyes shining with newfound understanding. "It showed me that the stories we carry within us are just as important as those we find outside." Mr. Thistle nodded. "The journey of discovery often leads us back to ourselves." With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked Mr. Thistle and returned the box, knowing that its whispers would forever guide her in her adventures. As she left the Emporium, she noticed the world around her seemed a little brighter, the air a bit sweeter, as if the village itself had been renewed by the tales of old. And so, in the gentle embrace of the autumn breeze, Lila continued to explore the world around her, her heart open to the magic that lingered in every corner. For she had learned that the greatest wonders often lay in the quiet whispers of the everyday, waiting to be heard by those who dared to listen. Thus, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between hills and woods, a young girl named Lila discovered that the most extraordinary secrets are not always found in faraway lands or in the pages of ancient books, but within the stories we carry in our hearts and the friendships we nurture along the way. And as the stars watched over Willowbrook, twinkling with a knowing light, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the echoes of the box of whispers and the gentle wisdom it had shared. Story 26. The Whispering Woods. In the heart of a sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lay a forest known to all as the Whispering Woods. The villagers, while fond of its ancient trees and the soft rustle of leaves, seldom ventured deep within its embrace. They spoke of a hidden world, a place where time danced differently, and where the air was thick with magic. On a golden autumn afternoon, a young girl named Aveline, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as a robin's egg, found herself drawn to the edge of the forest. Her heart was full of wonder and a touch of longing, for stories of the Whispering Woods had kindled her imagination since she was but a sprout herself. With each tale, her curiosity grew, weaving dreams of adventure and discovery. Aveline's dearest companion was a gentle fox named Ember, who had a coat as fiery as the sunset, and a spirit as kind and loyal as the oldest oak. Together they embarked on many small adventures, exploring the meadows and streams that bordered their village. But today, as the sun cast its warm glow upon their path, Aveline felt a stir in her heart, a quiet urging to uncover the secrets that lay within the Whispering Woods. As they stepped over the threshold of the forest, the world seemed to shift. The air was cooler, and the light filtered through the canopy in soft, dappled patterns, painting the ground in hues of green and gold. The trees, tall and wise, whispered to one another in a language only they knew, and the scent of earth and moss enveloped Aveline and Ember in a comforting embrace. They wandered deeper, the sounds of the village fading into the melody of the forest. It was there, beneath the boughs of an ancient oak, that they discovered a peculiar object glinting in the dappled sunlight. It was a compass, unlike any Aveline had seen before. Its casing was made of silver, engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift when touched by light. The needle, rather than pointing north, spun gently, as if dancing to an unseen tune. Curious, Aveline picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. Ember watched, his eyes bright with intrigue. The compass seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, and as Aveline held it, she felt a whisper of guidance, a pull towards a path she had not noticed before. With Ember at her side, she followed the compass's lead, weaving through the forest's heart. The path was narrow and wound through the trees like a stream, leading them ever deeper into the woods. As they walked, the forest revealed its wonders. Flowers that glowed softly in the shade, birds with feathers of every imaginable hue, and streams that sang as they tumbled over stones. The journey was one of discovery, each step unveiling a new marvel. Yet as they traveled, Aveline felt a change within herself. The forest seemed to speak to her, its whispers growing clearer with each passing moment. She began to understand the language of the leaves and the songs of the streams, and a sense of belonging filled her heart. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a grand tree, its trunk wide and its branches stretching towards the heavens. It was here that the compass stilled, its needle pointing unerringly to the heart of the tree. Aveline approached, her heart alight with anticipation. As she reached out to touch the tree, she felt a connection, as if the very essence of the forest flowed through her veins. The tree, ancient and wise, spoke not in words but in feelings, a gentle nudge towards understanding. It was then that she realized the true magic of the compass. It was not a tool to find one's way through the forest, but a guide to discover the paths within oneself. The journey through the whispering woods had been one of self-discovery, revealing the courage, kindness, and wisdom that lay within her. As the night enveloped the forest, Aveline and Ember lay beneath the grand tree, listening to the lullaby of the woods. The journey had changed them, deepening their bond and leaving them with a newfound appreciation for the wonders of the world around them. With the first light of dawn, they began their journey back to the village, the compass tucked safely in Aveline's pocket. It was a reminder of the adventure they had shared, a token of the hidden world they had discovered within the heart of the forest and themselves. As they emerged from the woods, the village seemed to welcome them with open arms. The villagers, noticing a change in Aveline, gathered around, eager to hear of her journey. She spoke not of magic and mystery, for those were stories meant for the heart, but of the beauty and wonder to be found in the world and within ourselves. And so, the tale of Aveline and Ember and their journey through the whispering woods became a new story shared by the fireside, inspiring others to seek their own paths of discovery. The compass, now resting on the mantle above the hearth, served as a reminder that sometimes the most important journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves. And as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, the village settled into the comforting embrace of sleep, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the magic that lay just beyond the whispering trees. Story 27. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the air was sweet with the scent of lilacs and the sky was a canopy of pastel hues at dusk, lived a gentle-hearted girl named Amara. Her home, a quaint cottage nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, was a place of warmth, laughter, and the comforting crackle of a fireplace that seemed to sing old, forgotten songs. Amara was known throughout Willowbrook for her kind spirit and her peculiar ability to hear the whispers of the forest. It was said that the trees would bend their branches just a little closer when she walked by, eager to share their secrets. Her ability was a gift from her grandmother, a wise woman who had once been the village storyteller. Amara cherished this bond with the forest, feeling it was her duty to keep the tales alive. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Amara sat on her favorite moss-covered rock by the brook that danced through the woods. The gentle babble of the water was a melody she knew by heart. She closed her eyes, letting the whispers of the forest envelop her like a warm embrace. But today, the whispers were different. They carried a sense of urgency, a call to action that stirred her heart. Seek the heartstone, the wind seemed to sigh through the rustling leaves. Find it before the last leaf falls. Amara's eyes fluttered open, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The heartstone was a legendary gem, said to hold the power to heal and bring harmony to the land. It had been lost for generations, its existence becoming more myth than reality. Yet, the forest had chosen her, and she knew she could not ignore its plea. Gathering her courage, Amara set out on a journey deep into the heart of the Whispering Woods. The path was bathed in golden light, the sun filtering through the canopy in playful patterns that danced at her feet. With each step, the whispers guided her, a gentle symphony of encouragement. As she ventured further, the familiar sounds of the forest began to change. The cheerful chirping of birds gave way to a serene silence, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The air grew cooler, carrying the earthy scent of damp moss and the faint sweetness of wild honeysuckle. Along the way, Amara encountered a peculiar squirrel with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. The creature seemed to study her with an intelligence that belied its small size. With a playful flick of its bushy tail, it scampered up a nearby tree, pausing to glance back at her as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Amara accepted the silent invitation. The squirrel led her through a series of winding paths, each more enchanting than the last. She marveled at the beauty around her, a hidden world of vibrant mushrooms glistening with dew, delicate ferns unfurling like emerald fans, and ancient trees that stood as silent sentinels of the forest's secrets. As they traveled together, Amara felt a strange connection with the little squirrel, a bond that defied the boundaries of language. She named him Whisper, for his presence was as comforting as the murmurs of the forest. Their journey brought them to a clearing where the sunlight spilled like liquid gold upon the ground. In the center stood a majestic oak, its branches stretching skyward in a graceful arc. At its base lay a smooth, flat stone, pulsating with a soft, ethereal glow. The Heartstone, Amara breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. She approached the stone with reverence, her fingers tingling with anticipation as she reached out to touch it. As her hand made contact, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a profound sense of peace and belonging. It was as if the forest itself had embraced her, acknowledging her as its own. But before she could fully savor the moment, a low, mournful sound echoed through the clearing. Turning, Amara saw a great stag emerge from the shadows, its antlers crowned with leaves that glimmered like stars. The creature's deep, soulful eyes met hers, and she sensed its sadness. The stag, named Orion by the villagers, was the guardian of the Whispering Woods. He had watched over the forest for centuries, ensuring the balance of nature was maintained. Yet his strength was waning, and the Heartstone was the key to restoring his vitality. Understanding the unspoken plea, Amara gently lifted the Heartstone and placed it before Orion. The stone's glow intensified, casting a warm light that enveloped the stag in a radiant embrace. Slowly, the leaves on his antlers brightened, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Orion bowed his head in gratitude, a silent promise to protect the forest and its secrets. In that moment, Amara realized that her journey had been about more than finding the Heartstone. It was about understanding the interconnectedness of all things and the power of compassion and kindness. With Whisper by her side, Amara returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of the forest's whispers and the lessons they carried. She shared her tale with the villagers, who gathered around the fireplace, their faces illuminated by its warm glow. As she spoke, the crackling fire seemed to echo the whispers of the woods, weaving her story into the fabric of their lives. And so the legend of the Heartstone and the brave girl who found it became part of the village's lore, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and the strength found in friendship and love. As the fire burned low, casting shadows that danced upon the walls, Amara sat quietly, her gaze drifting to the window. Through the glass, she could see the silhouette of the Whispering Woods, its secrets safe and its spirit alive in every rustle of the leaves. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the fire and the gentle murmur of the forest lull her into a peaceful sleep. And in her dreams, she walked once more among the trees, her heart attuned to their timeless song, forever a part of the magic that was the Whispering Woods. Story 28. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, there lay a village known as Linden Hollow. The village was surrounded by towering oaks and whispering pines, their branches forming a lush canopy that filtered sunlight into a gentle emerald glow. The air was crisp, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss and wildflowers that dotted the forest floor. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Arya, whose curiosity knew no bounds. She had a wild mane of chestnut hair and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Arya was known for her adventurous spirit and her knack for finding things that others overlooked. Her favorite place to explore was the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place where stories and mysteries entwined like the tendrils of ivy climbing the ancient stones. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Arya set off on one of her explorations. She wore a cloak of deep green, the fabric worn but beloved. The forest beckoned to her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the soft calls of hidden creatures. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a path she had never noticed before, overgrown with ivy and lined with vibrant ferns. Arya followed the path, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The trail wound through the forest, eventually leading her to a glade she had never seen before. In the center of this glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. Nestled within the roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved box, its surface adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines. With a mix of awe and curiosity, Arya approached the box. As she touched it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the box was alive with a gentle pulse. Carefully, she lifted the lid and found inside a shimmering stone, glowing with an ethereal light. It was a deep azure, like the first hint of dawn over a tranquil sea. A sense of calm washed over her, and she knew that this stone was no ordinary object. Returning to the village, Arya could hardly contain her excitement. She shared her discovery with her closest friend, Finn, a kind-hearted boy with a ready smile and a penchant for storytelling. His eyes widened with wonder as he examined the stone, feeling its warmth and seeing the gentle glow. Together they decided to uncover the secrets of the mysterious stone and the path that led Arya to the ancient tree. The next day, with the stone safely tucked in a satchel, Arya and Finn returned to the glade. The forest seemed more alive than ever, the trees whispering secrets as the wind wove through their branches. As they approached the tree, a gentle voice, soft like a breeze, filled the air. It was the tree itself, speaking in a language old as time, yet understood in the heart. "Thank you, young ones, for awakening me," the tree murmured. "The stone you carry holds magic, a gift from the ancients for those pure of heart. It will guide you to a hidden world, a realm where nature's wonders and mysteries abound." Arya and Finn exchanged a glance, their excitement mingled with awe. With the stone as their guide, they embarked on a journey into the depths of the forest, where the veil between the seen and unseen was thin. The magic of the stone revealed hidden paths and secret clearings, where creatures of legend roamed. They met gentle woodland spirits and playful sprites, who danced on the breeze and sang songs of the old world. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the sweet aroma of ripe berries, which they shared with their newfound friends. As the days turned into weeks, Arya and Finn discovered a world where the impossible was possible, and every day brought new wonders. They learned the language of the trees, the songs of the rivers, and the wisdom of the stars. Through their journey, they forged a bond stronger than ever, their friendship deepened by the shared magic and the adventures they embraced. Yet, as with all journeys, challenges arose. One day a shadow fell over the enchanted realm. A creeping darkness, born of forgotten grievances and long-hidden fears, threatened to engulf the forest and its inhabitants. The creatures that had welcomed them now looked to Arya and Finn for guidance and hope. The young adventurers knew that they had to act. With the stone's glow as their beacon, they sought the heart of the darkness. Along the way, they gathered allies, each one bringing their own gifts and strengths. A wise old owl with feathers like moonlight offered counsel, while a mischievous fox with eyes like embers provided cunning and agility. As they ventured deeper into the shadowed woods, Arya and Finn realized that the darkness was not an external force, but a manifestation of the forest's forgotten pain. The trees whispered of times when humans and nature were in harmony, and how that bond had been severed by neglect and misunderstanding. To heal the forest, Arya and Finn understood they must first heal the rift between the human world and the realm of magic. They returned to Linden Hollow, gathering the villagers to share the tales and wonders they had witnessed. Through stories and songs, they rekindled the people's love for the forest and its magic, reminding them of the shared history and the beauty that lay beyond their sight. Moved by the young adventurer's passion and the enchanting stories, the villagers joined in a celebration of unity. Together, they ventured into the forest, bringing gifts of gratitude and promises of renewal. As the bond was mended, the darkness began to recede, replaced by a vibrant light that breathed new life into the woods. The forest sang with joy, its creatures dancing in delight as the magic flowed freely once more. The tree in the glade, now a symbol of hope and unity, stood taller than ever, its branches reaching towards the sky in a triumphant embrace. Arya and Finn, their hearts full of happiness and fulfillment, knew that their journey had changed them forever. They had learned the importance of harmony, the strength of friendship, and the power of belief. With the stone as a cherished reminder, they returned to the village, carrying with them the magic of the forest in their hearts. And so, under the starlit sky of Linden Hollow, where the forest and village were intertwined by stories and dreams, Arya and Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the world was a little brighter, a little more magical, and that their journey was just the beginning of many more adventures to come. Story 29. In a quiet corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a vast velvet expanse, there lay a small, vibrant planet named Lumara, known for its gentle rains and emerald meadows. Lumara was home to a variety of species, but perhaps the most intriguing were the Lumari, beings of ethereal light who were as kind as they were wise. One evening, as the two opalescent moons of Lumara began their nightly dance across the sky, a spaceship from a distant world descended quietly upon its surface. The ship belonged to a traveler named Vex, an inquisitive, bright-eyed being from the planet Gorum. Vex was covered in a soft, iridescent fur that reflected the colors of the twilight, and his spirit was as adventurous as the winds of his home planet. As Vex touched down, he marveled at the lush landscapes and the soothing sounds of the Lumaran night. He was here on a mission of exploration, eager to uncover the wonders of this peaceful world. Meanwhile, closer to the heart of Lumara, a Lumari named Lyra was tending to her garden of glowing flowers, their petals gently swaying in the evening breeze. Lyra was curious about the universe beyond her own world, and she often gazed up at the stars, dreaming of the stories they might tell. As Vex wandered through the moonlit meadows, he stumbled upon Lyra's garden. He was captivated by the sight, and as he leaned in to examine a particularly radiant bloom, his clumsy movements accidentally snapped the delicate stem. Startled by the noise, Lyra turned and saw the stranger standing amidst her beloved flowers. Her initial reaction was one of alarm, for she had never seen a being quite like Vex before. His furry form and wide, curious eyes seemed so different from the ethereal Lumari. Vex, realizing his mistake, stepped back apologetically, his fur bristling with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to disturb your garden," he said softly, his voice carrying sincerity. "It's just, I've never seen flowers like these before." Lyra's initial apprehension softened at Vex's earnestness. "These flowers are called star blossoms," she explained gently. "They glow at night, reflecting the light of our moons. They are special to us, much like the stars you come from might be to you." The two beings stood in a moment of silence, the air around them filled with the gentle hum of Lumara's nocturnal symphony. Though they came from worlds apart, in that moment they shared a common ground, a fascination with the beauty of the universe. As the days turned into weeks, Vex and Lyra's initial misunderstanding blossomed into a friendship. Vex would visit Lyra's garden often, eager to learn more about the Lumari and their ways. In return, he shared stories of his adventures across the stars, tales that made Lyra's eyes sparkle with wonder. But their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the lush forests of Lumara together, they encountered a steep, rocky cliff. The path ahead was treacherous, and as Vex attempted to climb, his fur snagged on a jagged rock, causing him to slip. Lyra's heart leaped as she saw her friend in peril. Without hesitation, she reached out, her light-infused form forming a gentle, protective barrier around Vex. With a soft pull, she guided him back to safety. "Thank you, Lyra," Vex said, his voice filled with gratitude and relief. "I thought I was going to fall." Lyra smiled, her light shimmering with warmth. "That's what friends are for, Vex. We help each other when we're in need." This experience further strengthened their bond, and they continued to explore Lumara together, each day learning more about one another's worlds and hearts. They discovered that despite their differences, their friendship was built on mutual respect, understanding, and a shared love for the wonders around them. One evening, as they sat beneath the twin moons, Vex turned to Lyra and said, "I've traveled to many places, seen many things, but I've never known a friendship like ours. You've taught me that the universe, vast as it is held together by the connections we make." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. "And you've shown me that true friendship transcends the boundaries of distance and difference. It is a bond of the heart." As the stars twinkled above, Vex and Lyra knew that their friendship was a treasure more precious than any discovery in the galaxy. And in the quiet, gentle embrace of Lumara's night, they understood that they had found not just a friend, but a kindred spirit, and the universe was all the brighter for it. And so, under the shimmering canopy of stars, Vex and Lyra sat side by side, their hearts aglow with the warmth of true friendship, a friendship that would continue to light their paths, no matter where their journeys might take them. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently to the song of the wind, lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens blooming with flowers in every hue imaginable. Each morning, the sun would rise over the gentle hills, casting a warm, golden glow that made the dew on the petals glisten like tiny jewels. The village was home to many kind-hearted souls, but none more so than young Finn. Finn was a curious boy, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky and a mind as sharp as a fox. He lived with his grandmother, Nanny May, in a cozy cottage that was always filled with the aroma of fresh-baked bread and the comforting crackle of a wood-burning stove. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the village in shades of amber and crimson, Finn noticed something peculiar. The village bell, which hung from the ancient oak tree in the center of the square, had begun to ring by itself at the stroke of midnight. It was a gentle chime, not loud enough to wake everyone, but just enough to stir the curiosity of those who heard it. The villagers, puzzled by this strange occurrence, began to gather each morning to discuss the mystery over cups of steaming herbal tea. Nanny May, who had lived through many a mystery in her time, advised Finn to keep his ears and eyes open. "Mysteries have a way of solving themselves when you pay attention to the little things," she would say with a wink. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the fields, Finn decided to investigate. He donned his favorite woolen scarf and set off towards the bell. The path was lined with lanterns that flickered softly, lighting his way through the cool night air. As Finn approached the towering oak, he was greeted by the sound of rustling leaves and the soft hoot of an owl perched high above. The bell hung silently, its bronze surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Finn settled beneath the tree, wrapped in his scarf, and waited. Hours passed, and just as Finn's eyelids began to droop, the bell chimed. It was a gentle, melodious sound that seemed to resonate deep within the branches of the oak. Startled, Finn looked around but saw nothing unusual. Determined to uncover the cause, he climbed up the tree, his fingers brushing against the rough bark until he reached the bell. To his surprise, nestled among the leaves was a tiny creature, no larger than a sparrow. It had wings of iridescent blue and eyes that sparkled like starlit pools. The creature was a whispering sprite, a magical being known to inhabit the forests, and it was gently nudging the bell with its tiny, delicate hands. "Hello there," Finn whispered, careful not to startle the sprite. "Are you the one ringing the bell?" The sprite paused, its eyes meeting Finn's with a twinkle of mischief and warmth. "Indeed I am," it replied in a voice as soft as the wind through the trees. "I mean no harm, young one. I'm simply trying to send a message." Intrigued, Finn asked, "A message? To whom?" The sprite fluttered closer, its wings humming softly. To my kin in the northern woods, our song has been lost to the winds, and the bell's chime carries our call. Finn thought for a moment, his mind piecing together the puzzle. Perhaps I can help you, he suggested, but we must do it in a way that doesn't disturb the village. The sprite's face lit up with hope. Oh, that would be wonderful. But how? Together they devised a plan. Finn would create a small wind chime using the reeds and shells from the nearby riverbank. The gentle clinking would mimic the sprite's call, allowing it to communicate without ringing the village bell. The next day, with Nanny May's guidance, Finn crafted a beautiful wind chime. Its music was soft and melodious, a perfect whisper carried by the breeze. That evening, he hung it high in the branches of the oak, and the sprite, delighted, gave Finn a gift, a single feather from its wing, shimmering with magical light. The mystery of the midnight bell was solved, and the village returned to its peaceful slumber. The sprites could now communicate freely, and Finn had made a new friend in the magical world of the Whispering Woods. As Finn lay in bed that night, the feather tucked safely under his pillow, he felt a contentment that warmed him from within. He understood now that sometimes the smallest mysteries held the greatest adventures, and the simplest solutions brought the deepest joy. With a heart full of gratitude and dreams of woodland sprites, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was a little brighter, a little more magical, thanks to a bell, a sprite, and the wisdom of friendship. Story 31. In the tranquil village of Mistwood, nestled among rolling green hills and whispering woodlands, there lived a gentle young woman named Amara. Mistwood was a place where the air carried the scent of pine and lavender, and the river sang a soothing lullaby as it wound its way through the heart of the village. The people of Mistwood cherished their traditions, though much had been forgotten over the generations, locked away in the dusty pages of old tomes. Amara, with her curious heart and gentle spirit, often wandered the forest paths that meandered beyond the village, seeking solace beneath the ancient trees. These woods, with their towering oaks and shimmering streams, held secrets that whispered to her soul, secrets of an ancestry she longed to understand. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves blushed in shades of amber and gold, Amara's grandmother, wise and silver-haired, beckoned her to the warmth of their hearth. The fire crackled softly, casting a golden glow upon the walls adorned with woven tapestries of vibrant colors, each thread a story, each pattern a memory. "My dear Amara," her grandmother began, her voice rich with the cadence of many tales, "there is something I have kept for you, something passed down through our family for generations." From a small wooden chest smooth with age and polished by loving hands, her grandmother drew forth a delicate pendant. It was an intricate piece, a silver crescent moon, cradling a small, luminescent stone that glimmered with a soft inner light. Amara's breath caught, and she reached out to touch the cool metal, feeling an inexplicable warmth flood through her fingertips. "This," her grandmother explained, "is the moonstone of Mistwood. It is said to be a gift from the forest spirits, a symbol of the bond between our family and the land. Our ancestors were the guardians of this place, keepers of its harmony and secrets." Amara listened, entranced by the story woven into her grandmother's words. She learned how their forebears had lived in harmony with the forest, guided by the wisdom of the moonstone. They had nurtured the land, and in turn it had provided for them, a partnership of respect and balance. "The moonstone," her grandmother continued, "holds the memories of our ancestors. When you wear it, you may find that you feel their presence, their guidance whispering to you when you most need it." With her heart swelling with newfound connection, Amara slipped the pendant over her head. As it settled against her chest, she felt a gentle pulse, as if the stone itself was alive, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. In the days that followed, Amara wore the moonstone always, drawn to its comforting weight against her heart. With it, she ventured deeper into the woods, her senses attuned to the subtleties of the forest, the rustle of leaves underfoot, the soft murmur of the brook, the gentle sigh of the wind through the branches. Each sound seemed to carry with it a message, a fragment of wisdom from those who had walked these paths before her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and violet, Amara found herself at the edge of a glen she had never seen before. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and moonlight bathed the clearing in a silvery glow. At its center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward, as if reaching for the stars. Drawn to the tree, Amara approached with reverence. She placed a hand upon its rough bark, feeling a thrumming energy beneath her palm. Closing her eyes, she breathed deeply, letting the presence of the forest wash over her. It was then she felt it, a gentle warmth spreading from the moonstone, a soft voice in her mind, not of words but of feelings and images. She saw glimpses of her ancestors, tending the land, celebrating the harvest, and weaving the bonds of community. She felt their joys, their hopes, their dreams intertwined with her own. Understanding blossomed within Amara like the first light of dawn. The legacy of her ancestors was not just in the moonstone, but in the values they upheld: respect for nature, the strength of community, and the wisdom of the heart. These were the true treasures, passed down through the generations, waiting to be rediscovered and cherished anew. With this realization, Amara returned to the village, her heart light with purpose. She began to share the stories and traditions of her family with others, kindling a renewed appreciation for the ties that bound them to their land and each other. Together, they celebrated the changing seasons, planted gardens, and sang the old songs beneath the starlit sky. Through her journey, Amara found a profound sense of belonging, her spirit intertwined with the rich tapestry of her heritage. And as she lay beneath the warm glow of the hearth each night, the moonstone nestled against her heart, she felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom guiding her steps. In the peaceful village of Mistwood, where the past whispered through the trees and the future danced in the flicker of firelight, Amara's story became part of the living legacy, a story of connection, of harmony, and most importantly, of love. And so, as the moon rose high above the forest, casting its gentle light upon the world below, all was well, and all was at peace. Story 32. In a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. She dwelled in the enchanted bramble forest, a place where towering oaks twisted their branches into intricate patterns and sunlight filtered through the canopy in warm golden streaks. One crisp autumn morning, Thistle bounded through the forest, her paws kicking up swirls of fallen leaves. She loved this time of year, when the woodlands were ablaze with crimson and amber hues. As she hopped along, something caught her eye, a trail of sparkling crumbs leading deeper into the thicket. Curiosity piqued, Thistle followed the glimmering path. The crumbs seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light, and as she drew closer, she noticed they were not mere breadcrumbs, but tiny gemstones. Ruby red, emerald green, and sapphire blue jewels dotted the forest floor, beckoning her onwards. Thistle's whiskers twitched with excitement. What sort of magic could scatter such treasures? She quickened her pace, determined to unravel this mystery. The trail led her to a sunlit clearing, where an extraordinary sight awaited. In the center stood an ancient willow tree, its branches heavy with glistening beads that resembled morning dew. Yet as Thistle approached, she realized these were no ordinary droplets. They were crystalline tears, each one catching the light and refracting it into a dazzling prism of colors. Thistle gazed up at the weeping willow in awe. "Why do you cry such beautiful tears, dear tree?" she asked softly. A gentle voice, like the whisper of leaves in the breeze, answered her. "I am the guardian of the bramble forest, little one. These tears are shed for the changing seasons, for the beauty that fades and is reborn anew each year." Thistle's eyes widened. But why the trail of gemstones? That seems a strange way to mark the changing seasons. The willow rustled its branches. "Ah, those are not mere gems, but the crystallized dreams of the forest creatures. Each night as they slumber, their hopes and wishes take physical form and scatter across the woodland paths." "Dreams turn to jewels?" Thistle marveled. "But where do they come from? And why have I never noticed them before?" "The source lies deeper within the forest," the willow replied, "guarded by ancient magic and a riddle that must be solved. Only the pure of heart and keen of mind can find their way." Thistle's heart raced with anticipation. A quest. She loved a good mystery, and with the willow's guidance, she felt certain she could unlock the secrets of the dream jewels. The willow leaned down, its branches rustling like a whispered secret, Follow the path of stardust, little one. There you will find your answer and the source of the dreams. Thanking the wise tree, Thistle set off once more, her eyes scanning the forest floor for any trace of stardust. At last she spotted a faint shimmer leading into a hollow between two gnarled oaks. Ducking inside, Thistle found herself in a dimly lit grotto, the walls sparkling with thousands of tiny gemstones embedded in the rock. In the center stood a massive crystal, pulsing with an ethereal light that cast flickering shadows across the cavern. As Thistle approached, the crystal seemed to hum with energy, and she noticed a strange inscription etched into its base. Leaning closer, she read the riddle aloud. I am the keeper of dreams untold. My facets shimmer like nights of old. Unlock my heart with truth so bright, and jewels of hope will grant you sight. Thistle pondered the words, her brow furrowed in thought. Truth so bright. Could it mean honesty? Purity of heart, as the willow had said. Gathering her courage, Thistle stepped forward and placed her paw upon the crystal. I seek only to understand the magic of this place, she said, her voice ringing with sincerity. I promise to guard its secrets with care and kindness. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a brilliant flash, the crystal began to spin, its facets refracting the light into a dazzling kaleidoscope of color. Thistle gasped as thousands of dream jewels rained down around her, each one sparkling with the hopes and wishes of the forest creatures. As the crystal's radiance faded, Thistle found herself surrounded by a shimmering pool of gemstones. She scooped up a pawful, marveling at their beauty and the dreams they represented. A squirrel's wish for an endless supply of acorns, a deer's hope for a long, peaceful summer, a bird's dream of soaring among the clouds. With a contented sigh, Thistle realized the true magic of the bramble forest lay not in the jewels themselves, but in the wonder and imagination they inspired. As long as the creatures held fast to their dreams, hope would always find a way to shine through, like a path of stardust guiding them home. From that day on, Thistle became the guardian of the Dream Grotto, ensuring the crystal's secrets remained safe and the magic of the forest endured for generations to come. And each night, as she drifted off to sleep, her own dreams took shape as tiny gemstones, adding their sparkle to the woodland paths and reminding all who walked among them that even the smallest hope could illuminate the darkest of nights. Story 33. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the heart of the lush, rolling hills of Alderwood, where the sun painted the meadows in shades of gold and the breeze carried the sweet scent of wildflowers, there nestled a small village called Windholm. Windholm was a place where time seemed to move at a gentle pace, and its people were as warm and inviting as the summer's first ray of sunshine. In this village, a young girl named Lila lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage near the edge of the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods was a place of wonder and mystery. Its towering trees, ancient and wise, whispered secrets to the wind, their leaves rustling like 1,000 voices sharing tales of old. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and caution, for it was said that the forest held magic within its depths, a magic that could only be understood by those who listened closely with their hearts. Lila, with her wild chestnut curls and eyes as bright as the morning sky, was a child of curiosity and gentle spirit. She spent her days exploring the fields and streams, weaving daisy chains, and befriending every creature that crossed her path. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a heart as kind as the sun, often told her stories of the woods, tales of friendship and bravery, and of a hidden world that existed just beyond what the eyes could see. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and crimson, Lila awoke with a sense of excitement tingling in her toes. Today was the day she would venture into the Whispering Woods, a place she had often gazed upon with wonder from her window. Her grandmother, sensing the spark of adventure in her eyes, handed Lila a small woven basket filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm honeyed milk. "Remember, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice soft like a lullaby, "the woods are alive with stories. Listen with your heart, and you may find more than you seek." With a kiss on her cheek and a warm embrace, Lila set off toward the woods, the morning sun casting a golden path ahead of her. The air was crisp and fragrant, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. As Lila stepped into the forest, the world seemed to change around her. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the soft hum of nature's symphony. She walked deeper into the woods, her heart open and her senses attuned to the magic that seemed to pulse through the very earth beneath her feet. After some time, she came upon a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches entwined like old friends holding hands. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its roots stretching deep into the earth. Lila approached the tree with a sense of awe, feeling as though it were a guardian watching over the forest. As she sat beneath the great oak, resting her back against its sturdy trunk, she closed her eyes and listened to the whispers of the wind. It was then that she heard it, a soft, melodic voice singing a tune that seemed to come from the very heart of the woods. The song was both familiar and new, like a forgotten lullaby that had always been there, just waiting to be remembered. Curious and enchanted, Lila followed the song, her feet moving as if guided by an unseen force. The melody led her deeper into the forest, where the light grew softer and the air cooler. Soon, she found herself standing before a small, shimmering pond, its surface mirroring the sky above. At the edge of the pond sat a figure, delicate and ethereal, with hair like spun silver and eyes that shimmered like the stars. The figure turned to Lila with a gentle smile, her voice like the tinkling of bells as she spoke. "Welcome, young one. I am Sylphine, keeper of the Whispering Woods. You have heard my song and followed your heart. What is it you seek?" Lila, captivated by the kindness radiating from Sylphine, found her voice. "I seek to understand the magic of these woods, to hear the stories they hold, and to learn the secrets whispered by the trees." Sylphine nodded, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "The magic you seek is not found in spells or incantations, but in the connections we make with the world around us. The trees, the animals, the very earth, all are alive with stories, waiting to be heard by those who take the time to listen." Lila sat beside Sylphine, her heart open and eager to learn. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Sylphine shared with her the tales of the forest. The story of the brave fox who outwitted the cunning wolf, the tale of the lonely owl who found friendship with a timid mouse, and the legend of the ancient oak that stood as a beacon of hope for all who were lost. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of the woods, weaving together lessons of kindness, courage, and the power of friendship. Lila listened with wonder, her heart swelling with the beauty of the tales and the wisdom they held. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Sylphine rose and placed a hand on Lila's shoulder. "Remember, dear child, that the magic of the woods is within you as well. Carry it with you, and let it guide you on your journey." With a grateful heart, Lila thanked Sylphine and made her way back through the forest, the path now illuminated by the gentle glow of fireflies. As she stepped out of the woods and into the moonlit fields, she felt a newfound sense of peace and understanding, a connection to the world around her that she had never known before. When Lila returned home, her grandmother greeted her with a warm hug and a knowing smile. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" Lila nodded, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Yes, Nana, I found the magic of the woods, and it was more beautiful than I ever imagined." That night, as she lay in bed, the whispers of the woods still echoing in her heart, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the songs and stories of the Whispering Woods. And from that day forward, she carried the magic of the forest with her, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. In the days and years that followed, Lila grew to become a storyteller in her own right, sharing the tales of the Whispering Woods with all who would listen. Her stories, filled with the warmth and wisdom of the forest, touched the hearts of many, spreading the magic of the woods far and wide. And in her heart, she knew that the magic was not something to be found in the woods alone, but in the kindness of a friend's smile, the courage to face one's fears, and the love that connected all living things. As Lila's stories took root in the hearts of those who heard them, the village of Windholm blossomed with a newfound sense of wonder and community. The villagers began to see the world through new eyes, finding beauty in the ordinary and discovering the magic that lay hidden in their everyday lives. The children of Windholm, inspired by Lila's tales, ventured into the whispering woods with open hearts, eager to hear the secrets whispered by the trees and to learn from the wise Sylphine. They returned with stories of their own, tales of friendship and adventure that brought laughter and joy to the village. Lila's grandmother, proud of her granddaughter's newfound purpose, watched as Lila's stories wove a tapestry of connection and understanding among the people of Windholm. Her wise eyes twinkled with joy, knowing that the magic of the woods had found its way into the hearts of all who listened. And so, the Whispering Woods became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking wisdom and wonder, a sanctuary where the stories of the past and present intertwined, creating a legacy that would be passed down through generations. The ancient oak, standing tall and proud in the heart of the forest, became a symbol of hope and resilience, a reminder that the world was filled with magic, if only one took the time to listen. As the years passed, Lila continued to share her stories, her voice carrying the warmth of the sun and the gentle rustle of the leaves. Her tales were a balm to the weary, a beacon of light in the darkness, and a celebration of the beauty that existed within and around every soul. And though Lila's hair turned silver with age, her spirit remained as vibrant and curious as the day she first ventured into the Whispering Woods. Her heart, filled with the magic of the forest, beat in time with the rhythm of the earth, a testament to the power of stories and the connections they forged. In the quiet moments of twilight, when the world was bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Lila would sit beneath the great oak, listening to the whispers of the wind and the stories carried on its breath. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, she would close her eyes and dream of the day she first heard Sylphine's song, a melody that had changed her life and the lives of all who followed. And so the story of Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a tale of friendship and adventure, of courage and discovery, reminding all who heard it that the magic of the world was not confined to the pages of a book or the depths of a forest, but existed in the hearts of those who dared to listen, to love, and to dream. In the gentle embrace of the night, as the village of Windholm slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, the Whispering Woods continued to sing its ancient song, a melody of hope and wonder, forever weaving its magic into the fabric of life. Story 34. Title: Whispering Woods. In a secluded village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mirren. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to those who dared to venture within. The forest was a kaleidoscope of vibrant greens and deep shadows, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating dapples of light that danced upon the forest floor. It was said that the woods were home to creatures of old magic, beings who could only be seen by those with pure hearts and open minds. Mirren, with her gentle disposition and curious spirit, was drawn to the forest. Unlike her peers, who feared the tales of enchantment and mystery, she felt an inexplicable pull towards the whispering trees. Her grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes like clear blue skies, encouraged her curiosity. "The forest holds many secrets, dear one," she would say, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "But remember, it is kindness and courage that will guide you." One crisp autumn morning, with the scent of fallen leaves and earth in the air, Mirren set out toward the Whispering Woods. The air was cool, and the forest seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked along the path, the world around her seemed to hum with life. Birds chirped melodiously, and squirrels darted through the underbrush, their bushy tails flicking behind them. Mirren's heart beat with anticipation as she ventured deeper into the woods, her footsteps muffled by the soft carpet of leaves. She soon came upon a clearing where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their trunks covered in a blanket of moss. In the center of the clearing lay a pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. It was here that Mirren noticed something extraordinary, a small, shimmering stone nestled among the roots of a great oak. Drawn to the stone, she approached it cautiously, It was unlike anything she had ever seen, glowing softly with an inner light that pulsed gently, as if alive. As Mirren reached out to touch it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingertips, and a soft voice echoed in her mind. "Welcome, kind child. You have found the Heartstone." Startled yet intrigued, Mirren took the stone in her hands. It was no larger than a robin's egg, but it felt weighty with importance. The voice continued, "The Heartstone holds the power to reveal the true nature of things. It can guide you to those in need and help you see the hidden truths of the world." Overwhelmed by the stone's power and promise, Mirren sat by the pond, contemplating its significance. She knew that with such a gift came responsibility, and her heart swelled with the desire to use it wisely. As she held the Heartstone, she noticed a gentle ripple on the pond's surface, and from its depths emerged a figure, a tiny, delicate creature with wings like spun glass. "Greetings, Mirren," the creature said, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "I am Lila, guardian of this part of the Whispering Woods. The Heartstone has chosen you for a reason. There is much good you can do, if you choose to accept this task." Mirren nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "I accept, Lila. Please guide me." Lila fluttered around Mirren joyfully, her wings casting iridescent rainbows in the air. "Very well. Let us begin. There are those in the forest who need your help." With Lila leading the way, Mirren embarked on a journey through the heart of the Whispering Woods. As they traveled, Mirren discovered more about the forest than she could have ever imagined. The trees whispered tales of the past, and the wind carried the scent of magic. Their first stop was a grove where an ancient oak stood, its branches twisted with age and wisdom. Beneath its boughs lay a family of foxes, their fur matted and dull. The mother fox looked up as Mirren approached, her eyes filled with sorrow. "The Heartstone can heal," Lila whispered, nodding towards the foxes. "They have been affected by a curse of hunger that makes finding food impossible." Mirren knelt beside the foxes, holding the Heartstone over them. It glowed warmly, and a gentle light enveloped the family. Slowly, the mother fox's eyes brightened, and the kits began to stir, their fur shining with new vitality. The mother fox nuzzled Mirren's hand in gratitude before leading her family into the underbrush, restored and renewed. As Mirren continued her journey, she encountered many creatures in need. A songbird with a broken wing, a deer separated from its herd, and even a lonely hedgehog who had lost its way. With each encounter, the Heartstone revealed its magic, and Mirren's confidence grew. She learned to listen not only with her ears, but with her heart, understanding the silent pleas of the forest's inhabitants. One afternoon, while resting by a bubbling brook, Mirren noticed a peculiar sight. A small, iridescent butterfly struggling in a spider's web. The butterfly's wings were a riot of colors, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Without hesitation, Mirren gently freed the butterfly, careful not to damage its delicate wings. As it fluttered in her hands, it transformed into a tiny, radiant figure. "Thank you, kind Mirren," the figure said, its voice filled with gratitude. "I am Aithne, a spirit of the forest. You have saved me, and in return, I offer you my friendship and guidance." With Aithne joining their group, Mirren felt her heart swell with joy. The spirit of the forest brought with it a deep connection to the natural world, and Mirren learned to see the beauty in even the smallest of things. Together they ventured further into the Whispering Woods, where the trees grew taller and the air shimmered with magic. As night fell, casting the forest in a cloak of indigo and silver, Mirren and her companions found themselves in a grove illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. The air was filled with the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves above. It was here that Mirren felt a change in the air, a presence watching them from the shadows. "Lila, Aithne," Mirren whispered, her voice barely audible. "Do you feel that?" Her companions nodded, their eyes scanning the darkness. From the shadows emerged a figure, cloaked in a robe of leaves and vines. Its face was obscured, but its presence was both powerful and gentle. "Fear not, Mirren," Aithne reassured her. "This is the guardian of the Whispering Woods, a being of ancient magic." The guardian stepped into the light, its eyes like pools of starlight. "You have done well, young one," it said, its voice resonant and wise. "The forest has watched your journey, and you have proven yourself worthy of the Heartstone." Mirren bowed her head, humbled by the guardian's words. Thank you. I only wish to help and learn. The guardian nodded, a smile in its voice. Your kindness and courage have restored balance to the woods. The Heartstone has chosen well. As the guardian spoke, the Heartstone in Mirren's hand glowed with a brilliant light, and she felt a warmth spread through her heart. It was as if the forest itself was embracing her, acknowledging her efforts and welcoming her as one of its own. You have seen the beauty and the challenges of this world, the guardian continued. Remember, Mirren, that true strength lies not in power, but in understanding and compassion. With these, you will always find your way. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Mirren knew it was time to return to her village. The journey had changed her, opened her eyes to the wonders of the world around her. With Lyra, Aethne, and the Heartstone by her side, she knew she carried the magic of the Whispering Woods within her heart. The villagers greeted her with smiles and open arms, curious about the adventures she had encountered. Mirren shared her stories, weaving tales of friendship, courage, and the magic that dwelled in the heart of the forest. Her words sparked a newfound respect for the Whispering Woods, and soon the villagers began to see the forest not as a place of fear, but of wonder and possibility. As the days turned to weeks, Mirren continued to visit the Whispering Woods, nurturing her bond with the creatures and the land. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, the songs of the streams, and the wisdom of the wind. In turn, the forest flourished, its magic growing stronger with every act of kindness and understanding. In the years that followed, Mirren became a guardian in her own right, a bridge between the human world and the magical realm of the forest. The Heartstone remained a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the power of compassion and the beauty of the unseen. And so the Whispering Woods thrived, a place where magic danced in the light of the sun and the moon, and the whispers of the trees told tales of a young girl who listened with her heart and found her true path in the embrace of the forest. As the last light of day faded, and the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Mirren would often find herself by the fireplace, sharing her stories with the next generation. Her voice, like a soft breeze, carried the promise of adventure and the warmth of home, ensuring that the magic of the Whispering Woods would never be forgotten. Story 35. In the heart of the tranquil vale of verdant whispers, where the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of lavender and the gentle hum of honeybees, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. Its cottages, with their moss-covered roofs and trailing ivy, nestled comfortably amongst ancient oaks, creating a tapestry of greens and browns that soothed the eye and calmed the spirit. The villagers of Willowbrook were a merry folk, known for their nightly gatherings under the stars, where stories of old were shared around crackling fires and music floated on the breeze like the softest of lullabies. Yet, for all its serene beauty, an unusual mystery had begun to unfurl within this peaceful haven. It all started on a misty morning when the sun was just beginning to yawn over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. As the villagers went about their daily routines, they discovered that the village's beloved fountain, an intricately carved stone structure that sang with the gentle trickle of water, had inexplicably ceased to flow. The fountain, a gift from the forest spirits, was said to bring joy and prosperity, its water shimmering with a soft, magical glow. Concerned whispers spread like the morning fog, and soon a gathering formed around the silent fountain. Among them stood Aiden, a young and curious lad with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Aiden had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the world, his heart guided by a kind spirit and an insatiable curiosity. Determined to solve the mystery of the silent fountain, Aiden set off towards the edge of the village, where the ancient woods stretched like a vast emerald sea. He hoped to seek the wisdom of the forest's guardian, an ageless owl named Sage, who was known for her vast knowledge and gentle demeanor. The path through the woods was a symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets, the earthy scent of pine needles mingling with the crisp morning air. Aiden's footsteps were soft on the mossy ground, and soon he found himself at the foot of the great oak, where Sage made her home. Perched upon a low branch, Sage greeted Aiden with a slow blink of her wise amber eyes. Her feathers, a tapestry of brown and gold, shimmered in the dappled sunlight. "Ah, young Aiden," Sage hooted softly, her voice as calm and soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my corner of the woods on such a fine morning?" Aiden explained the strange occurrence, his words tumbling out with the urgency of a bubbling brook. Sage listened patiently, nodding her head with understanding. "You see, dear Aiden," Sage began, her voice as smooth as silk, "the fountain's magic is not lost, but merely misplaced. There is a lesson to be learned here, one that speaks of balance and harmony with the world around us." Intrigued, Aiden leaned closer, eager to unravel the mystery. "But how do we restore the magic?" he asked softly, his eyes wide with wonder. Sage fluffed her feathers and began to explain. "The fountain draws its magic from the very heart of the forest, from the song of the streams and the whisper of the winds. Recently, a family of mischievous pixies has taken to playing tricks near the source of this magic, disturbing the delicate harmony that binds it all together." Aiden's brow furrowed in thought. "Then we must find these pixies and persuade them to cease their antics," he suggested, his voice filled with determination. "Indeed," Sage agreed, her eyes twinkling with approval. "But remember, gentle words and understanding can often achieve what force cannot." With Sage's guidance, Aiden set off deeper into the woods, following a path that wound through thickets of ferns and past gurgling brooks. The air was alive with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a lark, creating a tapestry of sensory delights that urged him onward. Eventually, he reached a secluded glade where sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. There, amidst the vibrant blooms, he found the pixies, tiny, winged creatures with iridescent wings and mischievous grins. Aiden approached with a gentle smile, speaking in a voice as soft as the breeze. "Greetings, friends," he called out, his tone warm and inviting. "I seek your help to restore the magic of our beloved fountain." The pixies paused in their antics, their curiosity piqued by Aiden's kind demeanor. One of them, a pixie with wings that glimmered like the morning dew, fluttered closer. "And why should we help?" she asked, her voice as light as a whisper. Aiden's smile widened, his heart full of understanding. "Because the fountain's magic is a gift to us all, a symbol of the harmony between our village and this enchanted forest. By restoring it, we all thrive together." The pixies exchanged glances, their playful expressions softening at Aiden's sincere words. With nods of agreement, they promised to cease their mischief, recognizing the importance of the balance they had disrupted. True to their word, the pixies set about undoing their tricks, their laughter echoing like bells in the forest. Aiden watched in awe as the magic of the woods seemed to awaken once more, the air shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Thanking the pixies for their cooperation, Aiden made his way back to Willowbrook, his heart light with the knowledge of a task well done. As he approached the village square, he was greeted by the joyful sight of the fountain, its waters flowing freely once more, casting rainbows in the morning sun. The villagers gathered around, their faces alight with gratitude and happiness. They applauded Aiden's cleverness and the gentle way he had resolved the mystery, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the village celebrated with a grand feast. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and music, the warm glow of lanterns casting a comforting light on the faces of friends and family alike. And so, as the night deepened and the village slowly drifted into slumber, the veil of verdant whispers lay wrapped in a serene peace, its secrets safe and its magic restored. Aiden, tucked cozily in his bed, drifted off to sleep with a smile, knowing that in a world of mysteries, friendship and wisdom were the true magic that bound them all together. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between towering mountains and lush, whispering woodlands, there was a cobblestone street lined with charming cottages. Among these homes was a small, ivy-covered house where a young girl named Clara lived with her grandparents. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on freshly spun spider webs, and a heart as warm as the hearth in her grandmother's kitchen. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced to the ground in a symphony of rustlings and whispers, Clara decided to explore the attic of her home. The attic was a place of mystery, full of forgotten treasures and stories waiting to be discovered. As she ascended the creaky wooden stairs, the scent of old books and cedar filled the air, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. In the soft, golden light filtering through a circular window, Clara began to sift through the dusty relics of the past. She uncovered a worn trunk, its leather straps cracked with age. Inside, nestled among lace handkerchiefs and sepia-toned photographs, was an unusual object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and flowers, each petal and leaf seemingly alive with detail. Clara's fingers traced these designs as she gingerly opened the lid. To her astonishment, the box contained a shimmering crystal orb, no larger than a robin's egg. As she gazed into its depths, the orb began to glow softly, casting a gentle, iridescent light that filled the attic with a sense of wonder and tranquility. Clara's discovery was soon interrupted by a soft, melodic chime emanating from the orb. The sound was like the gentle tinkling of bells in a distant meadow, and it seemed to call to her heart. Entranced, Clara knew she had found something truly magical. The next day, Clara confided in her best friend, Leo, a boy with an adventurous spirit and an infectious laugh. Together, they decided to learn more about the mysterious orb. Leo suggested visiting old Mr. Tinsley, the village historian who lived at the edge of the forest. Known for his vast knowledge and kind heart, Mr. Tinsley often helped the village children with their curious inquiries. The journey to Mr. Tinsley's cottage was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the crisp, clean air of autumn. As they walked, the forest whispered secrets and stories, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. When they finally arrived, they found Mr. Tinsley sitting in his garden, surrounded by blooming chrysanthemums and the soothing hum of bees. Clara and Leo shared their adventure with Mr. Tinsley, who listened intently, his eyes twinkling with interest. He explained that the orb was a rare and powerful artifact known as the Heartstone, a relic from the time of the forest guardians, ancient protectors of nature's balance. The Heartstone, Mr. Tinsley said, holds the power to reveal the hidden truths and unlock the wisdom within one's heart, but it can only be used by those who seek knowledge with pure intentions and kindness. Clara and Leo were determined to learn more about the Heartstone's abilities, and Mr. Tinsley offered to guide them. He suggested they visit the Whispering Woods, where the spirit of the forest guardians was said to linger. There, they might find the answers they sought. The following morning, Clara and Leo set off on their journey, the Heartstone safely tucked away in Clara's satchel. The forest welcomed them with open arms, its canopy filtering the sunlight into a tapestry of light and shadow. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of pine and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered a gentle stream, its waters clear and sparkling. By the stream sat a wise old turtle named Aurelius, who had seen many seasons come and go. Aurelius greeted them with a slow nod, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Ah, young travelers," Aurelius said in a voice as smooth as the river stones. "What brings you to this sacred place?" Clara and Leo shared their story with Aurelius, who listened patiently, offering gentle encouragement with every word. The turtle advised them to follow the stream to the ancient willow glade, where the Heartstone's power would reveal itself. As they journeyed along the stream, Clara and Leo encountered a mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose boundless energy and playful antics brought laughter and lightness to their journey. Pip led them through the forest, bounding from branch to branch and sharing tales of his escapades. Finally, they arrived at the willow glade, a serene and magical place where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of nature's song. The ancient willow trees stood as silent sentinels, their branches swaying in the breeze like the arms of a loving parent. Clara held the Heartstone up to the light, and it began to glow with a warm, inviting luminescence. Suddenly, the air shimmered with a soft, golden light, and the spirit of the forest guardians appeared before them. The guardians spoke in voices that resonated like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, their presence both comforting and awe-inspiring. "Young ones," the guardians said, "you have come seeking wisdom and truth. The Heartstone has chosen you because of your pure hearts and kind intentions. Remember, true strength lies not in force, but in understanding and compassion. Clara and Leo listened intently, their hearts swelling with a newfound understanding. They realized that the true magic of the Heartstone was not in its ability to perform grand feats, but in its power to reveal the beauty and wisdom within themselves and those around them. With the Guardian's blessing, Clara and Leo returned to their village, their hearts filled with a sense of peace and purpose. They shared their experiences with their friends and family, spreading the message of kindness and understanding throughout the village. And so the Heartstone's magic continued to touch the lives of those it encountered, a reminder that the greatest treasures are often found within our own hearts. As the sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Leo sat by the fire, their hearts aglow with the warmth of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. And in the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, the gentle whispers of the forest carried a promise that the magic of the Heartstone would live on in the hearts of all who believed in the power of friendship and the wisdom of kindness. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, remember that within you lies a world of wonder and magic, waiting to be discovered. For in every heart there is a Heartstone, ready to shine its light upon the path of understanding and love. Story 37. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and verdant meadows, there lived a young girl named Sophie. Her home was crafted from the very stones of the ancient earth and was tucked beneath the sweeping branches of a great oak tree. Every morning, the sunlight would filter through the leaves, casting gentle dapples of light upon the wooden floors, creating a warm and inviting embrace that welcomed each day. Sophie was known throughout the village for her curious spirit and kind heart. She had a peculiar gift, one that her grandmother lovingly called the sight. This gift allowed Sophie to perceive things others could not, a flicker of light that danced across the water, a whisper of wind that spoke of distant places, and the faintest shimmer of colors that hinted at magic hidden just beyond the ordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot like brittle paper, Sophie set out on her daily wander through the fields. The air was cool and tinged with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, a reminder of the changing seasons. She wore her favorite scarf, a vibrant patchwork of colors that her grandmother had knitted for her, and it fluttered behind her like a banner of joy. As Sophie walked, she noticed something unusual. A soft, melodic hum seemed to resonate from deep within the grove of trees at the far end of the meadow. It was a sound unlike any she had heard before, delicate yet persistent, calling to her with an irresistible allure. Driven by curiosity, Sophie followed the sound, her steps quickening with anticipation. As she neared the grove, the hum grew louder, wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. The trees here were older and grander, their trunks thick with age and wisdom, their branches stretching out as if to shelter her from the world. In the heart of the grove, Sophie discovered the source of the mysterious sound, a small, intricately carved wooden box resting upon the forest floor, bathed in the dappled sunlight. It was as if the box itself was alive, gently vibrating with an energy that seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat of the earth. Sophie knelt beside the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that adorned its surface. The patterns were familiar, reminiscent of the ancient stories her grandmother would tell by the fireside, stories of enchanted forests, talking animals, and hidden worlds beneath the surface of everyday life. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing its treasure, a single, shimmering feather that glowed with a light of its own. It was unlike any feather Sophie had ever seen, radiating a spectrum of colors that shifted and danced like the northern lights. As she gently lifted the feather from its resting place, a warmth spread through her fingertips, traveling up her arm and settling in her heart. In that moment, Sophie knew she had found something extraordinary. The feather, she realized, was imbued with magic, a magic that spoke of journeys untold and secrets long forgotten. With the feather in hand, Sophie set off on a journey of discovery, her heart filled with wonder and excitement. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she noticed the world around her transforming. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their leaves whispering secrets, and the forest floor sparkled with tiny motes of light, as if the very earth was alive with magic. It wasn't long before Sophie found herself in a hidden glade, a place she had never seen before, despite her many wanderings. The air here was thick with enchantment, and a gentle mist hovered above the ground, giving the glade an ethereal glow. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and sturdy, its branches reaching up to touch the sky. The tree was unlike any other, its bark shimmering with an iridescent sheen, and its leaves a brilliant tapestry of colors that seemed to change with every breath of wind. As Sophie approached the tree, she felt a presence, warm and welcoming, as if the tree itself was alive and aware of her arrival. She placed her hand upon the trunk, and a soft voice echoed in her mind, gentle and wise. "Welcome, dear child," the voice said, resonating with the music of the forest. "You have found the Feather of Wonders, a gift from the ancient times, a relic of magic and mystery." Sophie listened, her heart swelling with awe. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "This is the heart of the forest," the voice replied, "a sanctuary of magic and dreams. You have been chosen, dear Sophie, to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." With the Feather of Wonders in her hand, Sophie felt a surge of courage and determination. The tree's presence filled her with a sense of purpose, a calling to explore the hidden world that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. As she stood in the glade, Sophie knew she was not alone. The forest was alive with creatures both seen and unseen, their eyes watching her with curiosity and kindness. She could feel their presence, a tapestry of life woven together by the threads of magic. Her journey took her through enchanted woods and across sparkling streams, each step revealing new wonders and challenges. Along the way, Sophie met companions who would become dear friends, an inquisitive fox with eyes that twinkled like stars, a wise old owl who spoke in riddles, and a gentle deer whose grace and beauty were unmatched. Together, they journeyed through the hidden world, each discovery bringing them closer, their friendship growing with every shared adventure. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the stories written in the stars, and to see the magic that lay hidden in the simplest of things. As the days turned to weeks, Sophie's heart began to change. She found strength in her friends, wisdom in her choices, and courage in her heart. The Feather of Wonders guided her, its light illuminating the path ahead, but it was her own spirit that led the way. One moonlit night, as they gathered beneath the ancient tree, the owl spoke of a final challenge, an ancient riddle that guarded the greatest secret of the heart of the forest. The answer, he said, lay within a place of darkness and light, a place where dreams were born and fears were vanquished. Determined to uncover the secret, Sophie and her friends set off once more, their hearts united in purpose. The journey was long and fraught with trials, but they faced each challenge with bravery and wisdom, their friendship a beacon of hope in the shadows. At last, they arrived at a cave hidden deep within the forest, its entrance shrouded in mist and mystery. As they stepped inside, the air grew cool and still, and the walls seemed to pulse with a gentle hum, echoing the rhythm of their hearts. In the heart of the cave, they found a pool of water, its surface like glass, reflecting the stars above. It was here that the riddle would be answered, the secret revealed. Sophie knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with anticipation. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, but it was more than that. She saw her journey, the challenges she had overcome, the friends she had made, and the person she had become. The answer, she realized, was not in the words of the riddle, but in her own heart. It was the courage to face her fears, the wisdom to see the truth, and the love that bound her to her friends. With a gentle touch, she placed the Feather of Wonders upon the water, and a light blossomed from within, illuminating the cave with a radiant glow. The walls shimmered with the colors of the feather, and the air was filled with a symphony of sound, a melody of joy and magic that resonated through the forest. In that moment, Sophie understood the true magic of the Feather of Wonders. It was not the feather itself, but the journey it had inspired, the friendships it had forged, and the transformation it had brought about in her heart. As the light faded, Sophie and her friends emerged from the cave, their spirits lifted, their hearts full. The forest welcomed them with open arms, its magic woven into the very fabric of their being. From that day on, Sophie was known as the guardian of the heart of the forest, a protector of its secrets and a beacon of hope for all who sought the magic within. Her story spread throughout the village, a tale of wonder and friendship, of courage and transformation. And so, the Feather of Wonders became a symbol of the magic that lay within each of us, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those we take within our own hearts, guided by love, wisdom, and the bonds of friendship. As the sun set behind the hills, casting the world in a soft golden glow, Sophie sat beneath the great oak tree, the feather resting beside her. The fireflies danced in the twilight, weaving a tapestry of light that shimmered in the cool evening air. Her heart was at peace, her spirit renewed, and as she closed her eyes, she knew that the magic of the forest would always be with her, a gentle reminder of the journey she had taken and the person she had become. And so, in the heart of the forest, under the light of 1,000 stars, Sophie drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the magic of the world she had come to love. The end. Story 38. Title: The Whispers of Willow Hollow. In the heart of a valley where the sun kissed the meadows with golden warmth, nestled a small village known as Willow Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for hidden beneath its tranquil facade lay secrets that whispered through the leaves and danced upon the gentle breezes. The villagers went about their daily lives, tending to their sheep and cultivating the fertile lands, blissfully unaware of the wonders that lay just beyond their sight. At the edge of Willow Hollow stood a quaint, cozy cottage, its thatched roof a testament to the skillful hands of generations past. It was home to a young boy named Finn, whose curious heart brimmed with dreams of adventure. Finn had a knack for noticing things others did not, the way the river sang a different tune each morning, or how the colors of dusk painted stories across the sky. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched beneath his feet, Finn set off on one of his many wanderings. The air was filled with the sweet scent of ripe apples, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As he walked, his imagination wove tales of brave knights and hidden treasures. Yet he never imagined he would soon embark on a journey of his own that would change him forever. Finn's path led him to an ancient willow tree that stood sentinel-like at the edge of the forest. Its branches swayed gracefully, as if waving him closer. Intrigued, Finn approached and noticed something peculiar, a faint light emanating from a hollow within the tree's trunk. With a heart pounding in anticipation, he peered inside. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay a small, luminous stone. It glowed with a gentle blue hue, casting a soft light that enveloped Finn in a soothing warmth. He reached out tentatively, and as his fingers brushed against the stone, a gentle voice echoed in his mind, whispering of wonders yet unseen. "Welcome, seeker of the unseen," the voice murmured, each word wrapping around Finn like a comforting embrace. "You hold the Stone of Whispers, a key to the hidden world that lies beneath our own." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. He could scarcely believe what he was hearing. "A hidden world?" he asked aloud, though the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of his discovery. "Indeed," the voice replied, a hint of a smile woven into its tone. "A realm where nature's secrets come alive, and where friendships bloom in the most unexpected ways. But be warned, young Finn, for the journey ahead is one of both discovery and growth." With a newfound sense of purpose, Finn placed the stone in his pocket, its warmth seeping through the fabric and into his very being. As he did, the world around him seemed to shimmer, the colors richer, the sounds more vibrant. It was as if the veil between the worlds had thinned, revealing the magic that lay beyond. Eager to explore this newfound realm, Finn ventured deeper into the forest, the stone guiding him with its gentle pulsing. The trees whispered secrets as he passed, their leaves rustling in an ancient language that only the heart could understand. The path wound through the forest like a ribbon of dreams, leading him to a clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent fountain, its waters sparkling with an ethereal light. At its base, an array of vibrant flowers bloomed, their petals delicate as butterfly wings. Sitting by the fountain was a creature unlike any Finn had ever seen, a small, light, furry being with eyes that shimmered like stars and a tail that flicked with every breath of wind. "Hello there," Finn greeted softly, not wanting to startle the creature. "I'm Finn." The creature regarded him with a curious tilt of its head, then responded in a voice as melodious as a songbird's morning call. "I am Pippin, guardian of this hidden realm. You are the keeper of the stone, are you not?" Finn nodded, feeling the weight of his new responsibility. "I am, though I don't quite understand what that means." Pippin's eyes twinkled with gentle kindness. "Fear not, young keeper. The stone will reveal its secrets in time. For now, let us explore together and uncover the wonders of this world." And so, with Pippin as his guide, Finn embarked on a journey through the hidden realm of Willow Hollow. They wandered through meadows where the grass hummed with life, and streams where fish leapt in playful arcs. Everywhere they went, Finn marveled at the beauty of the world that had been invisible to him before. As days turned into weeks, Finn and Pippin forged an unbreakable bond, a friendship that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. Together, they discovered hidden groves where ancient spirits danced in the moonlight, and caves where echoes of the past lingered in the shadows. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn and Pippin sat by the fountain, lost in thought. It was then that Finn noticed something peculiar, a faint, shimmering path leading away from the clearing, beckoning him with its iridescent glow. "What is that?" Finn asked, pointing towards the path. Pippin's gaze followed his finger, and a look of understanding crossed his face. "Ah, the path of reflection," he said softly. "It appears only to those who seek to understand themselves." Curiosity tugged at Finn's heart, and he knew he had to follow the path. With Pippin by his side, he stepped onto the trail, the ground beneath his feet imbued with a strange, pulsating energy. The path wound through the forest, leading them to a serene lake, its surface like a mirror reflecting the starlit sky. In the center of the lake stood a solitary island, its shores caressed by gentle waves. As they approached, Finn felt a sense of calm wash over him, as if the very air was infused with tranquility. Pippin paused at the water's edge, his eyes filled with encouragement. "This is where you must go alone, keeper," he said, his voice a gentle whisper on the breeze. "The island holds the answers you seek." Finn hesitated, glancing back at his friend. "Will you wait for me?" Pippin nodded, his tail flicking reassuringly. "Always." With a deep breath, Finn stepped onto a small boat that awaited him at the shore. The boat glided effortlessly across the water, guided by an unseen hand. As he drew closer to the island, Finn's heart swelled with anticipation, yet he felt no fear. Upon reaching the island, Finn disembarked and followed a narrow path that led to its center. There he found a small stone altar, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to tell a story as old as time itself. As Finn approached, the stone in his pocket began to glow with a gentle pulsing light. He placed it upon the altar, and the air around him shimmered like the surface of a sunlit sea. In that moment, Finn was filled with a profound sense of understanding. He saw his life laid before him, the moments of joy and sorrow, the laughter and the tears. He saw the choices he had made and the paths he had yet to tread, and he understood, with a clarity that resonated deep within his soul, that his journey was just beginning. The vision faded, leaving Finn with a sense of peace and purpose. He retrieved the stone from the altar, its warmth now familiar and comforting. As he returned to the boat, the island seemed to whisper its farewell, the leaves rustling in a gentle goodbye. Pippin awaited him on the shore, his eyes filled with quiet understanding. "Did you find what you were seeking?" he asked. Finn nodded, a serene smile playing on his lips. "I did. I understand now that the journey is as important as the destination, and that true strength comes from within." Together, they made their way back to the clearing, the path illuminated by the soft glow of the stone. As they walked, Finn realized that the world around him had changed. Or perhaps it was he who had changed. The colors seemed brighter, the sounds more harmonious, and the air was filled with a sense of possibility. As they reached the clearing, Finn paused, taking in the beauty of the hidden world he had come to love. He knew that his time in this realm was drawing to a close, yet he felt no sadness. Instead, he felt a deep gratitude for the journey he had undertaken and the friendship he had found. Pippin, he said softly, thank you for being my guide and my friend. I will carry the memories of this place with me always. Pippin's eyes shone with warmth. And I, you, dear keeper. Remember, the magic of this realm lives within you, and the stone will guide you whenever you seek its wisdom. With a final embrace, Finn bid farewell to his friend and the hidden realm of Willow Hollow. As he made his way back to his village, the stone tucked safely in his pocket, he knew that the world would never look the same to him again. For Finn had discovered that the true magic of life lay not in hidden realms or enchanted stones, but in the friendships we forge and the journeys we undertake. And as he walked, the whispers of Willow Hollow echoed in his heart, a reminder that wonder and beauty could be found in even the simplest of things, if only one knew where to look. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit alight with possibility, Finn returned to his village, ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead, knowing that he was forever changed by the magic of Willow Hollow and the friendship that had defied all expectations. Story 39. In a secluded corner of the world, where time seemed to flow with the gentle currents of a babbling brook, lay the Whispering Wood. This enchanting forest was home to creatures whose lives unfolded like secret tales, written in the rustle of leaves and the murmur of the wind. The Whispering Wood was a place where the delicate threads of reality and magic wove a tapestry of wonder and serenity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the forest awoke with a symphony of sounds. The crickets began their nightly serenade, a rhythmic chorus that blended with the gentle hoots of owls perched high in the ancient oaks. Fireflies danced like tiny stars come to earth, their soft glow illuminating the darkening paths with a mystical light. Among the inhabitants of this magical wood was a wise old tortoise named Alder. Alder's shell was a tapestry of greens and browns, each swirl and pattern telling stories of the forest's history. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the secrets of the earth. Alder was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived and thrived in the Whispering Wood. One calm evening, as a gentle breeze caressed the forest, Alder noticed a change in the air. The leaves whispered secrets of an imbalance, a subtle shift that threatened the harmony that had long been the forest's heartbeat. The creatures of the wood, from the smallest ants to the majestic deer, sensed the disturbance and gathered to seek Alder's guidance. Under the canopy of stars, Alder addressed the assembly of creatures, his voice a soft rumble that resonated with wisdom. The forest speaks of a disharmony, a change in the balance of our home, he began. To restore peace, we must understand the cause and find a way to mend it. As the creatures murmured among themselves, a young squirrel named Pippin chirped up. His fur was a rich auburn, and his bright eyes shone with curiosity and courage. Perhaps the answer lies with the seasons, Pippin suggested, his voice full of youthful enthusiasm. The changes in weather and cycles often guide us. Alder nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the seasons are the forest's heartbeat, each bringing its own magic and challenges. We shall seek the wisdom of the wind whisperers, for they are the keepers of seasonal knowledge. The wind whisperers were a family of ancient trees, their branches stretching high into the sky, where they conversed with the winds and collected stories from distant lands. As the creatures made their way to the grove of wind whisperers, the air filled with the scent of pine and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. The wind whisperers greeted the assembly with a gentle rustling of leaves, their voices like a soft melody carried on the breeze. Greetings, children of the forest, they intoned, their words echoing with the wisdom of ages. The balance has shifted, and the winds tell of a drought that approaches. The rains that nourish our roots have been withheld, and the earth thirsts for their embrace. A murmur of concern rippled through the gathering, but Alder, ever wise and calm, spoke up. We must call upon the rain dancers, the ones who coax the skies to release their bounty. Together, we can restore the harmony of the forest. The rain dancers were a group of frogs who lived by the Moonlit pond, their croaks and rhythms known to summon the clouds. As the creatures journeyed to the pond, the air grew cooler, and the scent of damp earth mingled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Upon reaching the Moonlit pond, the The creatures found the rain dancers already assembled, their green bodies glistening in the moonlight. The leader of the rain dancers, an elder frog named Willow, welcomed them with a deep, resonant croak. "We have heard the whispers of the wind," Willow said, "and we are ready to dance the dance of rain." With a nod from Alder, the rain dancers began their ritual, leaping and twirling across the lily pads. Their movements were graceful and rhythmic, each leap a plea to the heavens above. The creatures watched in awe, the air charged with anticipation. As the rain dancers performed their ancient dance, clouds began to gather in the sky, their dark forms swirling like ink in water. A soft rumble of thunder echoed through the forest, and soon raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving. The forest sighed with relief as the rain kissed the thirsty earth, restoring the balance that had been threatened. The creatures cheered and danced in the rain, their hearts light with joy and gratitude. The whispering wood, once again in harmony, thrummed with life and magic. As the rain continued to fall, Alder gathered the creatures beneath the shelter of a great oak. "Let this be a reminder," he said, his voice warm and steady, "that harmony is the thread that binds us all. Through understanding and unity, we can overcome any challenge that befalls us." With the forest refreshed and the balance restored, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts full of hope and warmth. The whispering wood settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the rain. And so, in the heart of the whispering wood, where magic and reality danced together, the creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the eternal rhythm of nature. Story 40. Once, in a tranquil village nestled between emerald hills and a sapphire sea, there was a small, sun-dappled cottage where the gentle sound of waves could always be heard. The cottage was home to a young girl named Marin, known throughout the village for her kind heart and sense of wonder. Marin had eyes like the summer sky and a spirit as gentle as the breeze that rustled through the fields of wildflowers surrounding her home. From a young age, Marin was captivated by the stories her grandmother told her of hidden worlds and magical adventures. Her favorite tales were those of the Whispering Woods, a mystical forest said to be alive with invisible creatures and secret paths. Though many in her village dismissed these stories as mere legend, Marin held them close to her heart, believing with every fiber of her being that magic truly existed. One fine morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Marin set out on a journey to explore the edge of the Whispering Woods. She packed a small basket with her favorite bread, a flask of sweet berry juice, and a book of tales her grandmother had given her. As she walked, the path beneath her feet was soft and lush, and the scent of blooming jasmine filled the air. As Marin approached the forest, she felt a gentle breeze tug at her hair, almost as if beckoning her to step further inside. She hesitated, but for a moment, then took a deep breath and crossed the threshold into the Whispering Woods. The air within was different, cooler, and filled with a symphony of soft rustling and distant bird calls. Marin wandered deeper into the woods, marveling at the towering trees that seemed to touch the sky. Their leaves whispered secrets to one another, creating a melody that was both soothing and mysterious. She followed a winding brook that babbled over smooth stones, leading her to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the heart of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches twisted with age. Beneath its roots lay a small, shimmering stone, unlike any Marin had seen before. It glimmered with an ethereal light, casting gentle rainbows on the ground around it. Curious, Marin knelt beside the stone. As her fingers brushed its surface, she felt a warmth spread through her hand, and in that instant, she knew this stone was special. With tender care, she wrapped the stone in a soft cloth and placed it in her basket, feeling a strange sense of peace wash over her. As the sun began its descent, Marin turned to leave the forest, retracing her steps back to the village. The path seemed shorter now, as if the woods themselves were guiding her safely home. When she emerged from the trees, the evening sky was ablaze with stars, twinkling like 1,000 tiny lanterns. That night, as Marin lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, she noticed something extraordinary. A soft glow emanated from the stone, casting gentle shadows across her room. As she watched, the light began to pulse softly, like a heartbeat, filling the room with a warm, comforting glow. Intrigued, Marin reached for the stone, and as her fingers closed around it, she felt a gentle tug at the edges of her consciousness. Her room dissolved away, and she found herself standing at the edge of a vast, luminescent forest, unlike anything she had ever seen. The trees here glowed with their own inner light, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of magic. Marin realized she had been transported to a hidden world, a place of wonder that existed alongside her own. As she wandered through this magical realm, she encountered creatures of all kinds, glowing foxes with tails like wisps of smoke, birds that sang in colors, and butterflies whose wings left trails of stardust. It was here that Marin met a peculiar creature named Leora, a small fox-like being with eyes that sparkled like gemstones. Leora had fur that shimmered in shades of silver and gold, and a tail that flickered with ethereal light. She greeted Marin with a gentle nod and a soft musical trill that resonated through the air. "Welcome, traveler," Leora said in a voice as soft as velvet. "You have found the Heartstone, a gift of our world to yours. It is a rare and precious thing, for it connects our worlds and reveals the magic within." Marin and Leora became fast friends, exploring the hidden world together. Leora taught Marin about the balance of magic and nature, and how every creature and plant was part of a greater tapestry. Marin, in turn, shared stories of her village, of the sea's whispers and the field's dances. As the days passed, Marin found herself growing more attuned to the magic of the hidden world. She learned to listen to the trees' stories, to feel the heartbeat of the land beneath her feet. This new understanding filled her with a profound sense of wonder and gratitude. But Marin also knew that her time in this world was limited. Each night, when she returned to her own world, the stone's glow dimmed slightly, as if urging her to cherish each moment. She realized that the Heartstone's magic was not just a gift, but a responsibility, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. One evening, as Marin prepared to say goodbye to Leora and the magical realm, she felt a deep sense of peace. The lessons she had learned, the friendships she had forged, would forever be a part of her. She knew that the magic of this world lived within her heart, and that she could carry it into her own life. With a final farewell, Marin returned home, the Heartstone's glow guiding her through the whispering woods once more. As she emerged from the forest, she felt a renewed sense of purpose, a desire to share the beauty and wonder she had discovered with her village. In the days that followed, Marin found ways to bring a little bit of magic into the lives of those around her. She planted gardens that bloomed with vibrant colors, taught the children to listen to the wind's whispers, and shared the stories of the hidden world with anyone who would listen. The village, once skeptical of Marin's tales, began to see the world through her eyes. They too learned to appreciate the beauty in the small things, the magic in everyday life. And though the hidden world remained a secret, its magic thrived in the hearts of all who believed. As the years passed, Marin grew into a wise and beloved figure in her village, known for her gentle spirit and open heart. The Heartstone, now a treasured keepsake, sat upon her mantle, its glow a reminder of the wondrous journey she had taken. And so the story of Marin and her magical adventure came to be told and retold, a tale of friendship, wonder, and the enduring power of belief. It whispered through the generations, like the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods, inviting all who heard it to believe in the magic that lies just beyond the veil of our everyday world. And as the sun set each evening, casting its golden glow over the village and the sea, Marin would sit by her window, a warm smile on her face, knowing that the magic of the hidden world lived on, forever woven into the fabric of her life, and the lives of those she loved. Story 41. Once upon a gentle evening, when the sky was awash with hues of lavender and soft gold, a young girl named Clara stood at the edge of the whispering woods. These woods were no ordinary cluster of trees. They were whispered about in hushed tones as a place of magic and wonder. The trunks of the trees were adorned with delicate, shimmering ivy that sparkled like stardust, and the leaves sang a soft melody as the wind danced through them. Clara had always been drawn to the woods, her heart thrumming with a mixture of curiosity and yearning. She was a kind-hearted soul, with eyes that glimmered like pools of deep water, reflecting her boundless imagination. Her grandmother often spoke of the woods as a place where dreams found their wings, and Clara, with a heart full of adventure, decided it was time to explore this mystical realm. As she stepped into the forest, the air around her seemed to hum with a gentle energy. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the scent of blooming jasmine wrapped around her like a comforting hug. Clara took a deep breath, feeling the magic of the whispering woods seep into her very being, urging her forward. Before long, she encountered her first whimsical wonder. Tiny, luminescent creatures flitted about, their wings a blur of iridescent colors. They were the glow sprites, and they giggled like tinkling bells as they danced around Clara, leaving trails of light in their wake. Clara watched in awe, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of such playful beauty. "Welcome, brave explorer," chirped one of the sprites, its voice as light as the breeze. "Few venture this far, but those who do find wonders untold." Clara smiled, feeling the warmth of their welcome. "I seek not just wonders, but the heart of the woods itself," she replied, her voice steady with courage. The glow sprites nodded approvingly and pointed towards a path where the trees seemed to lean in closer, forming an archway. Clara thanked them and continued her journey, guided by the gentle light of the sprites. As she ventured deeper, Clara encountered a brook that whispered secrets to the rocks it passed over. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the canopy above like a mirror. Kneeling by the brook, Clara noticed a peculiar fish with scales that shimmered like the night sky. Its eyes met hers, filled with wisdom beyond the ages. "To cross the brook, you must answer a riddle," the fish said, its voice soft and melodic. "What is the one thing that belongs to you but is used more by others?" Clara pondered the riddle, her mind sifting through possibilities. Then, with a spark of realization, she answered, "My name." The fish nodded, pleased with her answer, and the brook parted, revealing stepping stones that led to the other side. Clara stepped across, her heart light with the thrill of solving the riddle. On the other side of the brook, she found herself in a meadow like no other. The grass was a vibrant emerald, dotted with flowers that glowed softly in the twilight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Beneath it sat an old, wise tortoise with eyes that held the stories of the forest. "Welcome, dear child," the tortoise greeted, its voice deep and soothing. "I am the keeper of the woods, and you have shown great courage and wisdom to reach this place." Clara sat beside the tortoise, feeling the gentle warmth of the earth beneath her. "I was drawn to this place, though I didn't know why," she admitted. "But now I feel like I've found something precious." The tortoise nodded, a knowing smile on its face. The woods reveal themselves to those with open hearts, who seek not to take, but to understand. You, dear Clara, have shown that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore despite it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a soft amber glow, Clara rested against the oak tree, feeling a profound sense of peace. She realized that the true heart of the woods was not a place, but the journey itself, filled with moments of wonder and discovery. When the time came for her to leave, the creatures of the Whispering Woods gathered to bid her farewell. The glow sprites formed a sparkling path back to the edge of the forest, their laughter a sweet chorus. Clara waved goodbye, her heart full and content, knowing she could always return to this place of magic and dreams. With each step back home, the lessons of the woods stayed with her, a gentle reminder of the courage that lay within her and the beauty that awaited those who dared to explore the unknown. And as she slipped into her warm bed that night, Clara's dreams were filled with the soft murmur of the Whispering Woods, a lullaby of adventure and wonder that carried her into a peaceful slumber. Story 42. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, They would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Story 43. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Sylva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Sylva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Sylva?" With a kind smile, Sylva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Sylva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Sylva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Sylva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars, "and you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature. Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come. With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter, echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts. With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 55. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back. As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephyra, there lay a small, unassuming village, known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Xyrion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Xyrion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephyra, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Lila, a native of the verdant Zephyra, whose people, the Zephyrites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Lyra, curious and ever welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephyrites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Lyra it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyra's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. On Xyrion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution. Lyra, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. Together, we can find a way to heal the forest. As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quillen's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Xyrion minerals and zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Lyra shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Quilon, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Xyrion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quilon and Lyra stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quilon's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quilon and Lyra knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the whispering woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the whispering woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 69. Story 70. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, As the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there. The Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdanti named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystallon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Story 83. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters, written by their ancestors, contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry!" Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Pharaon, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his 3 eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Pharaonian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Pharaonian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Story 99. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was Arzon, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the Whispering Woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm. From that day forth, the Greyling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila." A voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds, the spirit warned. An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored. Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. I will do whatever it takes to help, she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the Sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the Sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the Sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The Sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the Sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The Sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a Sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The Sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged Sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the Sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship. The dryads and sylphs regarded the heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village, nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all. A reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you. With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself, she explained. It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life. As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminara. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the Enchanted Acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar, and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear. As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling emerald-green forest known as the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its vibrant gardens and gently babbling brooks that meandered through the cobblestone streets. Its cottages, with their thatched roofs and blooming window boxes, looked as if they were painted by the hands of a gentle artist. The villagers lived in harmony, their days filled with laughter and the soft melodies of nature. In this serene village lived a young girl named Marigold. With hair the color of sunlight and eyes like the shimmering surface of the village pond, she was a curious soul, always seeking the mysteries hidden within the world around her. Marigold had a heart full of kindness, and she spent her days helping her neighbors and tending to the lush gardens that surrounded her home. One misty morning, as the dew glistened on the petals of the garden blooms, Marigold set out on her usual walk through the Whispering Woods. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the melodic chirping of birds, creating a symphony that accompanied her steps. Each breath filled her lungs with the fresh scent of pine and earth, grounding her in the beauty of the world. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Marigold discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow, winding trail, barely visible beneath the carpet of fallen leaves. Intrigued by the promise of adventure, she decided to follow it. The path twisted and turned, leading her through a part of the forest that seemed untouched by time. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a gentle, golden glow. Before long, Marigold came upon a clearing bathed in the soft, dappled light of the sun. In the center of the clearing, nestled among the wildflowers, was an ancient oak tree. It was the grandest tree Marigold had ever seen, its trunk wide and gnarled, telling tales of centuries past. As she approached, she noticed something unusual. Hanging from one of the lower branches was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it seemed to emanate a gentle, inviting warmth. Marigold's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. What was this mysterious box? Who had left it here? Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached up to take it down. As soon as her hands closed around the box, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle and a soft, whispering voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. "Open it, dear child," the voice murmured, "and discover the magic within." Trusting in the kindness of the Whispering Woods, Marigold carefully opened the box. Inside she found a small, shimmering stone that sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a sense of peace and joy wash over her. The voice spoke again, this time with a tone of gentle wisdom. "This is the Stone of Serenity. It holds the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the world and to guide those who possess it on a journey of understanding and growth." Marigold's heart swelled with wonder and gratitude. She knew that the stone was a gift, and she vowed to use it wisely. Tucking the stone safely into her pocket, she thanked the forest and promised to return soon. Over the following days, Marigold found that the stone indeed held a special magic. When she held it close, she could hear the thoughts of the animals in the forest and understand the language of the trees. She marveled at the hidden world that had always surrounded her, now unveiled by the stone's gentle glow. One sunny afternoon, as Marigold sat by the village pond, she noticed a young fox watching her from the edge of the woods. Its eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and caution. Marigold reached for the stone, and holding it close, she called out softly to the fox. "Hello there, little friend," she said with a gentle smile. "Do not be afraid." The fox tilted its head, surprised by the sound of her voice, which seemed to resonate with understanding. Slowly it approached, its bushy tail wagging slightly. "My name is Finn," the fox said, his voice echoing in Marigold's mind. "I have never met a human who could speak the language of the forest." Marigold laughed softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's a gift from the forest itself," she explained. "Would you like to be friends?" Finn hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his eyes softening with warmth. "I would like that very much." From that day forward, Marigold and Finn became inseparable companions. Together they explored the hidden wonders of the Whispering Woods, guided by the magic of the Stone of Serenity. They discovered secret glades filled with rare flowers, hidden streams that sparkled like diamonds, and ancient trees that whispered stories of the past. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marigold and Finn sat together on a hill overlooking the village. The air was filled with the soothing scent of lavender, and a gentle breeze ruffled their hair and fur. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the woods?" Marigold asked, her voice soft and contemplative. Finn nodded, his eyes fixed on the distant mountains. "I do. There is a whole world out there, waiting to be discovered." Marigold sighed, her heart filled with a longing for adventure. "I wish to see it all," she said, "to learn and grow, and to understand the world beyond our village." Finn looked at her with admiration. "Then we shall go together," he declared, his voice firm with determination. "The Stone of Serenity will guide us on our journey." And so, with the blessing of the village and the gentle encouragement of the Whispering Woods, Marigold and Finn set out on a grand adventure. They traveled through lush meadows and across rolling hills, their hearts filled with excitement and wonder. As they journeyed, they encountered many challenges and made new friends along the way. In a bustling town nestled in a valley, they met a wise old owl named Sage, who shared with them stories of the world and taught them the importance of wisdom and patience. In a village by the sea, they befriended a playful dolphin named Calypso, who showed them the beauty of the ocean and taught them the value of kindness and cooperation. Through each encounter and challenge, Marigold and Finn grew stronger and wiser, their bond of friendship deepening with every step. And as they traveled, the Stone of Serenity continued to guide them, revealing the hidden wonders of the world and lighting their path with its gentle glow. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a towering oak tree, Marigold turned to Finn with a smile. "Do you know what I have learned on this journey?" she asked, her eyes shining with the light of understanding. Finn tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "What is that, Marigold?" "I have learned that the world is filled with beauty and wonder, and that true magic lies not in the stone itself, but in the kindness and friendship we share with others," she replied, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride and love for his dear friend. "And I have learned that with you by my side, any challenge can be overcome," he said, his voice full of sincerity. Together, they continued their journey, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were never alone. For in the bonds of friendship and the magic of the world around them, they had found something truly special, a sense of belonging and a love that would guide them always. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, bathing the world in a soft, golden glow, Marigold and Finn walked hand in paw, their hearts filled with the gentle magic of the Stone of Serenity and the enduring power of friendship. And in that moment, they knew that no matter where their journey took them, they would always carry the warmth and wisdom of their adventures in their hearts. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold and Finn's journey brought them to a land of towering mountains and sparkling rivers. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of pine and mountain wildflowers. The path they followed wound through valleys and over rocky hills, each turn revealing new vistas of breathtaking beauty. One evening, as they made camp beneath a canopy of stars, Marigold gazed at the night sky, her heart filled with a sense of awe and wonder. The stars twinkled like diamonds on velvet, and the moon cast a gentle, silvery glow over the landscape. "Finn," she said softly, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the stars?" Finn, who had been watching the flickering flames of their campfire, looked up at the sky. His eyes reflected the starlight, and his voice was thoughtful as he replied, "I do. I imagine there are worlds out there, filled with wonders we cannot even begin to imagine." Marigold nodded, her heart swelling with a longing for discovery. "I wish we could explore them," she said, her voice tinged with both excitement and a hint of wistfulness. Finn smiled, his tail wagging gently. "Perhaps one day we shall," he said. "But for now, we have our own world to explore, and many adventures still await us." Marigold smiled back, her heart warmed by his words. "You're right, Finn," she said, "and I am grateful for every moment we share on this journey." The night passed peacefully, the gentle sounds of the forest lulling them to sleep. When morning came, the sun rose in a blaze of golden light, casting long shadows over the land and filling the air with the sweet scent of morning dew. As they continued their journey, the landscape around them began to change. The mountains gave way to rolling hills, and the air grew warmer, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and rich, fertile earth. They traveled through fields of wildflowers, their vibrant colors painting the world in hues of red, yellow, and blue. One day, as they walked along a winding river, they came upon a village nestled in a valley. The village was unlike any they had seen before, with houses built from stone and wood, their roofs covered in moss and flowering vines. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, offering them food and shelter and sharing stories of their lives. In the village, they met a young boy named Leo, who had a spirit as bright and curious as Marigold's. He was fascinated by their tales of adventure and longed to join them on their journey. "I want to see the world beyond our village," Leo said, his eyes shining with excitement. "Will you take me with you?" Marigold and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts warmed by the boy's enthusiasm. "You are welcome to join us, Leo," Marigold said, her voice gentle and kind. "But know that our journey is not without its challenges." Leo nodded, his expression determined. "I understand," he said, "and I am ready to face them as long as we are together." And so their group grew by one, and together they continued their journey, their spirits lifted by the bond of friendship that united them. As they traveled, Leo proved to be a quick learner, his youthful energy and curiosity a source of joy for Marigold and Finn. He marveled at the wonders they encountered, from the towering forests to the crystal-clear lakes, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One afternoon, as they rested by a shimmering lake, they noticed a group of creatures playing in the water. They were small, with iridescent scales that glimmered in the sunlight, and their laughter was like the tinkling of bells. "What are they?" Leo asked, his voice filled with wonder. "They are water sprites," Finn explained, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Playful and mischievous, but kind-hearted. As if sensing their presence, one of the sprites swam over to them, its eyes bright with curiosity. "Hello, travelers," it said, its voice musical and light. "What brings you to our lake?" "We are on a journey," Marigold replied, her voice warm and friendly, "seeking the wonders of the world." The sprite nodded, its expression thoughtful. "Then you must visit the heart of the forest," it said. "It is a place of great beauty and magic, hidden deep within the woods." Intrigued by the sprite's words, Marigold, Finn, and Leo decided to seek out this mystical place. The sprite guided them to a path that led deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the scent of ancient wood and earth. As they followed the path, the forest around them seemed to come alive with a vibrant energy. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and the sunlight filtered through the branches in a dance of light and shadow. Eventually they arrived at a clearing unlike any they had ever seen. In the center stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward in a majestic canopy. The air was filled with a soft, golden light, and the ground was carpeted with delicate flowers that glowed with an inner radiance. "This is the heart of the forest," the sprite said, its voice reverent and filled with awe, "a place of peace and healing." Marigold, Finn, and Leo stood in silence, their hearts touched by the beauty and serenity of the place. They felt a deep sense of connection to the world around them, a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the earth. As they sat beneath the great tree, they reflected on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the friendships they had forged. They realized that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and joy, they continued their journey, knowing that the world was a place of endless wonder, and that together they could face any challenge that lay ahead. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold, Finn, and Leo's journey took them to new lands and introduced them to new friends. Their adventure was filled with laughter and learning, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One day, as they traveled through a lush valley, they came upon a village that was in the midst of a grand celebration. The air was filled with the sound of music and laughter, and the streets were lined with stalls selling all manner of goods. Curious about the festivities, Marigold, Finn, and Leo joined in the celebration, their hearts light with joy. They danced to the music, sampled the delicious food, and marveled at the colorful decorations that adorned the village. As they wandered through the village, they met a wise old woman named Era, who was known for her knowledge of the world and her gift for storytelling. Era welcomed them warmly, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. "I have heard of your journey," Era said, her voice gentle and melodic, "and I have a story to share with you." Marigold, Finn, and Leo gathered around, eager to hear what Era had to say. As they listened, Era wove a tale of a magical land beyond the mountains, a place of beauty and peace, where all creatures lived in harmony. "The land is known as the Valley of Harmony," Era said, her voice filled with reverence. "It is a place where the magic of the world is at its strongest, and where the bonds of friendship and love are cherished above all else." Marigold's heart was filled with a longing to see this mystical land, and she turned to her friends with a smile. "Shall we seek out this Valley of Harmony?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Finn and Leo nodded, their eyes shining with anticipation. "Yes," they said in unison, their voices filled with determination. "Let us find this land of peace and magic." And so, with Era's blessing and guidance, Marigold, Finn, and Leo set out on the final leg of their journey. They traveled through forests and across rivers, their hearts filled with hope and wonder. As they approached the mountains, the air grew cooler, and the landscape around them changed. The trees gave way to rocky cliffs and narrow paths, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh mountain air. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the top of a ridge, and before them lay a sight that took their breath away. The Valley of Harmony stretched out below them, a land of rolling hills and sparkling lakes, bathed in a soft, golden light. The air was filled with the gentle sound of birdsong, and the scent of blooming flowers carried on the breeze. It was a place of beauty and peace, just as Ira had described. With hearts full of joy and gratitude, Marigold, Finn, and Leo descended into the valley, their spirits lifted by the magic of the land. They knew that their journey had brought them to a place where they could find rest and renewal, and where the bonds of friendship and love would be cherished forever. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the valley, Marigold, Finn, and Leo knew that their journey had come to a close. But they also knew that the magic of the world and the love they shared would guide them always, lighting their path with warmth and wisdom. As they stood together hand in paw, they understood that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And in that moment, they knew that they were home. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell. their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the Dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out. From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished.